fielder on the deep point boundary. Short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg as he's into Hamilton, and that one's turned down the leg side and it'll go into the fine leg boundary for 4. So ill-directed there, the first delivery by Jordan. Hamilton takes full advantage. He moves on to 12, 379 for 6.
Just like I was saying yesterday, those bad deliveries, just a little tickle. If you get it tickled and you get it fine away from the wicket keeper, always a boundary opportunity. And Hamilton on that occasion just getting a little tickle. He left the bat in the air a little bit, but it was away from the wicket keeper and he got 4.
Jordan again into Hamilton. This ball is just knocking into the offside for an easy single. He moves on to 13, 380 for 6. Still persisting with that deep point or deep backward point fielder, which they persisted with all day yesterday. Not sure, Denmark, when you're searching for wickets on a pretty good batting surface like this here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, you want to bring that guy up, especially early in the day.
Certainly, but I think the CCC, they are concerned about the way that the Leeward scored yesterday.
Jordan into Alzari, and Alzari's whacked that. That's gone right over mid-wicket for 6. Short delivery by Akeem Jordan, and Joseph was onto it in a flash.
Good shot by Alzari Joseph. Really punished a short delivery. It was a long hop, not threatening to him, and he really gave it full treatment, got good bat onto it, and cleared the boundary easily, even though he was going against the breeze. So he trusted his power, and he really executed well on that occasion.
He moves on to 9, the score 386 for 6. Jordan will know that he needs to pitch the ball up on this wicket, bring the 2 slips in the gully that he's got in position into play. Alzari coming into this match, he's had 73 matches, average of 13, 1,392 runs, as I say, with the highest score 89. He's made 5 50s at the first class level. Jordan now into Joseph, and that's a bouncer. Ducks under, easily evaded.
Not bad by Alzari Joseph in terms of having 5 50s in regional cricket. But I think that his ability is of such that he can do a lot more, especially with the bat. If he just focus a little bit more, maybe practice a little more on the batting, and sort of improve his all-around game. Yes, we know that he's a terrible fast bowler. He has that, but if he also improves his batting a little bit more, he'll be more marketable.
Jordan in again to Joseph, and another bouncer ducked under by Alzari to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands 386 for 6. Hamilton is on 13, and Alzari is on 9.
Not quite the end of the over.
We've got one ball left.
Yeah, but I think that Jordan is trying to set up Alzari Joseph. I'm expecting the Yorker at this delivery. 3 short balls in a row. I'm expecting the Yorker now.
Jordan into Joseph. It was fuller in length, but well judged. Judged it on length, let through to the keeper. Now it's the end of the over. So Leeward Islands 386 for 6. Hamilton is on 13 and Joseph is on 9.
Good over that for the Leeward Islands. Alzari Joseph getting a short delivery, getting an opportunity to punish the bowler, and did so. And he's going to want to continue. The last partnership ended at 18, and this partnership has quickly blossomed into 19 runs. And so these two would want to take the Leeward Islands as close as possible over that 2 or over that 400 mark.
Shamar Holder to continue into Hamilton. That's tailored back in again. Takes Hamilton on the pad. They rush through for a leg by.
Again, we're seeing swing from Shamar Holder, getting the ball to swing back into the right-hander. Maybe a little bit too much swing on that occasion. But troubling Jamal Hamilton with that one, because that one was a little bit quicker too. So he had Jamal Hamilton in a little bit of trouble.
With Joseph on strike, he's got 3 slips, a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Joseph looks for the big shot again through the mid-wicket, misses, through to the keeper, no run.
And this is where sometimes Alzari Joseph is at fault, that he sort of have a premeditated-ness about him, that sometimes he just anticipates and premeditates that if this guy bowl shot, I'm going to pull, not necessarily watching the true length of the ball.
Holder in again to Joseph. That one's tailoring back in and dispatched beautifully. Backward of square by Joseph. 4 runs. A fuller delivery. And he took full advantage of the swing on offer. Just went with the stroke and put it into the boundary for 4. So he moves on to 13. 391 for 6.
That's the problem that Shamar Holder is going to have. Because the ball is swinging, he has to start it outside that line of the off stump. Once he starts it on the line of the stumps and it's swinging towards leg, it's going to give the batsman an opportunity to play that shot that Alzari Joseph played very well on that occasion.
So he's posted the guy deep backward square now as he's in again to Joseph. Joseph in defence just knocks it on the onside, no run.
Again, you could see shape on that ball, but for that one, he started it a lot wider than the previous delivery.
He's got good swing both yesterday morning and again this morning as Shamar Holder. He's looked impressive. He runs away from us now into Joseph, and Joseph is pulling this through the mid-wicket area once again. Good connection, 4 runs. He looks in dominant mood this morning, does Alzari Joseph. He quickly moves on to 17 and the score 395 for 6.
So Alzari Joseph has certainly been sent out by the Leeward Islands to get some quick runs. Try to see how they can push that total up past the 400 mark. Maybe, I think overnight maybe they were thinking 500, maybe something just over 500. And I believe that they want to achieve that maybe by the luncheon interval, so that they can then come after lunch and look to put the CCC batsmen in and see how many of their wickets they can get in today's play. I think that's the thinking.
Partnership already up to 28 off just 16 deliveries as Holder into Joseph. This one wide of the off stump, left alone by Joseph to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands 395 for 6. Joseph is on 17. Hamilton is on 13.
Losing the first wicket this morning with the very first ball, the Leeward Islands would have been a little bit disappointed with that. But then quickly, this partnership between Alzari Joseph and Jamal Hamilton has produced 28 runs, with Alzari Joseph coming out all guns blazing. And what has been good about his batting so far is that he has not allowed the bad deliveries to get away. We've seen a long hop that he's put away for 6, a couple of short deliveries that he's banged for 4, and then that beautiful flick shot where Shamar Holder overpitched and got the line wrong, and Alzari Joseph was able to punish him. So good batting so far from Alzari Joseph. Jamal Hamilton at the other end has remained steady in support, while Alzari Joseph is on the go.
So it'll be Hamilton to face Jordan. Jordan is in now. It's wide of the off stump. to short extra cover, just losing his shape there. Hamilton trying to hit that a bit too hard. But I agree with you, Denmore. They're looking if they can keep their wickets in hand. Well, one thing or the other, they'll either get bowled out or they'll be close to something in the vicinity of 470, 500 by the luncheon interval as Jordan in that comeback sharply beat Hamilton through to the keeper.
Again, Hamilton just has to play each delivery on merit, not anticipate. I think that he was just anticipating that one a little bit and got caught between two minds. That one cut him in two, went right between his body through to the wicket keeper. So he has to be careful with that one.
Jordan again into Hamilton. And this ball in appeal, but it looked like it was heading down leg. Jagged back a long way once again by Jordan. Pitching the ball up a lot more to Hamilton in this over. Getting it to swing back prodigiously, really, but that was heading down the leg side. Two slips and a gully weight as Jordan into Hamilton, and Hamilton is flicking this down to fine leg. Another comfortable single. He moves on to 14. Leeward Islands 396 for 6. Zari just calling for a new pair of gloves by the look of it. A hot day out there today. Brilliant sunshine, just a scattering of clouds. It'll be hard work for its combined campuses and colleges side. If it hasn't been hard work already, 367 scored in the day by Leeward Islands yesterday of 86 overs. Jordan into Joseph, and Joseph takes a wild swipe at that one. Wide outside the off stump. Doesn't make contact through to the keeper. As Denmore was saying, both Joseph and Hamilton just need to pick their deliveries, play each ball on merit. The run rate has been very good right throughout the innings, well over 4. It's at 4.41 at the moment.
Even though you're looking for quick ones, you don't want to be reckless.
Jordan in again to Joseph, and this time Joseph leaves a wide ball outside off stump to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands 396 for 6. Joseph is on 17 and Hamilton 14.
You want to put away the bad balls and take the runs as they come, but you don't want to go manufacturing, trying to manufacture runs in terms of playing bad shots, because it increases the risk that you're taking, and the possibility of you getting out becomes greater. So Alzari Joseph will have to make sure that he picks the bad deliveries, that he puts them away. But when he gets a good delivery, just play it on merit. We saw him there going for an almighty swipe at one that really you just left it alone on that occasion. But he's there, and I'm hoping that between himself and Jamal Hamilton that they're having discussion, and that could be one of the things that they talk about.
Holder to start a new over into Hamilton. His delivery is knocked into the offside. They go through for a quick single, well judged. Man coming in from short mid-wicket, couldn't prevent that. Hamilton moves on to 15, 397 for 6.
That's good cricket. Just picking up the ones and continue to keep the scoreboard ticking over, because that frustrates teams more than anything else.
More than the boundaries, yeah.
When you continuously pick up those quick singles and so on, that's what frustrates a team.
Holder thought about bringing in an extra slip for Alzari, moved the short mid-wicket, but he's moved back to the short mid-wicket position as Holder into Joseph, and Joseph is knocking this out through the cover region. Another comfortable 2. So partnership ticking along quite nicely. 399 for 6 now.
Getting ever so closely to that 400 mark, psychological mark in terms of this game, because it's different when you're chasing 300 plus as to when you see that 400 mark and even the 500. So I think the Leeward Islands would be happy when they get past that 400 mark and look to press on.
Holder into Joseph, and that one down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Yes, and as you were saying, Denmoy, they keep going like this and playing each ball on its merit. Sure, if it's there to be hit, hit it. But they'll know.
Just wait for it. Wait for it, because what we've seen over the innings so far is that every over, the CCC bowlers bowl 2 or 3 bad balls, 2 or 3 boundary balls. And so you just wait for it and capitalize.
Holder, full pitch delivery at that time to Joseph. Yes, and as we saw yesterday, the second, third string bowlers of this CCC team aren't quite up to the mark.
Certainly. And so what you do is that you wait for the bad deliveries, and even when you get the good deliveries and you're able to tick the scoreboard over, you continue to frustrate the CCC.
Holder once again into Joseph. And this one is driven high. It's in the air. Mid-on is going back, and what a catch! Magnificent catch, just inside the ropes, one-handed. He judged that to perfection. He looked like he might have hurt himself. He's flat out on the ground down here at Long On. But he ran back and took a magnificent one-handed grab over his head to dismiss Alzari Joseph. He walks back for 19. Leeward Islands Hurricanes lose their 7th wicket. They're 399 for 7. I hope the young man's okay, because that was a miraculous catch.
I'm trying to see if it's Shakir Paris who is the player there, because he really gave it a big effort. Yes, it is. He was backing up. For a moment, I thought that it was going to be comfortable. But then the ball kept drifting and drifting and then started to cover him. He was able to get that one hand up, hold on to the ball and take a magnificent catch. At this level, they would give it out. And this is where I've had a little bit of an issue, especially on the international scene, because he actually came down and put the ball on the ground first on his way down. And if when they use the replays and so on, they would have said that he grounded the ball. But that kind of effort needs to be rewarded with a wicket like what we see happening here. Great effort by Shakir Paris.
Most definitely, and that, if anything, inspire his teammates and give them the lift that they're looking for, that certainly will. And just speaking on that, then more at the international level, I think that is absolutely ridiculous. If you've got the ball under control and you're taking the catch, in my opinion, it's a catch. You're out.
I agree with you, but like I said, I have seen great catches not given.
Yeah,
because,
for sure.
They're saying that after you've taken you've done the diving, you had the ball in your hand, and you come down to the ground, and the ball touches the ground, they're considering it, even though the ball has not left your hand, right? They're considering that when you come down, you're still supposed to dive in the air, catch the ball, come down, and still remember to curve your hand and so on. I think that is a little bit unfair, but that is just my opinion. But when you see effort like this one from Shakir Paris, those need to be rewarded, and that was an absolutely brilliant catch.
Most definitely. It looks like he's getting treatment on his left shoulder as he hit the ground. And he's up on his feet, which is a good sign.
For a moment, I really thought that he had misjudged it badly because I thought the ball was going to drift right over the top of his head because he was there, and as we look at it again, we saw that the ball was coming. He looked as if he was underneath it, and then the ball just seemingly drifted over his head, and he was able to reach up and had to hold the ball and twist his body all at the same time, and it made the catch even more beautiful.
So Shakir Paris is back on his feet. He's still grimacing a little bit and holding his left shoulder. But the good news is he's back on his feet. And
but the Leeward Islands have lost 2 wickets this morning in fairly quick succession. Alzari Joseph came out and he was going guns blazing, and again got one of those deliveries that he was just trying to clear the infield again once more, and his wicket was given away, we would say. It brings out Raheem Cornwall to bat, and Cornwall to me has not had the best of seasons with the bat for the Leeward Islands, and let's see what has happened. He has been LBW in quite a few of the matches recently, so let's see how he goes about his innings today.
So Cornwall to face Shamar Holder. Holder is into him now, and this delivery is just knocked into the onside. They'll take a single leg by. So the 400 comes up for the Leeward Islands. They're 400 for 7.
This morning they would have thought that they would have been 400 for 5, because coming out with Graves on 100 and Jamal Hamilton at the crease, two set batsmen. But you see, that is what the overnight break does, is that Graves came back this morning, and instead of being steady and balanced like he was yesterday afternoon when he was in, he was falling over, playing that little chip shot that he got out of the first delivery of the day. And then, they say one bring two. Alzari Joseph, even though he scored some runs the time that he was at the crease, because he was in so early, the Leeward Islands have lost 2 quick wickets this morning and maybe have to sort of just reassess themselves now.
Jordan into Cornwall, and Cornwall is flicking this behind square, running down towards the boundary as fine leg comes across. And they pick up one, so that gets Cornwall underway. He goes on to 401 for 7. He scores so far in this West Indies 4-day first-class championship for 2025 versus the Academy, 49, versus Jamaica, 16, versus Trinidad, 4, and against the Windward Islands, 2. Jordan into Hamilton, big shot for LBW, he's gone. Hamilton walked, he knew straight away, full pitch delivery, walked straight in front of his stumps, and Jordan strikes. So combined campuses and colleges pick up their 3rd for the morning. They're fighting back here.
Look, you see where Hamilton is trying to hit that one, a straight ball, and he's turning the bat, trying to hit it into the mid-wicket region, rather than going straight up the V. Playing across the line is the first time in a long time I've seen somebody literally walk when for a leg before, because he knew that what he had done was not the right thing. He walked across his stump, tried to play across the line, missed it, and so the Leeward Islands losing their 3rd wicket this morning and in a little bit of trouble. Instead of coming and piling on the runs, they've lost quick wickets, and so they might have a more reduced total than they might have thought of overnight. At the start of the commentary, I was thinking 500. Now they might have to reassess, and one day 420, 450 might be what they're going to have to defend.
Yes, 401 for 8 at the fall of Hamilton's wicket. LBW to Jordan for 15. Jordan picks up his second, and it brings Daniel Dorham to the crease.
And incidentally, seems to be the first left-hander we're seeing for the Leeward Islands in this match.
Mm-hmm. Dorham's made 172 runs at the first class level, average of 15.63, highest score of 43. Round the wicket comes Jordan into the left-handed Dorham, who leaves it alone, goes through to keeper Williams, and there's no run.
3 wickets, it brings 3 slips. So the CCC are looking to try and see if they can wrap up this Leeward Islands innings much earlier than they might have thought coming out of the dressing room this morning. I think that they were thinking even in their minds that maybe they will be there until about lunchtime. But having lost 3 quick wickets and now down to the tail enders, it could be a shorter time.
Jordan in again to Durham, beats him. Good delivery that. Straightened up after it touched down through to keeper Williams, no run. Yes, the Leeward Islands this morning losing 3 for 34. Justin Graves went first ball of the morning. He made 104 of 129 deliveries, which included 7 fours. And Alzari Joseph was caught magnificently on the long-on boundary by Shakir Paris for 19 of just the 18 deliveries, 2 fours and a 6 amongst that. Jordan into Durham, well taken by keeper Williams, wide down the leg side. And the last wicket to fall was Jamal Hamilton, LBW to Jordan for 16. So 401 for 8 Leeward Islands Hurricanes after starting this morning on their overnight score of 367 for 5. Jordan into Durham, and again wide down the leg side. Another good take by Williams to complete the over. So Leeward Islands Hurricanes 401 for 8. Cornwall is on 1 and Durham yet to score.
It's going to be interesting to see how Rakeem Cornwall approaches his innings now that he's down to the tail enders. Will he have a go? Will he try to counter-attack the bowling of the CCC? Or will he continue to just, knock it around, nudge it around, and try to bat responsibly? We'll see how he approaches his innings from here on in.
Yes, just O'Shane Thomas to come for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Shamar Holder will continue. He's bowled 23 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 100. He'll be bowling to Rakeem Cornwall, 2 slips in a gully, deep backward point. Mid-off, 3/4 of the way to the fences. He's into Cornwall, who advances towards him, takes the edge, drops in front of gully, no run. On the onside, he's got a long on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a fine leg.
Set in the field because it looks as if they believe that Rakeem Cornwall is going to try to counter-attack. So they have 4 men on the boundary.
Holder again into Cornwall. So rearing delivery, comes back into Cornwall. He's bowled well, Shamar Holder. 4 for 100, as I say, in his 24th over. Be looking for a fifer. He turns and runs away from us now into Cornwall. Full pitch delivery, stroked nicely through the mid-wicket area for a single. Brings the left-handed Daniel Durham on strike. 402 for 8. Cornwall goes to 2.
I thought that one was in the slot. And I was looking for Cornwall to probably look to smash that one somewhere over the mid-wicket region. He just turned it nicely and picked up the single. But for me, that one was in the slot.
27-year-old Shamar Holder has got five wicket hauls at the first class level. 1 10-wicket match haul to go along with that as he's into Durham. And that one beats Durham. Good delivery. It's leaving the left-hander. Staying over the wicket to the left-hander, which I always like to see Denmark these days. The trend seems to be every time they see a left-hander, immediately they go around the wicket.
But I think Shamar Holder recognizes that the ball has been swinging and swinging in to the right-hander, so it would be swinging away from the left-hander. So he's decided to trust it.
In again to Durham, that one a bit too wide. Durham has nothing to do with that. 3 slips a gully.
And the 2 deliveries that he has bowled to Durham, the first one was a beauty. That just cut across him. That second one, again, some movement, but a little bit wider. So I think that he's trusting the fact that the ball is moving and he's trying to carry Durham into that slip region.
Holder into Durham, and this one wide down the leg side. So he's just losing his direction. The last few deliveries of that over, and at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 402 for 8 with Cornwall on 2 and Durham yet to score.
Leeward Islands will have to now reassess how they're going to approach the rest of this innings with just 2 wickets in hand. Raheem Cornwall, the only batsman of note out there. Daniel Durham, not necessarily known for his batting. It's going to be interesting to see how Raheem Cornwall approaches this innings. The CCC, however, have decided that they're going to defend against Raheem Cornwall. They're not going to give him the opportunity to beat the infield.
Jordan into Cornwall, and Cornwall strokes this into the cover region. Can't beat the field, and there's no run.
Especially on the leg side, we see that they have a man at deep square leg. Then there is also long on. They also have the man down at fine leg. So they're trying to restrict Raheem Cornwall with the boundaries.
That's brought the long on few paces in from the boundary. Cornwall advances, takes the edge, goes down to the third man area, 4 runs.
Just coming down and doing a little bit of a little reverse scoop type shot, just to clear the slip fielders and get it into that vacant third man position, and picked up himself a little cheeky boundary for Raheem Cornwall.
So he moves on to 6. Leeward Islands 406 for 8.
What that shot has done is it has caused the man who was at second slip to now try and move into a gully position.
Jordan again into Cornwall. Cornwall is cutting this back with a point. That'll run into the boundary as well. So back-to-back boundaries for Cornwall. 410 for 8. Cornwall moves on to 10.
With the field placements that that Hakeem Jordan has, that's a poor delivery. You don't want to bowl. You're protecting mostly the leg side, and then you bowl a short, wide ball outside the line of the off stump, giving Cornwall all the opportunity to score that boundary. You want to continue to pitch it up to him.
Yes, I think Jordan being a bit short this morning. That one down the leg side. Cornwall doesn't make contact. Another good take by the keeper. CCC just hunting these last two Leeward Islands wickets. Cornwall has other ideas. Jordan is into him now. Turned into the mid-wicket area, but again can't pierce the field. He's got the one slip now. Gully, deep backward point. Extra cover. Mid-off. 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Long on. Mid-wicket. Deep square leg and fine leg for Rakim Cornwall, who's on 10 facing Akeem Jordan. And advancing again, he chips that straight to mid-wicket. Cornwall is gone. And the combined campuses and colleges pick up their 4th wicket for the morning. Leeward Islands 410 for 9. Cornwall goes for 10.
You can see what he was trying to do. He was just trying to steal the single, coming down and maybe just trying to turn it into that onside for a quick single. But the ball actually was timed too well. So it actually carried to that man who was in that mid-wicket position. Cornwall just trying to farm the strike, getting himself out. So the Leeward Islands losing their way a little bit this morning. 410 for 9, not the way that they would have wanted the morning to go. But CCC would be very happy with the morning's proceedings so far.
Most definitely. Picked up 4 for 43 so far this morning. From a very strong position, which, as Denmore was saying, prior to the start of play, Leeward Islands would have been looking at 470, 500. And now 410 for 9 with the last pair at the crease as O'Shane Thomas joins Daniel Dorham. Shamar Holder will continue from this, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Be bowling to the left-handed Dorham, and now he comes.
And just as you were complimenting him for staying over the wicket, he's decided to go around.
Into Dorham, now takes the edge, but bounces well short of the slip cordon.
I think he should have stayed over the wicket, and then he could increase the slips. He's the last man, and then look to try and get that magic ball that is going across the body of Dorham to bring those slips into play. I think coming around the wicket is going to be difficult for him to get the genuine edge that he's looking for.
3 slips and a gully waits as that one wraps Dorham on the glove. Those slips are awfully close together. There's almost 4 slips. Holder into Dorham. That takes the edge. Flies dropped. The 3rd slip and 4th slip or gully dived across each other. Put it down. Could have been Holder's 5th. Should have been Holder's 5th.
That one carried, and carried at a good height too. Should have been taken.
Holder in again to Dorham. 1 stroke to point. Can't beat the field. No run. 410 for 9. Both Dorham and Thomas yet to get off the mark. It's been the combined campuses and colleges morning here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. They picked up some 4 wickets for 43 runs after Leeward Islands Hurricanes resumed this morning on 367 for 5. Holder around the wicket to Dorham. Left alone through to the keeper. Be interesting to see though, Denmore, how combined campuses and colleges go with the bats. Because they got the veteran himself, Kieran Powell, in the 11.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how Alzawi Joseph and co bowl on this pitch.
That one real wide. Evades everybody. Kicks the ground in disgust as Shamar Holders. It goes down to the fine leg boundary for 4 byes. So Leeward Islands Hurricanes move on to 414 for 9. Yes, even though it's a good batting pitch, you suspect that with the likes of Alzari, O'Shane Thomas, and then the spinners, Rakim Cornwall himself, Daniel Dorham.
Yeah, from what I've seen, it seems as if this pitch can have good bounce and carry, especially if you put in the effort. I think what is going to be important is the length that Alzari Joseph and co bowls on this pitch. It seems not to be a pitch that that if you get a half volley, people are going to put it away. So you're going to have to be looking to hit the pitch quite a lot.
Jordan into O'Shane Thomas and beats him with a good delivery. Coming around the wicket also to the left-handed O'Shane Thomas, who bats left, bowls right.
Alzari Joseph is going to want to be amongst the runs. Since he's been back, he has not been among the wickets, Since he's been back, he has not been very lucky in terms of the wicket column. So he would think that now bowling at home on a decent pitch that looks good, that he can be effective.
Jordan into Thomas and again beats him. 3 slips and a gully wait for Thomas. Jordan just looking to pitch the ball up just a bit further. He's into his 23rd over. 3 maidens, 3 for 72. He's in again to O'Shane Thomas. This one, Thomas goes for a big drive, doesn't make contact, through to the keeper, no run. 414 for 9. Leeward Islands stay on. Combined campuses and colleges will be very happy with their work this morning. Jordan into Thomas, who advances and doesn't get anywhere near that.
Shane Thomas is now playing premeditated cricket. He's just trying to swing for the hills, as they would say, trying to see if he can make any contact whatsoever. I don't expect that he's going to last very long with that strategy. So let's see how he goes about it now.
Jordan once again into Thomas. That one way down the leg side. Thomas has nothing to do with that. Wants that perfect ball just to attack the stumps, does Jordan. He's in again to Thomas. Not attack the stumps, but it's hit high over long on, who was 3/4 of the way in from the rope. It's gone over the rope, 4 runs. So Thomas is underway. He's on to 4. Leeward Islands Hurricanes at the end of the over, 418 for 9.
Under the circumstances, that is a good shot by O'Shane Thomas. It was there to be hit. Like I've been saying all game, every over, the CCC bowls one of those deliveries, a delivery that is over pitched, that's in the slot, that is a boundary delivery. And he certainly capitalized on that one. It was right up in the slot. He got good bat onto it, was able to clear that mid-on fielder and got 4 good runs. 4 good runs for the Leeward Islands as well.
Shema Holder to start a new over around the wicket to Daniel Dorham. Again, beats him.
I think it's easier for Durham batting Shema Holder coming around the wicket because he can see everything that is happening. He can see the delivery coming instead of when you're coming over the wicket that ball is coming maybe towards his rib cage area, which would make him a lot more uncomfortable.
Holder in again to Durham. Again, he plays inside the line through to the keeper. No run. 3 slips and a gully wait. Holder is looking to pitch it up a bit more, bring those slips into play. Once again, he turns, runs away from us into Durham, and Durham is hitting that beautifully straight through the mid-off region into the boundary. 4 runs.
That's what happens when you're coming around the wicket and the batsman is able to, read you clearly and over-pitch delivery, even to a tail ender. He's able to play a shot like that one and pick up a boundary.
Yeah, just simply hit through the line of that did Durham. He moves on to 4. Leeward Islands 422 for 9. Holder once again into Durham. Again, full pitch delivery. It's gone through the cover point region for another 2. So useful runs this for Leeward Islands. Durham moves to 6, 424 for 9.
Useful runs for the Leeward Islands here. And again, 2 over-pitch deliveries right in the slot for Daniel Durham. Even though he's not moving his feet, he's able to, get runs from those deliveries.
Holder into him once again. Up on his toes, defending that into the offside. No run.
Very easy delivery for Daniel Durham to defend.
No sign of Holder though. Going back over the wicket. He's got 1 delivery left in his 26th over. Stands with hands on hips at the top of his mark. He's ready now to run into Daniel Durham. Full pitch delivery, but too wide. Durham has nothing to do with that. And at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 424 for 9, with Durham on 6 and O'Shane Thomas on 4.
I think Shema Holder is thinking too much about that 5th wicket. So he's trying too hard. So instead of continue to bowl the length and line that he was bowling before, he's trying to probably blast out the tail ender in Daniel Durham, which has caused him to overpitch a couple of deliveries. Daniel Durham punched 1 down the ground for 4 and then pushed 1 into the offside and got another 2. 6 runs from the over that I think that he should not have gotten had Shema Holder been really thinking a lot more.
Akeem Jordan, start of a new over into Thomas. Thomas chases a wide one, doesn't make contact, through to the keeper, no run. Jordan 2 staying around the wicket to the left-handed O'Shane Thomas. Approaching the first hour of play on this day 2. It's been combined campuses and colleges morning thus far. It's Jordan into Thomas. Thomas is defending nicely to mid-off, no run. Jordan again around the wicket to Thomas. Thomas again looking for the big drive. Misses completely. His last wicket partnership though stands at 14 thus far.
Clearly you can see that O'Shane Thomas is not going to be there and just trying to probably push it around. He's just hoping that with one of those shots, that one of those deliveries actually come in the slot where he's able to execute that shot that he's trying to play. In the last over, he got one, the last delivery right up there, he was able to execute. He's just hoping that another one would come where he'll be able to make contact.
Jordan in again and again. Through the kitchen sink at that one, but missed completely.
Not necessarily watching the ball, O'Shane Thomas. He's just seeing the ball come in certain areas, and he's playing areas rather than really watching the delivery.
Yes, you could say Denmore is playing like a typical number 11. He waits now for Jordan round the wicket. And this time, beaten outside the off stump. Jordan just needs to pitch it up a bit more. Find that edge.
I think at this stage, Jordan needs to actually pitch a couple up into maybe even the half volley region. Give him the opportunity to try and actually drive, to play. Because when he's bowling that length there, that hard length, O'Shane Thomas is not making contact. I think he needs to go up a little closer to him and see if he can nick him off.
Jordan into Thomas, and this one peels off the inner portion of the bat. Down to fine leg, and they stroll through for a single. Jordan thought he was through there. He wasn't. Thomas moves up to 5. Leeward Islands at the end of the over. 425, 4-9.
So see, that's exactly what I was talking about. He went up a little closer to him. He was making contact, but not good contact. So he almost snuck through and got him bowled. That is what they need to do. Just go up a little further to him. You're already 425 behind. If they hit 2 fours, 10 runs not going to kill you at this stage. But it gives you the opportunity to try and get the wicket. So I think that the bowlers need to just carry the ball a little closer to these tail-enders and see what happens.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Denmore, both of them, both Holder and Jordan. Holder into Thomas, who strokes it out into the offside. No run. A bit guilty of not attacking the stumps enough with numbers 10 and 11 in.
Yeah, I like what Holder was trying to do there. Was striving for the Yorker. It was a full toss, but you can see what he was trying to do.
So Holder around the wicket to Thomas. That one short, wide. Thomas has nothing to do with that. Still 3 slips in a gully weight. Partnership is 15 for the last wicket.
And 15 is the difference between 410 and 425. Meaning that it looks a little bit more daunting, 425 than 410 all out.
Holder, full, almost got the edge that time, but a better delivery, fuller delivery. Thomas drawn into the stroke.
Clearly, we've seen that O'Shane Thomas is going to play that shot. Once the ball is there to drive, he's going to be driving. So I would have been pitching it up to him. Drive if you want.
Holder again into Thomas. That one shorter, too wide. He's getting frustrated with himself. I think you're right.
That shorter one, he's not going to go after that. He's not showing any tendency to go after that type of delivery today. So you want to be able to pitch it up. Pitch it up.
So 2 balls left in the over. Holder decides to go back
Over the wicket.
over the wicket.
Good decision, I think.
Should have stayed there in the first place. Holder into Thomas, and that one is peeled off the edge, and backward point takes the catch. Fuller delivery, finally got one on line. Holder picks up his 5th wicket, takes his 5 further, that's his 6th 5-4 in first class cricket. And on the hour of this day 2, Leeward Islands have been bowled out for 425.
Maybe 100 runs short of what they might have discussed overnight coming into today. I think the Leeward Islands would have come out today with a mind of getting 500 or so by the time of lunch today, maybe 525, trying to force home the advantage and look to put the CCC under even more pressure. 425 is not the worst score in the world. It is probably smaller than what the Leeward Islands would want, but Alzari, Joseph and Co has something to work with. What is going to be important now is the approach of the Leeward Islands bowling. How are they going to come out? How are they going to attack the batters for the CCC? What is going to be the plan? How will O'Shane Thomas and Alzari, Joseph and the likes exploit this pitch that is here? Looks to be a good pitch at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, a good pitch for batting, but it also has something for the bowling, because we see from the CCC, Akeem Jordan and Shamar Holder sharing 8 of the 10 wickets between them, 3 for Jordan and 5 for Shamar Holder. Nothing really of sorts for the 2 spinners. Joachim got Kareem Agor, but Kareem Agor literally gave his wicket away, just jumped down the track and ran past one, got bowled, and then Graves got Joel Andrew playing a reverse sweep at the end of a day's play, an ill-advised shot at that time. So nothing to suggest that it's spin friendly. So I believe for the Leeward Islands as well that it's going to come down to how the opening spell between Alzari Joseph and O'Shane Thomas, how that goes, at the start.
Okay, I'll just run through the Leeward Islands batting card for you. They won the toss yesterday morning and decided to take first strike. And Mikhail Louis was bowled by Shamar Holder for 3. Kadeem Henry bowled by Holder for 35. Casey Carty, LBW to Akeem Jordan for 14. Kareem Agor bowled by Damien Joachim for 65. Justin Graves caught by Romario Graves off the bowling of Holder for 104. Joel Andrew caught by Kieran Powell off the bowling of Graves for 122. Shamar Hamilton, LBW to Jordan for 15. Alzari Joseph caught Paris, bowled Holder for 19. Rakim Cornwall caught Romario Graves, bowled Jordan for 10. O'Shane Thomas was the last of 4, caught Evelyn, bowled Holder for 5. The not-out batsman was Daniel Dorham on 6. And after resuming this morning on 367 for 5, Leeward Islands Hurricanes have been bowled out for 425 in their first innings. The bowling figures for combined campuses and colleges: Akeem Jordan, 24 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 77. Shamar Holder, the pick of the bowlers, 26.5 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 107. Calvin Marcus, 9 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 44. Damal Evelyn, 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 39. Damien Joachim, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 48. Romario Graves, 17 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 75. And Shakir Paris, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 16. So 425 all out Leeward Islands Hurricanes. We'll be back on 360 in approximately 5 minutes with live ball-by-ball coverage of the combined campuses and colleges. A reply.
And we're back at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium, where we're going to have the reply of the combined campuses and colleges after they this morning were able to restrict the Leeward Islands to 425 all out, 58 runs scored in the morning session, 5 wickets for the CCC this morning. They got a wicket with their very first delivery of the day and took wickets at regular intervals. Nobody from the Leeward Islands was really able to get off. Alzari Joseph being the only counter attack. He got 19 runs. Jama Hamilton, who started on 11 overnight, got to 15. 10 for Raheem Cornwall, and Daniel Durham getting 6 not out, with O'Shane Thomas 5 at the end. So nothing really. 58 runs scored by the Leeward Islands this morning, and out for probably a smaller total than they would have been hoping for, all out for 425 runs. A 5-wicket haul for Shamar Holder, 26.5 overs, 4 maidens, 107 runs, 5 wickets for him. 3 wickets for Akeem Jordan, 24 overs, 3 maidens, 77 runs, 3 wickets. As we're about to start the first delivery, Alzari Joseph outside the line of the off stump, and it looks as if it's Joel Andrew who is keeping wicket for the Leeward Islands today.
Yes, morning to all listeners, and morning to you, Denmore. Yes, it's Joel Andrew with the gloves, and I always thought, from ever since he would have made his debut for the Leeward Islands, he should have been the wicket keeper.
Well, he is the wicket keeper today, and so wicket keeper Joel Andrew, 3 slips and a gully in place. Alzari Joseph just trying to be right up to the batter there for the combined campuses and colleges. Looks to be Powell.
Yeah.
And there are folks out there that says that Powell has an axe to grind, so they're thinking that he might be coming out with something on his shoulder. How do you think he's going to approach his innings today? You think he's going to be looking to probably counter-attack the Leeward Islands?
I think he's going to try and see himself in, but he would surely want to get 100.
Here is Alzari Joseph to him, wide outside the line of the off stump. Skipping in front of the first slip is Joel Andrew, and picks it up. And there's no run. So Powell and Evelyn, the 2 batters at the crease for CCC.
And Evelyn would have had some runs prior to this game.
Got a century, his last innings out. So he's in form as well. Damel Evelyn and Kieran Powell. We know the prowess of Kieran Powell, having played for the Leeward Islands before. Alzari Joseph to him, and he's chipping one. The ball just left the bat slightly in the air, but dropping well short of that short mid-on position, and no run.
And not forgetting that Powell would have had test centuries to his name as well, Denmore.
Certainly. So he has the experience. So Cornwall, Hamilton, and Graves in the slips, and it looks to be Durham who is standing there at that gully position. 3 slips and a gully. Raheem Cornwall just having a long distance conversation with Alzari Joseph and maybe one of his fielders. The slips go down now. They're ready. Outside the line of the off stump. Again, not offering a shot. That one just seemingly just swung a little bit late after it went past the bat of Kieran Powell, just shaping back towards Joel Andrew behind the stumps.
Yes, a good delivery there from Alzari Joseph. Just trying to find his line and length just outside the off stump there to the left-hander.
I'm happy to see that he has stayed over the wicket, or started over the wicket to the left-handed Powell, with the slips in place. Another delivery outside the line of the off stump. Powell not interested in offering a stroke to end the over. So maiden to start for Alzari Joseph. to Kieran Powell, the opening batsman for the combined campuses and colleges. Damel Evelyn, who is listed as a right-hand bat, he is in with him. And we expect to see O'Shane Thomas coming from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Very few spectators in today, at least so far. I think some of the spectators would have expected maybe when they arrive a little later on, the Leeward Islands would have still been batting, but the Leeward Islands had a mini collapse, so you couldn't see a full collapse this morning. From the get-go, they were always in trouble, losing Graves with the first delivery. Graves just falling over and chipping the ball into that mid-wicket position, and didn't last long this morning. And then the other wickets followed in quick succession. Alzari Joseph, then Jamal Hamilton, Raheem Cornwall, and finally Durham. Full toss to start by O'Shane Thomas. So the Evelyn is away and the CCC's innings is on its way.
It's also no ball to start as well. With the batting of the Leeward Islands in the first session, I think it was a big collapse. You know, going down, 5 wickets going down in an hour, that's not a mini collapse, that's a big collapse.
Certainly not what they would have wanted or what they would have planned overnight. I don't think that they saw that Graves would have been out, first delivery. And from the time he was out first delivery, that literally started a slide. And I think one or two of the other batsmen were a little bit irresponsible in the way that they played. O'Shane Thomas trying to find his line. One carried through it. Good pace, good bounce through to Joel Andrew. Joel Andrew looks a very small figure standing next to Raheem Cornwall out there.
A giant and a midget.
Yeah, almost.
A dwarf.
Yeah, quite contrasting view. You look at the very small, diminutive figure of Joel Andrew versus the giant size Raheem Cornwall standing at that first slip position. Thomas is driven beautifully for 4 by Powell. It was right up to him, and he just came down with the bat very quickly and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, a beautiful
and
shot there.
It's also
Karen
looking
Powell.
as if it's his second no ball of the innings.
Yes,
So-
a beautiful shot there by Karen Powell. You know, just coming down on that. You know, over pitch delivery from Thomas and just caressed for 4 beautiful runs.
O'Shane Thomas looks at his mark because that was also signaled as a no ball by the umpire. So no ball and 4. This time outside the line of the off stump, allowing the ball to go through to Joel Andrew.
Yeah, Denmore, with Kyron Powell and the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, I don't know what happened between there, but I think Kyron Powell still has a lot to offer, and Leeward Islands team is a pretty young team, and with the experience of Kyron Powell, he's not yet 35, you understand? He still has something to offer to the young players of the Leeward Islands, so I think he should have been in the Leeward Islands team and helping out.
This is a wide delivery outside the line of the off stump, called wide. It was that wide that Joel Andrew was skipping in front of literally the second slip fielder, who, again, standing left of Raheem Cornwall. Jamal Hamilton looks a very small figure. So it's Cornwall at first slip, Hamilton at second slip, Graves at third slip, and then looks to be Durham, who is in the gully region. Better delivery from O'Shane Thomas. That one just on or about the off stump in that channel. Powell though not interested. Picked up the line pretty quickly and allowed that one to go into the gloves of Joel Andrew. So there is no run. 8 without loss. The score for the combined campuses and colleges, on 8 without loss. Again, delivery outside the line of the off stump. Not interesting, Powell. And so he's quite focused, Kewan Powell. Some of the folks maybe at the Leeward Islands board would not agree with you. Certainly they did not agree with you, as they would have gotten rid of Powell from in amongst their squad. And Powell has found new life, we would say, with the CCC. And he's been effective. I think he's had a century already for the season. Would be hoping to do well here against the Leeward Islands. However, the Leeward Islands would be hoping that they can get rid of him early and get amongst the batters here for CCC.
Well, yes, that would be the aim with the foundation that they would have set with 425 runs. You would want to bat only once, you know, so the aim would be now to make early inroads into the CCC team.
That type of delivery will not do it. As that one, the player there in Kewan Powell just watches it as it bounces into the gloves of Joel Andrew, and the over, there is no runs. So just having a look at the point standing, CCC with 20.6 points, and they've played 4 rounds of matches, and it says here that they've lost 3. So not a very good season for them. So they would be hoping that they can have a better result against the Leeward Islands today. Leeward Islands would be hoping that their struggles continue.
In order to have success here for the Leeward Islands, then more, they have to pitch the ball up. They cannot be short. That's the only way.
Azari Joseph is in, and this delivery striking him on the pad. Loud appeal, and he's given leg before. So Evelyn has to go. He's probably suggesting that that one might have taken him on the bat. We'll have to have a look. But Azari Joseph was confident. Let's just have a look again. No, that looked as from here, no bat. That looked as if that one would have hit him on the back leg, probably crashing into that leg stump. And Alzari Joseph was very confident. And again, that little bit of swing that Alzari Joseph, you were just speaking about it, pitching the ball up, and that one was pitched up with a little bit of swing. Evelyn was late, and he's out leg before.
Yes, a good delivery there from Alzari Joseph, beating the batsman there between bat and pad, you know, and strike the front pad and the bat, and went straight into the back pad, and that was plumb LBW.
So Alzari Joseph getting his first wicket, 8 for 1. Damel Evelyn going back without scoring. Or did he get 1 for 1? Going back for just a single. So Evelyn is back. Powell is still there. And
new batsman is Jeremiah.
so Johan Jeremiah, the captain, has come out. So we have two left-handers at the crease for the CCC.
And it's good to see Alzari Joseph staying over the wicket to the left-hander as well, because it's this they have this new thing now where as the left-hander comes out, the bowler goes around the wicket. I don't know where they got that from, but that's what I'm seeing.
So they've sent for the helmet. So Alzari Joseph is going to have that man and that short leg position a little bit backwards. This is a quick delivery, and Jeremiah just looking to get on top of it and steer it away into the offside field, gets it down into that backward point position, no run. Looked as if that one hustled him a little bit.
Wasn't comfortable at all.
Yeah.
Wasn't comfortable at all. So this would be a very interesting over.
Joseph outside the line of the off stump again. Jeremiah just picking that line up very quickly, raising the bat. No run.
Alzari here is trying to set up Jeremiah, trying to push him back, and then up.
Here we see again, just getting that hard length. The batsman a little bit uncomfortable, just covering it though, and playing it down into the onside. Ball hitting the bat pretty hard. From this vantage point. 8 for 1, the total. Dame leveling, LBW, Alzari Joseph for 2, just facing 2 deliveries. That one seemed to just be very plumb. That was a good shout. Outside the line of the off stump, flirting with danger there is Johan Jeremiah. The end of the over, the end of it. Replying to the 425 all-out made by the Leeward Islands, the combined campuses and colleges, they are 8 for 1.
Yes, a good over there by Alzari Joseph, getting one to his name, as we know, it's been a long time. He haven't been amongst the wickets since he would have returned from West Indies duty. So, probably now is the perfect time for him now at home, his home turf. And that's really needed now at this time, because the last game they would have played, they would have gotten 2-1. So now is their opportunity to reverse the 2-1, and they have started well.
They've started well. O'Shane Thomas, though, needs a burst like he had in their last game. This delivery is punched away into the offside field. They're going to get 2. The fielder giving chase. Just pulls it up. 3/4 ways to the boundary. 2 runs to Powell. 2 more to the CCC total. 10 for 1.
Yeah, and O'Shane should not believe that was a bad delivery. That was a good delivery, well played, and now we see the offside being strengthened from the man coming from behind square leg and coming into the extra cover position. This is a very good feel. All he has to do now is to maintain that same similar line and length as the previous delivery.
Stays over the wicket. one outside the line of the off stump, maybe starting a little too wide and just went through on its way. Would probably want to start that one a little bit closer to Powell.
Yeah, you really would have wanted to start a little bit closer, but nothing is wrong with that delivery. That's good enough still, you know, just tease him outside the off stump now. So it's for him now just to work his way just a little bit closer in.
Certainly agree with you. Powell is cutting at one. That was coming back at him from outside the line of the off stump. Not able to pace the field.
Yeah, Thomas needs to get back to that length, just uppish. That last delivery was a bit too short. You know, too much time for Powell. He needs to get back to that delivery, the previous length. Uppish. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid off, uppish. That was a good delivery there. Just outside the off stump. Very good delivery there from Thomas. Needs to maintain that sort of line and length just outside the off stump and be very consistent. Consistency is the key on this particular wicket. You're not going to blast anybody out here.
I think they're going to have to be patient too. That is going to be important, the patience, especially of the bowlers, not getting carried away. Powell is driving beautifully through the offside. He's going to get 4. Overpitched delivery by O'Shane Thomas. Powell just went through with the drive. Didn't time it as well as he might have wanted to, but he got enough bat onto it that it went into the extra cover region and out to the boundary for 4.
Yes, another beautiful shot there from Kyron Powell. Over pitching was Thomas, and it was just caressed to the boundary. Beautiful shot. It's just for Thomas now to just pull his length, just to touch back. The line was good, the length was off. So it's just for him to just pull it, just a touch back.
Let's see how he responds. That one going down the leg side. There's just a little bit of an excitement, but that one seemingly looks as if it probably fell before it got to Joel Andrew, who was tumbling away to his right.
Seems to have touched the tie pad rather than the bat.
Good tidy work by Joel Andrew. Just tidying things up there on that occasion. And end of the over. The end of the over, the total is 14 for 1. 14 for 1. You and Jeremiah yet to score. And Kieran Powell, he's on 10.
Yes, a big task here for the CCC team, you know, to try and get to that 425 runs. All they have to do now is to take it session by session. You know, they have a little time coming up before lunch, a few minutes before lunch, maybe about 20-25 minutes or so before lunch. So they need to see through that period without any wicket going down.
He's edging this one. Good stop. That by Durham in the gully region. That one was traveling quickly, hit the edge of the bat of Johan Jeremiah. He went all the way down onto the ground. Good stop that by Durham, because that one had gotten past him. Certainly would have been a boundary.
Correct, yes, good feeling there by Durham, you know, saving 4 runs, you know, past him. That would have been 4. Another good delivery there from Alzari Joseph, you know, following up his previous over.
Zari Joseph with another good delivery. That this time it's a Yorker led delivery. Was trying to knock over Johan Jeremiah. Jeremiah getting down quickly onto that one. Again squeezing the ball out into the slip region. No run.
Yes, well bowled there again from Alzari. that had some good pace on it as well. Yeah. Nice tidy line and length there from Alzari Joseph. Keeping it nice and tight. So far, no runs from his bowling, and this is his third over, 2.3. Yeah, so good going, good start for Alzari. Good start for the Leeward Islands.
Covering up again is Johan Jeremiah to another on-target delivery from Alzari Joseph. So Alzari Joseph is really trying to attack the stumps of Johan Jeremiah. I'm expecting to maybe see him just give him one a little wider now. So that he's pushing him back. Just maybe give him something a little fuller, a little wider, to try and see if he can probably take him into the slips.
Even a wide half volley could work.
Gets a short delivery, and again, Jeremiah looks uncomfortable. Ducks under it. The ball is going over the top of his shoulder into the gloves of Joel Andrew. But he doesn't look comfortable, does not look comfortable batting Alzari Joseph.
Yes, that's correct. And the field setting, I like the field setting because you leave the extra cover open, you know, just to ask him to go through the extra cover. So it's for Alzari, you know, just to pitch it up just outside the off stump, foolish, asking him to drive.
Gets one outside the line of the off stump, doesn't offer a stroke, allows it to bounce through to the wicket keeper to end the over. So the end of the over, the score remains on 14 for 1 with Kieran Powell on 10. Johan Jeremiah, having faced 11 deliveries, is yet to get off the mark.
Yes, another good over there from Alzari Joseph. I think that's another maiden. Yeah, another good over there from Alzari. You know, keeping it nice and tight. And just needs the support from the other end in Thomas. You know, he's been up and down, short and full. You know, he needs to be consistent. Needs some consistency to back up the bowling at the other end.
Short delivery is pulled away. He's going to get 6 runs. So it was a short delivery by O'Shane Thomas. And Kieran Powell was equal to the task. He just helped it on its way. Got it over the square leg region for 6.
Why that delivery when the field is already set for the pitch up delivery outside of the off stump? Why? That's a bad delivery and a very good shot by
poor
Kieran
delivery,
Powell.
good shot.
Now we see some adjustment.
Better delivery, pitched up to the left-handed Powell. Powell just covers up, plays it defensively, no run.
Yes, better delivery. No, that's the kind of ball you want for the kind of field that you have. Now we see the square leg, backward of square is on the boundary now where that 6 was struck.
O'Shane Thomas having burst onto the scene a few years ago as a tear away. Young fast bowler coming out of Jamaica. Getting an opportunity, but it has been a struggle since. Many folks think that his size is probably one of the hindrances that he's had, that he's probably not been as fit as he could be. But he was a favorite of some of the selectors at one point.
No ball again. Seems to have some problems with his run-up.
Yeah, he's having some problems. This is what? His third no ball. So he's had 3 no balls and he's had a wide. So a little bit of a struggle with his run-up and probably with his radar as well. 20, 1 for 1.
The Leewards don't have a third seamer.
Well, they do in Graves. I think he's going to have to do a lot of work. We've seen him bowl even for the West Indies, those seam-up deliveries. Graves, Justin Graves. I think he's going to be playing as the third seamer. But I believe Raheem Cornwall and Daniel Durham, they're going to have a lot of work to do throughout this innings as well.
Yes, plenty, because in the first inning we noticed no spinners really, got any bulk of the wicket. Most wickets went to the seam bowlers.
Driven for 4, over pitched once more, full toss, 4 runs. Can't bowl that kind of delivery to Kieran Powell. Got a full toss, just came down hard on it with the bat and drove it back past O'Shane Thomas and out to the middle of the long off boundary for 4. Good shot once again by Kieran Powell.
Yes, well played there by Kieran Powell. And Kieran Powell would dispatch those every day, all the time. So that's not where you would want to bowl to Kieran Powell. You would want to get that nice line and length just outside the off stump, asking him to drive. The slips and the gully down there waiting. That's the kind of line and length you want to bowl.
Side the line of the off stump once more. Is that another no ball?
Another no ball.
Yes, another no ball. So he has to make the adjustment. We just see him coming back and marking the very same spot. I don't think that's an adjustment. He probably just need to remark his run because he's been overstepping. This is his 4th no ball in this spell, and he's bowled 2.5 overs so far. So 4 no balls in 3 overs is unforgivable. As you look again, you just look as if he's coming back and marking the same spot. We haven't seen even a slight adjustment. Just pushing one through there to end the over. The end of it, 26 for 1.
Well, I think Raheem Cornwall should give Thomas a break, because with the new ball, you need to get some wickets. You need some wickets. And with that sort of bowling that Thomas giving the Leeward Islands now, you would never have that. You understand? So Cornwall needs to look into things and give Thomas a break. He's not having a very good start. And try something else from the commentary end.
Yeah, I would agree with you, because he's pretty much wasting, as we would say, wasting the new ball. As you said earlier, he's been up and down, short, and then over pitched. And in contrast, Alzari Joseph has started with 3 maidens.
3 maidens and bowling, very nice line and length just outside the off stump. If he's not attacking the stumps, he's outside the off stump. So when you have that sort of bowling partner and doing well at the other end, Now you at this end, you don't try to emulate your partner at the other end.
Should. But all 26 runs have come from the bowling of O'Shane Thomas. Another good delivery again from Alzari Joseph. This time, Jeremiah just squeezing it out into the offside field, no run.
Jeremiah seems to be playing those deliveries very close to him. I don't know if you really noticed that. He's allowing the ball to get right up to him.
Literally playing them under his eyes. Here is Alzahari Joseph again. An uncomfortable delivery to Jeremiah. Let's just have a look and see what that one hit. Yeah.
The gloves.
Yeah.
Evasive action.
He's taking evasive action there. Didn't rise as high as he probably thought that it would. Just taking evasive action. But Alzahari Joseph continues to be a bother for Johan Jeremiah, but he's going to battle on.
He has to tough it out. Tough it out and keep your eyes on the ball. That's the main thing. Keep your eyes on the ball.
He's driven this one. He's going to get a boundary because that one was right up to him and he just chipped it down to that long on position and he's going to get 4. He gets off the mark with a boundary, but it passed Alzari Joseph in the air and he was striving for it. Those have to stick. It went away from Alzari Joseph's hand and ended up into the boundary for 4. So fortuitous boundary for Johan Jeremiah, but he's off the mark and the total is now 30 for 1.
Yes, even though it was in the air as it passes Alzari Joseph, I still think that was a very good shot. You know, Alzari would have had to done very well to get his hands to that. That was a good shot. Beautifully played. Back past the bowler, 4 runs. Without even any effort.
He's getting another delivery that he's just playing up on the onside. This time he can't score. Just using the pace of that last delivery to get the boundary. It was right up to him. He just came down with a check jive. It left the bat in the air, but it was away from Alzari Joseph's outstretched left hand and was able to carry very quickly down to that long on boundary for 4 runs.
Yes, and you know Alzari is a tall person, and if he can't get to it, you know, it's been well played.
So Jeremiah continues to battle. He's had one of those type of battles with Alzari Joseph. Here is he beaten outside the line of the off stump. I'll probably just give him the benefit of the doubt, just pulling the bat inside the line at that last minute. As you can see, the Leeward Islands scorecard and 5 wickets there for Shamar Holder as well. And so far, the combined campuses and colleges, 20 for Kieran Powell. And are we going to have, it looks as if we're going to have a bowling change. Yes, Rakim Cornwall has listened to you. He's probably mic'd up. And he is dispatched with O'Shane Thomas. And he has brought himself on pretty early in the goings on. So he's going to have probably an over or so before lunch. Because according to our watch, it's about 7 minutes before lunch and interval. So I think they will get in about 2 more overs or so before lunch. And Cornwall is coming on. And immediately he's going straight around the wicket to the left-hander in Powell.
And not a bad move to introduce himself.
Here is Cornwall. First delivery struck hard, but just for a single, as the man at cover is deep. And so just 1 run to Powell. Cornwall's first delivery just almost looked as if it was just a loosener. Just one that was tossed up there to the batsman. It bounced a little bit, but he was able to just get back and crack it into the cover region. Cornwall bowling, that's a good delivery. Second time up. Immediately he's on target. Raheem Cornwall.
Yes, a good delivery there from Cornwall. First up to Jeremiah. Yeah, good delivery. And Cornwall would want to take him in for lunch. Have him for lunch.
Another good delivery from Raheem Cornwall. Played defensively by Johan Jeremy. There's no run. If you're just joining us, the Leeward Islands, they were bowled out for 425 this morning. 58 runs they were able to score from the overnight 467 for 5. They lost 5 quick wickets this morning for 58 runs. Here is an appeal by Cornwall. Just a stifled appeal though. Cornwall was not really interested because he was turning back very quickly. 5-wicket haul for the CCC's Shema Holder. And he would have started the slide this morning, getting Graves with the very first ball of the day. And the slide continued for just about an hour. CCC, they are currently on 31 for 1 in reply to that 425 made by the Leeward Islands.
Yes, the partnership going quite nicely here for the CCC as well. 23 runs between Jeremiah, the captain, and Kyron Powell. Going along smoothly. They would need a big one between them both.
Azari Joseph is going to continue, and he's going to try from around the wicket to the left-handed Powell. So his first 4 overs, he had stayed over the wicket. He's decided now that he's going to go around the wicket. And there are just some guys that are standing in front of the side screen on the southern end.
And sometimes you have to wonder which game are those guys watching.
Azari Joseph bang on target, his first delivery to Powell. Still 3 slips and a gully by Raheem Cornwall. There is that man at point. Cover, mid-off, short mid-on, and a man down on the long leg boundary. Joel Andrew, they got a century in the Leeward Islands innings. He's keeping wicket today for the Leeward Islands. Here's Alzari Joseph outside the line of the off stump. Picking the line up quickly and just raising the bat is Kieran Powell. Ball going into the gloves of Joel Andrew, the wicket keeper. With the abundance of wicket keepers now in the Caribbean and the youthful nature of them in the sense that you have they're not very old. Do you think that Joel Andrew as a wicket-keeper batsman is the best decision? Or should he be looking to make the team as an all-out genuine batsman?
Well, when you say for the Leeward Islands, I think he should be the wicket-keeper batsman for the Leeward Islands, number 1. And then, based on his performance, then you could look and see if he would be better fit as a wicket-keeper batsman or just a batsman by itself. But first up, he should be given the opportunity here for the Leeward Islands.
Alzari Joseph is in, and this is a good delivery. Coming down almost a little bit belatedly on it is Kieran Powell. Just a half stride he had into that one, getting it into the onside field. No run. So apart from that one boundary in the last over, Azari Joseph has kept it tight. Started off with 3 maidens and he got a wicket. Got the wicket of Damel Evelyn. Another hard ball. It was a heavy ball from Alzari Joseph as Powell continues to play defensively. There is no run. So 31 for 1, just about in the 9th over, or so 1 delivery to go. And if this one is delivered quickly, we might get another delivery in. Raheem Cornwall just adjusting that man on the leg side.
I think that's a bluff, you know.
Yeah, it is.
Probably wants Powell to think he's going to bowl.
Alzari Joseph is
two on the...
sending another man. He's taken one from out in the cover region and has sent him down to deep backward square on the boundary. He's motioning something else to Raheem Cornwall, but he's ready now. As he comes in and bowls. Powell is beaten outside the line of the off stump with a good delivery. That was the bluff. They call it the bluff. He sent the man down there and then he gave him a beautiful length ball. That one just missing the edge of Powell's bat and into the gloves of Joel Andrew. But that was a beautiful delivery to take us into lunch by Alzari Joseph.
Yes, a beautiful delivery there from Alzari Joseph. You know, good bluff. I saw it. I saw it early. You know, because I don't see the last ball before lunch, and you're going to bowl a short delivery like that. You could go for 6, and here what the batsman would not even offer a stroke. And at this point of time, you would want the batsman to offer a stroke to the delivery before lunch.
It's a good delivery to end before lunch. So going into the luncheon interval, the CCC, they are on 31 for 1 after 9 overs. After this morning, bowling out the Leeward Islands for 425. Just to give you the quick scorecard for the Leeward Islands: Mikael Louis 3, Kadim Henry 35, 14 Kate Sikati, Karimago 65, Justin Graves 104, Joel Andrew 122, 15 to Jamal Hamilton, Azari Joseph 19, Raheem Cornwall 10, Daniel Durham 6, and O'Shane Thomas 5. Akeem Jordan 3 wickets, 5 wickets for Shamar Holder, and a wicket each for Damian Joachim and Romario Graves. And for the CCC, Damel Evelyn is the man who was LBW to Alzari Joseph for 1. Kieran Powell goes into the lunch on 21. Johan Jeremiah on 4 of 22 deliveries. And Alzari Joseph, the successful bowler so far, 5 overs, 4 maidens, 4 runs, 1 wicket. We'll be joining you after lunch for more coverage of this West Indies Championship match between the Leeward Islands Hurricane and the combined campuses and colleges. We'll see you after lunch.
He knows what the people have been saying about him, and he has really silenced everyone with that.
Age is truly just a number.
This has been a flawless knock from Jason Mohammed. He's been methodical and calculating. He has really shown relentless perseverance in reading the game.
Over the last 5 to 6 years, I think I've really worked hard in terms of my fitness and
batting, so to speak, in the nets. As you said before, I think there's one thing I really want to accomplish is playing Test cricket. Not sure if it's going to happen or not, but I know this will be obviously my last opportunity. I think in the past, knowing I wanted to play Test cricket so much, even at a younger age, just wanted to play for West Indies. I think I put a little bit too much pressure on myself of thinking about the outcome and what is going to happen after the season and if I'm going to be on a West Indies Test team or not, rather than now knowing that, hey, this is your last opportunity, just go out there, enjoy yourself, express yourself. Although there's a lot of talk with around about my age and stuff, I think as a sportsman, as a cricketer, I think once you are fit and once you are performing, I think that's the main asset of playing cricket and playing international cricket for West Indies. So I think just having a clear mind and just trying to enjoy my cricket and just working on the things that I need to work on in order to produce the runs. Obviously looking to score at the end of the day is most important. That's something now I've changed a little bit more this year in the 4-day tournament. I think I'm looking to score rather than just bat time as well. So I think that's something has really helped me and it's working really well this far. I had set some really goals for myself, some really big goals, and I think I know I had was to get a couple big 100 in order to get there. So in the past, if I was to get to 100, I would relax a little bit or just try go all out attack rather than now knowing that I have to score big runs in order to achieve what I want. You know, I sort of really just start over after I get into 100. Myself, I just want to be remembered for someone who has really worked hard. Obviously, I've gone through a lot of difficult times in first-class cricket and in my career, but you know, I've never given up. Some people might have, and then with everything else happening with age and everything, I know a lot of people would have walked away. So I just want to be remembered for someone who was strong mentally and always had the love and the passion for the game and always worked hard to achieve whatever I think I wanted to achieve in this game. To play Test cricket is the ultimate for international cricket. Doesn't matter at what age, if it was to happen, it will obviously be a very proud moment in my life and for my family life. I think I'll put it down as my best moment at international cricket if it was to happen. As I said before, this game demands so much from you and you feel a lot more than you perform, especially as a batsman. I think at certain periods of time, when things wasn't going my way, even self when I was doing well and wasn't being selected for certain times at West Indies cricket, I think I would have walked away, but I'm grateful that I have a very strong family background, especially for my parents who have supported me from day one. And being married 10 or 11 years now, my wife has really been a strong part in my career as well. You know, she's someone who has always motivated me and said, hey, let's look forward and look forward for doing great things. And I think they are the main reason why I'm still here and while I'm still performing. And now is my time sort of much to give back to them, to say, hey, I'm grateful and thankful for the support that you guys have given me over the last couple of years.
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Jewel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself, and just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. I mean, she's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Joel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Joel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing, and if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Joel Andrew, what would you tell them?
So a confident young man, fearless, as Viv would say, never die sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
Let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tagged with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressured because everyone expects me to, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much, because at this level, expectations will be high. So just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first-class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they push me more than I push myself, especially fitness tests and those things, Aiden is the one that really pushed me to, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run, and it did.
I really, see him as a little brother, and I really try to encourage him in, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, just always laughing. Sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, I really, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, my idol off the field, more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first-class experience, went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. Whilst all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home to me. Receiving, that call was something that I always wanted, to just be in a part of the CPL, because, this is the biggest party in sport, so I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from CPL, and I cried instantly. Because, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself, and it's something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
I mean, he's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 15 ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Azari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
I mean, he's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, you know, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
I mean, every time I hear the anthem, I get emotional because, you know, that's something that stands out and something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of home crowd. That will make me feel good. And just still learn as much as I can because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old, we could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old, but brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series, and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So all the best.
Thanks.
Not this trio.
Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Jaden got
Me.
Important things.
Important things,
Nobody late. But like if it's dinner.
Casual, I think me, for sure.
Jaden cuts it
Yeah.
close.
Who lifts the most in the gym?
Then between Andy and I. Oh no, you look strong too.
You see
But-
my legs? Where's your squat?
3.
You win. Yeah.
I think it's 3
I was
285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It varies.
It varies, depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win. I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Yeah, I used to play football and
It wasn't good.
You mad?
We mean on a game.
Nobody, all them mad.
PS5.
Yeah, I have medals for football, eh?
They give out participation medals too.
No. Square banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school
Next.
football level. What do you mean next?
Hey, I have an intercal game, eh?
I've played intercall final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jaden.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I can call. Joe Root.
So what Ben Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Joe Root do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean to England. It have to be Joe Root. Joe Root.
Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he's not giving me nightmares. It's just...
He's making you think a little bit.
Yeah. He's making it hard work. Yeah.
Who's the teacher's pet?
The whole team. All right.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher's pet for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge.
Oh, yeah.
Full stop. Full stop.
Yeah, my
Conversation done. Nobody else. It ain't nobody else. Conversation done. Kevin Hodge.
For sure.
For batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
Yeah,
Louis has some moves. Louis has some moves. Shema would say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so you can't say.
Shema would say he has some moves.
I see Louis put it down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis.
Yeah.
Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Scott. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite. Casey has the best
Casey fresh when
Casey always fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer Sinky.
Nice man, nice man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
This is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who I was gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of the two?
Yeah, anybody
Yeah,
there.
anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there?
definitely.
Yeah. Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I think one name that stands just Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig just
Yeah.
be real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking
yeah.
on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking, he's just...
So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia is probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in the Gabba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish as well.
And we have a picture with that one.
Yeah.
Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team, Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec
Gifted.
just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together, and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how we could say it, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and cheer him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when it's not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, you can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question. Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals. I scored 19 with Haaland.
Next question.
What is your favorite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes. Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience test cricket. You get to experience singing the national anthem. And doing it home. Doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing the national anthem anywhere in the world is a big thing.
I think for me it's about representing the region. Not everybody gets to do it. There's a lot of people who aspire to do it, but not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is that weight on your shoulders. It's obviously a big weight, but it's something that you cherish forever. And to get that test cap, nobody could ever take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, you know, to represent the region, as just said. And you know how it started for me, it was funny because I had friends who used to play cricket, who I would go down on a weekend and watch play cricket and, you know, get the opportunity when they are short. And I know those are the ones who actually wanted to play for West Indies at the time, because I used to do track and field. So it's not only for me now, but it's for them as well. So I'm actually living their dream for them as well.
What moment has made you the proudest of each other?
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played, Andy didn't debut as yet, but yeah, I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
Goes down the ground. He thinks he's got there. He certainly has. What an innings from Josh De Silva. The ecstasy written all over his face, and boy, he's deserved that.
The way we celebrate and enjoy each other's success, that's something I cherish. That's something I definitely enjoy.
For me, when Andy made his debut, I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first test wicket. I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far more getting your first test wicket on debut in your first over is obviously a big thing. So I was very proud of him in that moment. And for me, with Josh, it's scoring the first test 100. And not because I was batting, just because he get it. Because he was batting well throughout the series. He had, I think, 150 before that. And he was looking like he could push on at some stage. And he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and we won the series in the end. So I was very proud of both of them in those different moments. What are we expecting from this test against Bangladesh? Win?
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah. Not much, not too complicated, just
to win. Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig and coach proud.
Yeah,
that's all.
Two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me, I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do, and be prepared to put some hard yards in before, so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements, and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit, was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me through my whole career, and obviously watching the great man before me lay the foundation and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of yours journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket here, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kumar. His skill set, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, instead of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken, make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it on AIM Bar based on CCC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the three West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fida, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing. And he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, Legend, what do you think about this, and what we think? And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how we accepts it, and he would try, and you know, we would have a chat after the game, this didn't work or that worked, that sort of helped us. And it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice, and I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation? Yeah, I do remember that conversation. You know, speaking to him is always is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on, man. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I was playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then, you know, you play the moment away and stuff, and it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Roach is 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that straight partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other, and I think that to me was the friendship that we have, and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me, because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we would have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well, when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back. And he said, so what to do? I said, just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm. And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And you know, to me, was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you, if you had to look back on your career? It could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's that period is I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I had with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments, both of you guys?
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the second session of play of this fifth round encounter at the West Indies 4-day first-class championship between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the combined campuses and colleges. Players are just taking the field after the luncheon interval. Their combined campuses and colleges will resume on 31 for 1 with Kieran Powell on 21 and Jeremiah on 4. And that's in reply to Leeward Islands Hurricanes. First innings total of 425. Leeward Islands resumed this morning on 367 for 5 and were bowled out for 425 with Shmar Holder picking up his 6th first-class 5-for. So in reply, combined campuses and colleges are 31 for 1. As I say, a very good afternoon to Anthony Iroot Spartan.
Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon to our listeners and good afternoon to you, Terry, as well.
Leeward Islands captain Rakim Cornwall starts proceedings from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the field. Ball into Jeremiah with 2 slips, short leg, and a short mid-wicket. It was Alzari Joseph who got the breakthrough prior to the luncheon interval when he trapped Demal Evelyn LBW for 1 with the score on 8. Kieran Powell and Johan Jeremiah, captain of the combined campuses and colleges, taking the score up to 31 since then. Cornwall operating around the wicket to the left-handed Jeremiah, who's back and cutting that through point. And go close to the boundary, just picked up now inside the rope. They run 2, they think of a 3rd. But it's not on, so 2 more to Jeremiah. He moves on to 6. And the score 33 for 1.
Yes, nice little shot there from Jeremiah through the offside. You know, just a little bit of room there and just punching it through the offside. Nice little shot.
Faces up to Cornwall again. Quicker delivery by Cornwall to finish the over. So the first over after lunch. Combined campuses and colleges move on to 33 for 1. Kieran Powell is on 21 and Jeremiah is on 6.
Yes, a quiet start here for the CCC after lunch. They would want to continue building on the partnership. The partnership is 25 between Kieran Powell and Jeremiah. They would want to, you know, go on to the 50 mark, 50 partnership, and then look to step it up from there and try to build a big partnership in order to try and, you know, get close to that runs for the Leeward Islands in 425.
So it's going to be Alzari Joseph to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end around the wicket to Kieran Powell, who plays that nicely forward of point for an easy 2. He goes on to 23. Score 35 for 1. Kieran Powell will be the big wicket that the Hurricanes will be looking for, Anthony.
Yes, definitely. They would want to see the back of Kieran Powell because they know Kieran Powell could be very dangerous, you know, and he's a free-flowing scorer as well, you know.
44 50s and 10 hundreds at the first-class level as he faces Joseph, and that's driven firmly but well fielded. A bit off position, no run. Heard you talking with Denmore earlier about Leeward Islands Hurricanes not finding room for Kieran Powell in the squad this season, but I agree with you. I think a player of his caliber and the experience that he possesses, former captain of course, West Indies test player, been room to keep him round the squad for just experience sake. Joseph into Powell, who defends that back to the bowler, no run.
Yes, I really still feel that way, you know. Think they should have found a little, you know, something, you know, to keep him around, because I'm saying experience, he's 35, just 35 some early part of this month, and he still has a lot to offer, you know. And I'm saying it's a pretty young team with the Leeward Islands, so he would, you know, would have been a good mentor for the batters.
Joseph round the wicket to Powell. Powell is stroking this nicely to point. They take a quick single while run. Moves on to 24. Combined campuses and colleges 36 for 1. Yeah, especially since that they've gone down the road, which is excellent, of picking youngsters and so. A man of that experience and stature in the game, be ideal to have Brown in the squad, I thought. But nevertheless, combined campuses and colleges, he was grateful for the call-up for them. He just played the 2 games prior to this, but
well, CCC taking advantage of the opportunity which presented itself, and yeah, I'm saying he's still a very good player.
Exactly. Joseph around the wicket to the left-handed Jeremiah, is forcing that to mid-on. Can't beat the fielder there, and there's no run. Joseph operating with 3 slips, a gully, backward point.
And another thing, see, like he's the opening batsman. You know, they would have the opportunity to bat around him.
Right.
You know, everyone, you know, as long as he stays there, everyone would have gotten the opportunity to be at the wicket with him, and he could, you know, mentor them on, you know. Even yesterday when Gore got out, when he was in those 60s, and that's his usual trouble period, you know. Powell,
if he was batted with somebody like a Powell,
because Powell would have made 100 at international level. So, you know, he would have been a good person to be there with Gore, just to push him on, you know, to get that century.
Yes, good point. As Joseph just adjusts the field, he brings the short leg into a short mid-wicket. Rising delivery outside off stump, left alone by Jeremiah to complete the over. So at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges in reply to Leeward Island's first innings of 425, a 36 for 1 with Kieran Powell on 24 and Johan Jeremiah on 6.
Yes, another quiet over there from Alzari Joseph. Not bad, but I still think with the field setting that Alzari Joseph has, leaving the extra cover open, you need to be just a little bit fuller. You know, just try to ask the batsman to get on his front foot to try and get through that vacant extra cover position. That's where he will get the wicket.
Cornwall to continue to Powell. Powell strokes that nicely out to deep cover for another single.
Now here's it. Raheem Cornwall had the long off on the boundary, and the man at the cover push back.
Cornwall into Jeremiah, drags him forward.
No, that's the feel he had for Kieran Powell after he would have adjusted the long off to mid off.
Cornwall again into Jeremiah, goes back, tries to cut that, can't beat the cover.
Well, I understand the cover a little bit back for this youngster because he's not going to try and bowl him too full. But if you have the long off on the boundary, you can go full. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, if you have he had the long off on the boundary for Kieran Powell. Now, entice him, ask him to go down to long off.
Right.
You understand?
Cornwall into Jeremiah, who's defending that. 2 slips, short leg, short extra cover, short mid wicket, mid on, mid off, backward point and cover. Cornwall rushes through another over, and at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges 37 for 1, Powell on 25 and Jeremiah on 6.
Yes, another quiet over there again. Not much to talk about from that particular Raheem Cornwall over. Now, with Raheem Cornwall bowling from around the wicket, it's much more difficult, I think, for him to get the wicket. Now, if he comes over the wicket to the left-hander, the straighter one would create a lot of problems for the left-hander. And the one that turned would also create problems because you have the slips in place. So much more options available to get the wicket.
Yes, good point. It seems that every time they see a left-hander, they automatically come around the wicket as Joseph starts a new over to Powell. And that is cut straight to Durham in the gully. Powell's disgusted with himself. Alzari's elated. Leeward Islands pick up their second wicket. Powell's gone for 25. Combined campuses and colleges in early trouble. 37 for 2.
Yes, that was a good delivery. It was shortish and it was quick. You know, Powell didn't have much time. You know, so it caught him in 2 mind. He wanted to leave it and he still wanted to play a shot, and it was quick. So, you know, well bowled by Alzari Joseph.
Yes, and as we were saying, that was the wicket that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes were looking for. The experienced Kieran Powell. Be very happy picking up his wicket just after the luncheon interval for just 25.
Yes, it's a good wicket for the Leeward Islands to get at this time, you know, just after lunch. You know, they would want to make more inroads into the CCC team now, because looking from previous games, or the previous 2 games, Powell, you know, was there stabilizing the inning for the CCC in both matches that he would have played. You know, he didn't get a century in the second match that he played, but he stayed at the wicket for a very long time. You know, so they were batting around him. So it would be, you know, nice to see now how the CCC go on now without Kieran Powell at the wicket.
So Shakir Paris is the new batsman. He took a miraculous catch to get rid of his Alzari. He's facing him now with 3 slips in a gully. And that was a short delivery. He turned his back on that dangerous ploy. 1 bounce to the short leg, but welcome to the crease, Shakir Paris.
He needs to keep his eyes on the ball. If he's not going to do that, he's not going to last very long.
Not at all. He's just flexing his top hand. Of course, he did injure his shoulder on that arm when taking what turned out to be a brilliant catch at long on. But he's ready again now as Alzari steams in from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and that's pulled straight to mid-wicket. Caught off the second ball, Alzari strikes again and gives him a send-off. Paris gone for naught. Combined campuses and colleges struggling here after lunch. 37 for 3.
Yes, well, Alzari roughed him up with that first delivery and at him again with the second delivery, and he just didn't have enough to stay there. I knew he wasn't going to stick around for too long.
Well, if you're not watching the ball, Anthony, that's a sure sign that trouble's looming.
Yeah. I saw it from first delivery.
Yes, and another short ball. Trying to pull it through the mid-wicket area.
Too much pace, too quick. You know, he wasn't in
beaten
the
for
correct
pace.
position to play that shot. He should have tried and, get out of the way of that delivery.
Casey Carty snapping a smart chance there at mid-wicket. So combined campuses and colleges have lost 2 wickets in 3 deliveries. This over by Alzari Joseph.
Once upon a time, Zari
Into
boy.
his 7th over.
I don't know if you can pull us good,
All 4 maidens, 3 for 7 so far. All 3 wickets to fall for the CCC, being taken by Alzari. He looks determined. He looks like a man on a mission. Anthony?
Yes, he had a good start, so something is there for him to build on, continue to build on, and he's doing well.
Brings the experienced 34-year-old Kyle Corbin. He's had 60 matches at first-class level. 2,815 runs at an average of 26, highest score of 108, 200s and 18 50s as he faces Joseph. Full delivery defended out to backward point, and there is no run. He's bowled well though today.
Yeah, bowled very well. Nice line and length just outside the off stump. Sometimes, a bit, backish of a length, but, still good just outside the off stump. But Kyle Corbin now, on the other hand, he would have been around for some time. Very experienced, 60 matches. So let's see how he handles Alzari Joseph going forward.
Yes, he needs to try and form a partnership. He's captain down the other end who's been watching proceedings. Try and dig the CCC out of this hole, and that's beaten just outside the off stump. Another good delivery by Joseph. Joseph's got the 3 slips, gully, backward point. Short extra cover. Short mid-on, short leg and fine leg on the boundary for Kyle Corbin. Joseph into Corbin now. Nice ball again. Swinging away from the right-hander, but well left to complete the over, so 2 wickets in that over to Alzari Joseph. And the combined campuses and colleges in reply to Leeward Islands Hurricanes 425, a 37 for 3 with Johan Jeremiah on 6. And Kyle Corbin yet to get off the mark.
Wasn't that a double wicket maiden?
Double wicket maiden it was, yes. Well done, Anthony.
Yeah, so well bowled there by Alzari Joseph.
Cornwall will continue the attack. From this, the commentary box end, that one is played out to the cover region, no run. So a lot of responsibility on Captain Johan Jeremiah. He's 26 years of age. This is his 13th match. Prior to this, 556 runs at an average of 26.47. Highest score of 84. He's made 4 50s in his first-class career, 2 of which have come in this season. He's back and cutting that. A bit of a misfield there, or half stop by the backward point fielder. And they get a single. Takes Jeremiah up to 7, and the score 38 for 3.
Yes, a little bit of sloppy feeling there from Goa.
Field just changing over for the right-handed Kyle Corbin. A short leg.
And Rakim would have changed also to
over the wicket, yes. Right. Leaving the long on the boundaries, brought the mid-off up. Man Kachin in a short mid-wicket area. Hamilton sending the long on a bit further round on the boundary. Cornwall ready now into Corbin. Corbin's hitting this nicely through the mid-wicket region for 2. That gets him going. He moves on to 2. Combined campuses and colleges 40 for 3.
No, Cornwall, he had 2 mid-wicket. One very short and one back. Now the one back should be a little bit wider. Get what I'm saying, Terry?
Yeah, exactly.
Both mid-wickets cannot be in the
Alzari
same
can go around a
angle.
bit, yeah.
Exactly. You want that one that's behind to cover. So you would put him just a little bit wider, not, you know?
Cornwall again into Corbin. It's a stroke to extra cover where Carty does the fielding, and there's no run to complete the over. So at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges 40 for 3 with Jeremiah on 7 and Corbin on 2.
Yes, another quiet over there. 40 for the CCC. Now they would have to dig deep, you know. They need to really establish a big partnership. You know, in the Leeward Islands Innings, they had a couple half-century partnerships and one
big one.
Exactly. So this is the same pattern that the CCC would really need in order to get close to that 425.
Yes, most definitely. As Alzari Joseph is set to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Bowling to CCC captain Jeremiah from around the wicket to the left-hander. And tempting. Rising delivery outside off stump, but Jeremiah withdraws the bat. So 3 slips, a gully, backward point, short extra cover, short mid-wicket.
Another good delivery there. Another good delivery from Alzari Joseph. All Alzari needs now is the support from the other end. He's bowling well, taking wickets.
Yes.
All you need now is the support from the other end. Don't give away easy runs.
In he comes now to Jeremiah, and that one beats him again. Beautiful delivery. It's a good spell of bowling here by Alzari. Jeremiah definitely played at that one.
Yes, beautiful delivery. You know, he seems to be kind of upset with himself, you know, but that was a beautiful delivery. The batsman just didn't have a clue, you know, so what he needs to do now, don't get tired of bowling good deliveries. Just bowl good deliveries, good deliveries, good deliveries.
One
And
after
the reward
other.
will
Yeah,
come.
yeah. Joseph turns, runs towards us now into Jeremiah. This one bang on target again, defended into the offside by Jeremiah. It'll be interesting to see how long Cornwall keeps himself on for from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He doesn't look too effective. He's not troubling the batsman too much now. He's keeping it tight. But we know he's got that knee problem, so to get up and, you know, get over is
Well,
hampering
he's
him a
not
little.
going. He's not doing too bad. So
No.
he doesn't really need to change because Alzari taking wickets. Not a good delivery there from Alzari Joseph. As I mentioned, Alzari taking wickets, you know, so you just need to keep it tight. But then after a period of time, and then let's say the wickets dried up, and you're not getting any wickets, then you probably need to do something different. You know, it's interesting to see how long Alzari will bowl for from here on. How long the spell would be.
True.
Yeah.
He's into his 8th over at the moment. As he comes into Jeremiah. Jeremiah's turned this in the air. Evades the mid-wicket fielder there. Picks up a single. So he moves on to 8 and the score 41 for 3.
And as I mentioned, where the inning of the Leeward Islands are concerned, with how the wickets fell, majority went to pace bowlers.
Right.
Now look at the start here. Alzari 3 wickets down. Alzari all 3 wickets.
Yes.
So that means now it's more the seam bowlers doing things so far.
Yeah, and that's what I meant with Cornwall. You know, he's keeping it tidy, but he's not.
But the other opening bowler ain't. He didn't prove himself
Thomas
with the
needs
ball.
to pick himself up. Yeah,
you understand.
Too many no balls and too many ill-directed deliveries. Joseph into Corbin, bang on target again. Defended back up the pitch by Corbin to complete the over. So at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges 41 for 3, with Jeremiah on 8 and Corbin on 2. Which suggests to me that Justin Graves would be getting a long ball.
For me, before I would try Graves, what I'd do, I'd give Thomas another chance.
Right.
At the end where Alzari's bowling at now. When Alzari has enough, maybe not getting any wickets or not doing anything, and you need to make a change, you give Thomas a chance from that end to see if he, get himself together during the lunch break and can do something much better than his first spell.
For sure, yeah.
Yes.
Cornwall, in the meantime, will continue. He's bowling to Jeremiah, plays that on the onside, no run. Yes, Thomas's first spell, 3 overs, no made, no wicket for 26. 4 no balls and 1 wide amongst that. Jeremiah goes back to that delivery.
Yeah, so you would want to give Thomas another chance, because
That's
3
what
overs.
He's in the team for.
Yes, 3 overs. Come on, you need to put in some more work here. Beauty.
Excellent delivery there by Cornwall round the wicket, straightened on Jeremiah, beat him all ends up.
Beauty of a delivery there from Rakim.
Round the wicket again to the left-handed Jeremiah, and that one is defended into the offside, no run.
Searching for that ripper again there.
Yes. Yeah. Cornwall tosses that one up and slog swept by Jeremiah, high, wide, handsome, all the way over long on for 6 runs. Good looking shot that by Jeremiah. Picked the line up early, played through the ball, and gets just rewards. Combined campuses and colleges move on to 47 for 3, Jeremiah 14.
Yes, a good shot there from Jeremiah. Nice slug sweep shot there. Connecting, making good connection. 6 runs, 6 beautiful runs to his name. And this is what you get whenever you hear you start out and it's not so smooth for you. It was tough for Jeremiah at the start against Alzari Joseph before lunch. You understand? And he stuck with it. He's still there. And this is the reason why he could get these sort of deliveries.
True.
Can't find the ball.
While they try and find the ball.
Out the park or what? In a hole, in a crab hole, what is it? Field the left. Okay, it's back out. back out. Umpire would need to have a look. Umpire having a look to make sure everything is okay, still in shape, everything is still in order with the ball.
6 stitches, right?
Right.
We're almost ready to resume. Shane Thomas, who had to go and retrieve the ball, is back on the field. Cornwall into Jeremiah. Jeremiah thinks about the cut. Shorter delivery from Cornwall, but decides against it, lets it go. That completes the over. And at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges. 47 for 3, with Jeremiah on 14 and Corbin on 2.
Yes, a good decision there from Jeremiah not to cut, because that delivery wasn't so short. It was backish of a length, but it wasn't all that short for the cut shot. So it was a good decision. Very well played.
Alzari Joseph will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Bowled 8 overs so far, 5 maidens, 3 for 8. Bowling to the right-handed Corbin with 3 slips and a gully in weight as Joseph into Corbin now. And that comes off the outer portion of the bat. All the way along the ground, backward of point for a single to Corbin. Takes him up to 3, 48 for 3.
Yes, another good delivery there from Alzari Joseph. Seems to be running in, nice rhythm, everything,
good pace.
Yes, and it seems as if he plans to put down a good long spell today.
Changes to around the wicket for the left-handed Jeremiah. Still the 3 slips and the gully. He's got a short mid-on too. Catching position is into Jeremiah now and again beats him. Excellent ball in this by Alzari. Knowing Alzari and the competitor is, I don't think Anthony would have appreciated going for a little over 100 last week without taking a wicket down in St. Lucia.
Well, he's an international player and he should not settle for that.
Joseph in again to Jeremiah. Again squares him up, squirts out the outer portion of the bat. To bring it up to date on 360. The other matches going on. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after bowling Barbados Pride out yesterday for 86 in their first innings, a 263 for 9. It's a lead of 177. West Indies Academy 61 for 2 after dismissing Jamaica for 375. Joseph in again, bouncer tucked under by Jeremiah through to the keeper. West Indies Academy at Coolidge here in Antigua, 61 for 2 in reply to Jamaica Scorpions 375.
Yes, that delivery was too high to cause any problem to the batsman. The batsman is pretty short. He's about 4 feet.
With his hands up. Windward Islands Volcanoes down in Guyana. Rain has stopped play once again. Windward Islands bowled out for 213 in their first innings. Jeremy Solazano making 83. Back with the live action here. Joseph tempting Jeremiah outside off stump, but he doesn't play. Guyana Harpy Eagles haven't been able to start their reply as yet.
If I'm not wrong, I think Solzano played with the Leeward Islands for a few seasons before. Solzano, Trinidadian. I think he played a few games with the Leeward Islands.
I think he was here.
Yes.
Yeah, with Django.
Django was after him. I
After
think.
him, right? Yeah. Another good delivery there, but while judged through to the keeper to complete the over. So at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges in reply to Leeward Islands Hurricanes. First innings are 425, a 48 for 3, with Jeremiah on 14 and Corbin on 3. But very unfortunate for Solozano on his test debut by getting knocked out, concussed, without facing the delivery though, standing at short leg in Sri Lanka, and then of course has had trouble getting another opportunity at the test level.
Yes, that's pretty tough. Pretty tough.
Cornwall to start a new over to Corbin and beats him with a beauty. A turn straightened on Corbin. He survives though. Slip short leg. Alzari in a short mid-wicket position.
Now here's what I'm saying about this mid-wicket position. You
Mm.
have that short one who is
But
straight.
move
that one
Henry
needs
around
to
a
go
bit.
a little bit
Yeah.
more to the right to cover the space, cover the gap.
There's a big space between him and the deep backward square. So that one's pushed.
Anything straight to Alzari. That man at the short mid-wicket could go across and stop it.
Right, yes.
Look at it.
Yeah.
Alzari could go across and stop it if it's going to that man just back of him.
Definitely. They're almost in line. Yeah.
In the same line.
Mm. Single there to Corbin.
I think Raheem need to really look into that field placement. You know.
That single brings the left hand Jeremiah back on strike. Plays that one defensively to Carty at mid-wicket.
Packed offside field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 men on the offside.
Yep, ball into a 6 and 3 field, and another good tidy over there by Cornwall. At the end of the over, combined canvases and colleges 49 for 3.
Just approaching that 50 mark. They would want to get over that without losing any more wickets, and continue from there on. Try to push on, try to establish a big partnership, try to get amongst the runs.
Yes, they need a good steady partnership here.
See the short leg coming out.
Strengthening the slip cordon.
There's now 4 slips.
4 slips in a gully, backward point. As Joseph to start his 10th over into Corbin. It's well left by Corbin through to keeper Andrew.
When a bowler asks for a field like this, you must look out. When you're in such position, if the bowler says he wants 4 slips, well, the slips must look out.
Definitely. They must make sure
get your eyes
they're
open,
ready.
because then you wouldn't want the bowler put you in a position and the ball comes to you and you don't do what you have to do.
Definitely. Joseph into Corbin. And that peeled off the outer portion of the bat, but beats the backward point fielder into the boundary for 4. So that brings up the 54 combined campuses and colleges. They're 53 for 3. Corbin moves on to 8.
Getting through the gap there and getting 4 runs to his name is Corbin. Not exactly the way he would have liked it, because I'm thinking he would want to see that ball going through the extra cover region rather than behind. But however, he got 4 runs to his name.
Joseph comes in again to Corbin, who pulls away. Must have seen something that distracted him. Alzari says, "What are you doing?" Or is it a fly? Mosquito?
Or maybe a chick. He wasn't ready for that one.
No.
He said, "Man,
I wouldn't be
go and come again, man."
Yeah, I wouldn't be upsetting Alzari too much, though. Alzari just bringing the backward.
Alzari's probably asking him, "Are you ready now?"
In he comes again to Corbin. And this ball is short, looks to pull. Drags it, yeah. The pace beat him again.
Yes. Quick.
Dragged it in front of a square for a single. 54 for 3. Corbin moves on to a 9. This is top speller ball in here by West Indies premier paceman in Alzari Joseph.
Yes, I see a little battle brewing here between Corbin and Alzari. Yeah.
Definitely. Joseph now around the wicket to the left-handed Jeremiah with 3 slips and a gully weight. Spot on target again, but well defended by Jeremiah. The old straight bat, straight back to Joseph.
After being roughed up early on in his inning, Jeremiah by Alzari looks much more compact to me now.
Yeah, true.
You know, behind the line of the deliveries and everything. Yeah.
You've got a little bit more confidence now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what staying at the crease can do for you.
Alzari runs towards us now from the Sir Andy Roberts end into Jeremiah. And Jeremiah tempted again, but well judged, well left. Through the keeper Andrew, no run.
Yes, well played. Well played by Jeremiah.
Because he's just keeping that good consistent line in that corridor of uncertainty, as they say. So far, Jeremiah's been up to the task.
Yes, Jeremiah held his shape just a while ago, held his shape. Could have easily, just, put the bat in the way there.
Exactly.
Well played.
Joseph in again to Jeremiah. And again, played well down to the backward point region. No run. That completes the over. At the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges are 54 for 3, with Jeremiah on 14, Corbin on 9, and Alzari has bowled 10 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 14.
Yes, very good bowling day from Alzari. I think if Alzari bowls another over and he is going to bowl to Jeremiah, I think he needs to go back over the wicket now. It's pretty easy for Jeremiah right now coming around the wicket. He's seen everything straight on right now. He's in for some time. He's confident now, and it's easy for him. He needs to go back around the wicket and angle it across him now. He would not be all that confident with that line.
Cornwall starts a new over to Corbin, who knocks that into the mid-wicket region. No run. I just prefer that they stay over the wicket to the left-handers because not everybody is a Kemar Roach, right? You can't come round and, as Cornwall, that delivery defended into the offside, not everybody can come around the wicket and get the ball to move, straighten and then move to the left-hander. At least as Cornwall into Corbin, who whips that into the mid-wicket area, can't beat the field, no run.
Good fielding there by Graves.
It coming over the wicket, he's looking out of the corner of his eye, the left-handed batsman, so he's sort of blindsided. And if you can get it, the natural angle to take it away from him, I just feel you got a lot better opportunity than coming round. But it's the norm these days, though, isn't it? In international cricket, as soon as they see a left-hander, they don't hesitate. They come round the majority of the time. Single taken there, Cornwall into the left-handed Jeremiah, and again, high, wide, handsome, right over, long on, 6 runs.
Yes, another good shot there from Jeremiah. Jeremiah seems to be attacking. If there's air on the delivery, if you give him air, he's going.
Yeah, that's the second time Cornwall's tossed up, and the same result. Smacked over, long on, that one went a bit straighter even. So Jeremiah moves on to 20, combined campuses and colleges, 61 for 3. The partnership is worth 24. Cornwall again to Jeremiah. On shorter. Oi.
Almost threw it away.
Yeah, almost.
Keeper diving.
Graves in there, was it? Fired a return back to Andrew. Thankfully, he got enough of a glove on it that it didn't go anywhere. So a dot ball to complete the over. Cornwall's bowled 7 overs now. No maiden, none for 21. And at the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges, 61 for 3. Jeremiah is on 20 and Corbin is on 10.
Yes, partnership trickling up to 24. Slowly but surely building. Yeah, they would need to stick around for some more time, longer time. And we have a change of ball in here.
We do. We have Justin Graves replacing Alzari Joseph. So Mr. Thomas is still in the bad books.
Captain ain't partial in him at all.
Not at all.
No break.
Got him down on the boundary. He's not even looking at him. So it'll be the medium pace of Justin Graves, and he's coming in now to Corbin, wide and hit straight to mid-off. Corbin will be beside himself. He didn't give him a chance to have a look. A wide delivery. He could have left it alone. Instead, he tried to force it over mid-off. Simple catch taken. Combined campuses and colleges lose their 4th. Carl Corbin gone for 10.
Hey, not the best of delivery, but he took the wicket. And he took the wicket from his first delivery, and he was out of the first delivery this morning, of his first delivery.
Good. That's justice, is it,
yes,
Anthony?
he returned the favor. But it swung a little bit. It swung at the end. It swung away. So even though he tried to reach it, didn't get good enough bat onto it. But that was very wide.
Yeah,
he could have left that.
As you say, he was reaching for it, so that's how wide it was. So he should have let it go, but he didn't. And he paid the ultimate price, losing his wicket for 10, caught by Kadeem Henry in the mid-off position. Justin Graves strikes with his first delivery. 61 for 4. Further trouble. They still trail by some 364 runs.
Yes, big trouble here now for the CCC. Not looking good at all for the CCC. And on the other hand, now the Leeward Islands would be thinking, 4 wickets down, we can probably knock them over before close of play. We can probably get the other 6 wickets before close of play.
Yes, that's what they should be thinking. Another left-hander. We had to wait till O'Shane Thomas came in at number 11 for a left-hander in the Leeward Islands 11. This combined campuses and colleges look like they're packed with left-handers. And it's Williams who's come out to bat. Daniel Williams, the wicket-keeper batsman for the combined campuses and colleges.
Kadim Henry seems to have a little niggle or something. Finger injury.
Was hit pretty firmly. Yeah. But he took a smart cut. So into Williams. Williams turns that down to fine leg to get himself underway. They think of two. As Thomas was just taking his time on the boundary. They settle for one. So Williams gets underway with a single. Combined campuses and colleges 62 for 4. The 26-year-old. No, I've lost it now.
Yes, badly line delivery there by Graves and easily worked off for a single for Williams, opening his account.
Graves in again to Captain Jeremiah, and that's very well taken by Jewel Andrew. That swung a mile down the leg side. Dive in at full strength, stretch the young man. Took it well.
Graves, like he hasn't come to grips to realize it's a left-hander now. Like he loved bowling to the right-handers.
Yes.
And he's moving it away from the right-hander and into the left-hander.
Right. He's a handy all-rounder, though, to be honest, and works very diligently, very hard at his craft.
Well, that's the aim. That's the aim of the game. You got to work on your game.
Yeah.
So when it's game time, it's easy for you because you would have already put that work in during the training and stuff, and it's just exhibition time when you come
play
out to play.
Right.
Yeah.
Graves into it, Jeremiah, and down the leg side again. Andrew made good ground but couldn't hold on to it. They go through for a bye. The score goes up by 1, 62-63, I should say, for 4.
Yes, Graves, badly line delivery again. Little movement. Just need to get that line right. The length is not bad. The line is bad.
Daniel Graves are over the wicket to Daniel Williams. Full pitch delivery, just keeps it out to complete the over. So successful over there by Graves. Picked up the wicket of Kyle Corbin. At the end of the over, combined campuses and colleges are 63 for 4, with Jeremiah on 20 and Williams on 1.
Yes, still a very good wicket here for batting here at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium. Good wicket for batting. The weather condition is lovely. So no reason why the CCC, should be 4 wickets down because it's a very good batting track. Yes, Alzari has been bowling well, but, for them to put their heads down and try to establish a very big partnership because it's getting worse and worse for them.
Most definitely. Daniel Williams has only played the 1 match so far for the combined campuses and colleges prior to this. And now O'Shane Thomas is back from this, the Kirtley Ambrose Road end of the ground. And he will be bowling to Jeremiah. And that is a good delivery. Well left. A good pace on that one from Thomas.
Well, that is a good start there for Thomas.
Definitely. Got something to work with now.
I thought he would have come from the other end because this was the end that he didn't start too well from. So I thought, the skipper would have given him an opportunity from the other end. But however, he sees it different and he says, you're back at the same end.
Get it right. Thomas over the wicket to the left-handed Jeremiah. And that one down the leg side. And he gets a tickle on that. Goes fine. Four leg buys. So ill-directed after a good first delivery by Thomas. Straying down the leg side.
Yes, a bad delivery there from Thomas. After his first delivery was such a peach outside the off stump. I was looking for him to follow up that delivery with another one just outside the off stump. But however, he did the opposite.
Yes, just dragged it down the leg side. He fell into 3 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off. He's into Jeremiah now, full pitch delivery, driven straight down the ground, past the mid-off fielder, into the boundary, 4 runs.
That was some poor effort there from that fielder. Poor, very, very poor. Not even an effort to try and stop that ball from passing him. Poor. If I was the bowler, I wouldn't be happy. Yes. And if I was the captain, I wouldn't be happy either.
Daniel Durham there at mid-off. Didn't bother putting out the dive, just watched it roll past him. So Jeremiah is on to 24, combined campuses and colleges 71 for 4.
I'm not taking away anything from the shot. Beautiful shot.
Good shot,
yes. But I'm just talking about the effort where the fielding is concerned.
Definitely. Thomas in again to Jeremiah. And another no ball. It's his 5th one for today.
Thomas really needs to look into this no ball thing. No ball is a problem.
Yeah, he just, he still doesn't look as fit as he could be for me. And the stuttering run-up is still plaguing him with problems. That was a full delivery, but well wide of the off stump. Jeremiah has nothing to do with it. But when he burst onto the scene, West Indies are looking for big things from a big, strong, fast bowler, and he hasn't really developed as quickly as expected. He comes in again now to Jeremiah. Shorter delivery. Better delivery. Just rushed Jeremiah. But every time he gets a game, though, Anthony, always looks like to me that he's still a work in progress. He's still working his way into top form. He's still working his way into top fitness, which is not ideal, you know, for a fast bowler to be doing that in a match. Bounce at that time, ducked under by Jeremiah.
He's a professional player. He shouldn't be working on things in the game. He should have already worked on things and just come out and execute in game.
Definitely. So he completes his 4th over. Combined campuses and colleges at the end of the over, 72 for 4 with Jeremiah on 24, Williams on 1. They're still trailing Leeward Islands Hurricanes' first innings of 425 by some 353 runs. Shane Thomas has bowled 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 31. And amongst that is 5 no balls and 1 wide. So Justin Graves will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He'll be bowling to Daniel Williams, who's on 1, 2 slips and a gully weight, as Graves is in now. That's well left by Williams. A sprinkling of spectators once again today at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, but if you're in the area, come down and support the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. First class cricket in the Caribbean, as Alzari in again, Graves, and that's very wide.
Very.
Yes, I wonder, that wasn't called wide. It was almost off the pitch. Denmore has promised us, though, Anthony, that he's going to bring the entire school with him tomorrow.
Okay.
But remember when they used to do that, though? Encourage, the school children, let them watch some cricket. We don't see that very often these days. Graves into Williams. That was tempting. Good ball that by Graves, well taken by Andrew. Let's come back in a bit after pitching. Williams withdrew the bat in time. Graves turns, runs towards us into Williams. And that a big sharp LBW looked pretty plumb to me. He's gone. Full length delivery. Looked to whip that through the mid-wicket region. Didn't make contact. Struck in front. Combined campuses and colleges lose their 5th. Graves picks up his 2nd. 72 for 5 as Williams goes for 1.
Yes, he just missed that one. I think he just missed that one. He didn't play across the line. Maybe it was a bit too quick for him. I don't know Grave has no big, quick bowler, but seems to be a little bit late with that. He played straight, but that's after the ball would have passed.
Would have passed,
yes. Yes, a little bit of movement as well, because Grave getting a little bit of movement when he pitches it.
So that's the first hour after the luncheon interval. Combined campuses and colleges in trouble on 72 for 5. Still trailing by some 353 runs of Leeward Islands Hurricanes' first innings of 425. Take a break on 360 and return in a couple of minutes with live ball-by-ball action.
And we're back live with coverage here at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium. The combined campuses and colleges, 72 for 5 in reply to 425 made by the Leeward Islands. There's just some lurking clouds overhead, and some hanging clouds. They don't seem to be of immediate threat, but we have to keep an eye on them as they just seem to be drifting in over here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. But the Leeward Islands Hurricanes continue to get wickets at regular intervals, and they've been able to get 5 wickets so far for the combined campuses and colleges, and pretty soon they're going to think that they're into the tail enders. Delivery outside the line of the off stump. Raheem Cornwall was getting excited as we begin, and that is Graves right after the drinks breaks. And who is that new batter that has come out? It is
Romario
Graves.
So now we got the opposite of yesterday.
Yes. So today is Justin Graves to Romario Graves. Yesterday it was the opposite. Romario Graves yet to score, just facing that one delivery. He gets one that is badly lined. He should get at least 2. As the ball goes into the square leg region, the fielder coming, or Shane Thomas coming from that fine leg position, having to do a lot of work to get into that backward square region, and so the batsmen are able to cross for 2 runs. So that brings up the end of the over. 74 for 5. 74 for 5. The CCC in reply to 425 made by Leeward Islands Hurricanes, behind centuries by Graves and Joel Andrew. But Leeward Islands having a collapse this morning, losing 5 wickets for 58 runs. So setting what would we many of us would consider a smaller total than they might have had in their plans. But with good bowling today by Alzari Joseph, and of course joining him now in the wickets column is Justin Graves.
Yes.
The Leeward Islands have been able to peg back the CCC, and so we're going to see Durham with some spin, as Raheem Cornwall had given O'Shane Thomas a second opportunity, but then he sprayed that ball again and gave away quite a bit of runs. So he's off. Here is Durham. Starts with a full toss. That is driven. Just 1.
Yeah, Graves is having a good game, backing up his century. So far, 2 overs, no maidens, 2 for 3. The same can't be said for O'Shane Thomas. For 4 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 31. As Denmore was saying that he's spraying a lot of deliveries all over the place. Ball 5, no balls, and 1 wide.
Yeah, and then he's been bowling both sides of the pitch. So he's not been consistent whatsoever. He's overpitched, he's had no balls, he's had short balls, he's just been all over the place. No real plan to his bowling today, O'Shane Thomas. Durham, left arm spinner, that one outside the line of the off. There are many folks in the region, especially in the Leeward Islands, that question his inclusion in the Leeward Islands team. There are many folks that think that he's fortunate to be in the squad. O'Shane Thomas. A delivery right up by Daniel Durham.
Most definitely, I think he's very fortunate.
You're one of those persons.
I am.
Yeah, there are quite a few persons that continuously question. Remember, I think he was dropped after the first round of matches for a couple of rounds, and then he was brought back in St. Lucia.
Good shot.
His delivery is driven past the mid-on region. Just
pick it
for a
up.
moment, we didn't pick it up because just from the reaction of Graves at that mid-on position, you were wondering where the ball went. It left the bat in the air, but it went between the field at the straight mid-wicket and mid-on and down to the long-on boundary for 4. So 4 runs to the CCC, 79 for 5. As Graves, the right-hander, faces up now. Here's Durham. Gets one outside the line of the off stump and just pushes the left pad at it, allows it to go into the gloves of Joel Andrew, and there is no run. End of the over, 79 for 5. As you see, the Alzari Joseph there with 3 wickets for 14 runs from 10 overs, so he's been really economical today. That has been something that has been lacking in Alzari Joseph's bowling. His economy rate tends to average over 4 per over regularly, but today he's averaging 1.40, so he would feel happier about that. Something that a lot of folks would have been saying, that he needs to protect his figures. He tends to be expensive as a bowler, but today he was spot on. Not only tight, but he was bowling with pace, and he was getting wickets. Graves continue wide outside the line of the off stump. Jeremiah doesn't offer. Jeremiah, who has been there, he has been a part of the fury of Alzari Joseph today, but he survived and he's still there, still battling for his team. He's the captain of the CCC, and he was particularly strong on Raheem Cornwall. Anytime he flighted anything, he was willing to go after it. Struck 2 of them for 6. Graves keeps him honest as he's playing defensively into the offside field.
Just talking about O'Shane Thomas, though, Denmore, the reason why I feel he's fortunate is because, as I was saying earlier on commentary when Anthony was on, that, you know, he burst onto the scene. You expected a lot from him. Now, okay, you might not get that. You might not get that consistency all the time. It's Graves in again.
Outside the line of the off stump. This time Jeremiah doesn't have to play. No run.
But 3 or 4 seasons down the track, and you see the same problems with his conditioning, his fitness, and his run-up. Yeah, which is why, as you say, he's still spraying it all over the place and can't consistently keep a line on one side of the pitch. Is disappointing, because you wonder, what has he been working at?
Jeremiah is driving. Good looking shot. He's going to get runs. Gets 1. Should get 2. Zari Joseph gets on to the end of it now. They come back for a second run. So 1 pitched up to him, and he was leaning into a drive. Is Johan Jeremiah. So he goes to 27, 81 for 5 is the total. And yeah, you are correct. That was my criticism, if any, that I have not seen any growth in his bowling. Anything to suggest that he's learned to bowl line and length, he's learned to bowl a good length, he's more consistent. You still see the same issues that he has had from the get-go of his career, which suggests that he's not actually worked on anything at all, or done enough work on anything. Yes, he still has a bit of pace. He's still pretty sharp, but you would want him to be sharp and consistent. You would want him to be able to give you that line and length that is necessary. So that is the disappointment that I'm having with him. Good delivery, going past the edge of the bat there by Graves. Jeremiah just playing between 2 minds. That one just going past the outside edge into the gloves of Joel Andrew. No run. 81 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yeah, excellent delivery there to complete the over by Graves. Jeremiah tell you that he pulled inside the line, but I think he was definitely beaten. 3 overs, no maidens, 2 for 5 Graves now. But this is a good opportunity, though, for Daniel Dorm. He tends to trouble most batsmen. He is a wicket taker. And with combined campuses and colleges 5 down, it's a good time
This is a
for
good
him to bowl.
opportunity for him to be bowling,
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Left arm around the wicket. Batsman is just playing defensively, no run. Not as many spectators in today as we had yesterday. It's very sparse today. Yesterday we had a few more, maybe a few more even in the bleachers. I think at one point we counted about 6 or 7 in the bleachers yesterday. Today they're down to about 4. Durham continues, short of a length. And Romario Graves just playing on the back foot. No run. Durham in again. This time the batsman is coming forward. A nice stride taken by Graves, just to smother the spin of Daniel Durham.
Yeah, who's dropped onto a nice length here. Going
Here
for
is
it.
a driving in the air, but he's going to clear that man at the mid-on region. Gets one, comes back for a second run. A strong throw back by Graves. But not a confident shot that by Romario Graves. Check driving, almost not going through the drive and not getting to the pitch of the delivery.
Yeah, almost held out. Mikhail Louis down here at mid-on. Almost held out to him.
Here's he cutting one, gets it past the backward point and into the point boundary for 4.
Yeah, good shot that one. Bit shorter there by Durham. He's onto it like a flash, cut it nicely backward of point.
So what the CCC has been doing well, though, is that they've not allowed the loose deliveries to go unpunished. There haven't been many, but the few that we've seen by the Leeward Islands, they've been able to put them away. That one was a loose delivery outside the off stump, short and wide by Durham, and he was into the cut shot, the right-handed Graves, and got it past Alzari Joseph at that backward point position, and it rushed out to the boundary for 4. Graves starts a new over. First delivery is driven up to the mid-on fielder, no run, 87 for 5, the total. So 2 wickets for 5 runs, Justin Graves. It's been pretty good so far. This is his 4th over that he's bowling. Here is he in, outside the line of the off stump. Jeremiah thought of playing and then just allowed it to go by into the gloves of wicketkeeper Joel Andrew.
Of course, we were talking yesterday, Denmore, while Justin Graves was batting, and was saying that, you know, he looked like he said he stole out early to try and bat through the Leeward Islands innings to anchor the innings. And I was saying that, so we wait for this delivery.
Flashing and missing outside the line of the off stump. His eyes lit up just now, saw that one. Pitched up to him outside the line of the off stump. Kept a little bit low. But he was really into a full-blooded drive, not making contact. and went through to Joel Andrew.
That we'd seen a few collapses by the Leeward Islands throughout the tournament, and he was determined to stay there. And you made the point, a very good point, that and also other players around the region vying for West Indies positions had been scoring runs, so he realized that he too would need runs. But an all-round display like this, as his number one competitor, if you like, would be Jason Holder. So putting in performances like this would certainly keep him in good stead.
Do good for his cause.
Yes, yes.
Keep him fresh in the minds of the selectors, does Justin Graves. I think personally, right now, he is the better player between himself and Jason Holder. Has the batsman been respectful on the... It was just forward and then back, and just playing this one out into the offside field, no run.
And you'd like to see guys that really put in the effort, put in the training, put in the hard yards behind the scenes and everything, always looking to improve their game.
What I like about his innings yesterday, there was a sense of deliberateness about his approach. He
shot.
That's a good shot. Driving right back past the bowler out to the mid-off boundary for 4. Probably wasn't looking to get it as straight as it did, because just from the way that he played it, almost looked as if he was going to try and go into the cover region. The bat face closed, but he made good bat. It hit the middle of the bat, and it really rushed out into that mid-off region and picked up 4 runs. So 91 for 5 at the end of over number 27.
Yeah, and Jeremiah's moved on to 31, so he's trying to lead by example, being the captain of this combined campuses and colleges team. And as you say, Denmore, he weathered the storm from early on in his innings from Alzari Joseph. And now anything that's loose or short, he's pouncing on. Got himself to 31, which is the top score so far for the CCC.
Durham to continue. Right-handed Graves is driving. Can't pace the infield. So no run. I think though that the CCC could attempt to rotate the strike a little bit more though. Here they go in at a quick single, out, and he's out.
Out by a mile.
Direct hit by Joel Andrew. That was a suicidal run. The ball just went into the onside, not very far. They took off for the run, and Joel Andrew was quick, reacted quickly from behind the stumps. There was a little bit of a stutter in the middle there from Jeremiah. Joel Andrew threw at the stumps, hit the stumps directly, and Jeremiah was not in the frame. He walks back to the pavilion. CCC losing their 6th wicket. They are now 91 for 6. Johan Jeremiah run out for 31.
They could have ill afforded that, that's for sure. The combined campuses and colleges. Smart bit of work there by Joel Andrew. He was quick to take off and retrieve the ball. And he was only about 10 yards away from the stumps. He had the whole 3 of them to aim at. But I put that wicket down to Denmore Roberts, who said they're not rotating the strike. He must have heard you because he took off like a startled rabbit. Huh?
Yeah, but that's not what I meant. I was meaning that, you know, playing the ball into the gaps and looking to rotate the strike. Because what has been happening for the last few overs, it has been Graves bowling to Jeremiah,
right,
and then Durham bowling to Graves.
Right.
They have not been rotating the strike, so it was getting the bowlers an opportunity to get accustomed to the both to the batsman on strike, and I'm thinking left and right hand combination. If you rotate the strike, you could throw the bowlers off of their rhythm, etc.
Very
Not
true.
like that though.
No. Now, Suicidal attempted a run, and unfortunately for Captain Jeremiah, he had to go. He was out by a mile, as we say, but a good-looking 31. He weathered the storm, did all the hard work, and then got himself a run out. 31 off 84 balls, including 3 4s and 2 6s in that innings.
So Durham is in to the new batsman, who is, well, we're waiting to identify the new batsman. Here is Durham, left arm around the wicket. This one is allowed to go into the gloves of Joel Andrew. And there is no run. Here is he driving hard out to the mid-off region past Durham into the boundary for 4. It left the bat in the air and it went to the left of Durham. They feel that mid-off is suggesting that Durham maybe could have made a better effort at taking that one, but it was hit real hard and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I think it was hit well.
Jordan?
It's Jordan.
It
Yeah,
looks
I
as
thought
if it's
it might have
Hakeem
been.
Jordan.
Yeah, the way he hit that.
Who is there?
But that's better. I think Thomas was too close at mid-off then. He's giving himself a bit
So
more
95 for 6. The total as Jordan gets off the mark with a boundary. The end of the over has come up at the end of it. Graves is on 16. Jordan is on 4. The CCC, they are 95 for 6.
Yes, so Leeward Islands Hurricanes continue to dominate here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Picking up a wicket by the run-out route in that last over. But CCC, Hakeem Jordan, who bowled well during the Leeward Islands Hurricanes innings, has come out with some what looks to be positive intent, driving Durham back down the ground as Graves continues.
Down the leg side, taken by Joel Andrew. The batsman was looking to flick at it, not making contact.
Brought up an interesting point though when you were on with Anthony Iroots Martin Denmore, that should young Andrew be batsman or wicketkeeper batsman in this Leeward's team?
Outside line of the off stump into the gloves of Joel Andrew. My point is, what do you want him to be seen as in the eyes of the selector? You want him to be seen as a wicket-keeper batsman, and then he becomes 3rd, 4th in line in terms of the pecking order in the West Indies. You have Imlak, who kept wicket in Pakistan the other day. You also have De Silva, who was the former wicket-keeper before. Here is this Yorker length delivery. And so now you put Joel Andrew in the mix. And with De Silva making runs in this tournament, and understanding that the last time he kept very well, and Imlak in the running as well. So as a wicketkeeper batsman, Joel Andrew now becomes 3rd in line, 3rd in the pecking order, in the order of things, 3rd or 4th, if you were to look at it that way. But then again, what we need in the West Indies is that we're short of some quality middle order batsman. Somebody that you can rely on, that can come in and you can rely on, that can come in and take a part and attack if needs be, and bat sensibly and give you runs. So what do you want him to be viewed as when the scouts have a look at him? Are they looking for a wicketkeeper batter, or are they looking for a genuine batsman? So my point is, this one is just taking the batsman on the pad as the ball was angled down the leg side, no run. My point is that maybe he should be paraded as a genuine middle order batsman rather than a wicketkeeper batter, even though he can wicket keep. So I don't want people to lose the point that I am not saying that he's not good enough as a wicketkeeper batsman, but I am saying on merit as a batsman by himself, he is, in my opinion, should be paraded to the selectors as a genuine middle order option. Here is a good shot by Graves, driving through the line of that one out to the wide-ish extra cover region and picked up 4 runs. So it was right up to him, and he just launched himself into that drive and got the ball over the top and into the boundary for 4. Brings up the end of the over. 99 for 6 is the CCC.
Yeah, a very good shot there by Graves. Anything that's full in length, and they've got a bit of width, the CCC, despite being 6 down without 100 on the board, they're still prepared to put the bad balls away and go for their shots. I agree with you, Demo. At this stage of his career, I would be concentrating on his batting. I think his keeping, he can keep, but I think his keeping still needs a lot of development. That can come later. But middle order, I like that, what you say. I think 5 or 6, bringing him in 4, 5, 6 is ideal. I think though, even though he can bat higher, I think they were bringing him in a bit too high at this stage of his career, in first-class cricket, I mean.
And is a single for Akeem Jordan, as he's just playing this one out to the mid-off region. Gets 1.
I think Javier Spencer is on the ground for Kadeem Henry.
Here is he cutting 1. Gets it past the diving hand of the fielder at point. Goes out to the deep cover on the boundary. They come through for 1.
I think that's Graves, and he looks like he's hurt his finger too. 100 up though for combined campuses and colleges, 101 for 6.
Yeah. Maybe just jamming the finger there. Good looking drive once more. Maybe Durham is just a little bit too full to these batters. They seem to be handling him very, very easily. Oh, here is this one is swinging, and it went right through him and past the wicket keeper, running close to the boundary down at fine leg, and gets there now. And that's 4
inside edge
runs. So it was a little bit of an inside edge. He had an almighty swing at it and probably just took the inside edge. It was a full pitch delivery, full toss. Yes, just an inside edge, almost a French cut, as we would say, just the inside edge between his legs, and taking it down to the fine leg boundary for 4. 106 for 6.
No one ever answered that for me. I asked that during the last game. Why they call it a French cut? I don't know any Frenchman that's ever played the game of cricket. I understand the Chinaman, because we had Chong that used to play for West Indies back in the day, Jamaican Chinaman. I understand all that. I don't know a Frenchman that's ever played the game of cricket.
I don't think it has anything to do with cricket. I think it was just a jab at the French. That when they cut things, it goes the opposite way. Here is this delivery. With a little bit of turn, a little bit quicker from Daniel Durham. The batsman just stands up and plays it into the offside field. There's no run to end the over. At the end of it, 106 for 6. Daniel Durham, 4 overs for 22 runs. He's been a little bit on the expensive side. Maybe Captain Raheem Cornwall might have to just look at him and look to maybe bring himself back into the attack. Looks as if it's going to be Alzari Joseph. Is that Alzari Joseph who's coming back from the southern end?
Yeah, by the look of it, it is, yes. Another burst. He bowled 10
Joseph,
overs.
Yeah, Joseph is going to have another burst. And I think this is a good opportunity because he's going to be bowling against Hakeem Jordan and co, who are probably not as top of the line in terms of their batting as the top order for the CCC. So this could be an opportunity for a breakthrough for Alzari Joseph, maybe to come back with a little bit of pace and maybe look to try and rough up Hakeem Jordan. You see, they've brought in that short leg and so on, just as an encouragement. Here is Joseph, and this one is right up to the batsman again. He was looking to play across it. Ball probably just taking the leading edge and going out into the offside field. No run.
Just with Durham, he doesn't seem to be getting much spin, but none of the spinners really have been getting any major turn out of this pitch, and that's why I would just like to see them bowl it into the surface, maybe a bit more, and try and just make it skid on a bit, rush the batsman.
Alzari Joseph beating the batsman there on that occasion. Maybe just pull the bat inside the line at that last minute, Hakeem Jordan. But Alzari Joseph continues to work up a bit of pace here. 106 for 6. Still a lead of 319 for the Leeward Islands. CCC still have a long way to go. Edging caught behind, so it has worked. Alzari Joseph gets his 4th wicket. Edge found, Joel Andrew does the rest. That's the end of Hakeem Jordan. And from the delivery before, when he was beaten, Hakeem Jordan, you saw him walking away towards the square leg region, wasn't very comfortable with the pace and what Alzari Joseph was offering him. Alzari Joseph gave him another one of those deliveries, a little bit closer. This time the edge found, Joel Andrew takes the catch, and Hakeem Jordan walks back to the pavilion. Caught, Joel Andrew bowled Alzari Joseph, and he is out. 106 for 7, the CCC.
Yes, another excellent delivery there by Alzari. He's really troubled all the batsmen today with some good pace and excellent accuracy. That was only his 3rd delivery back from, or 3rd delivery into his 2nd spell, and he's been on the money straight away. Too good for Jordan.
And I should say that a little bit of good captaincy too from Raheem Cornwall, recognizing
Most
and bringing back
yeah.
Alzari Joseph at this stage, recognizing that they're into the tail enders for the CCC with Hakeem Jordan, and figuring that maybe that little bit of extra pace that Alzari Joseph has been offering might be able to bring them that breakthrough, and he was able to get him. Joachim has come out.
And you make a good point, Denmo, because Cornwall has been criticized in the past
heavily for his captaincy.
His captaincy, letting the game meander along, and so.
Here is Joachim. Doesn't look as if he's going to be very happy seeing Alzari Joseph running in at him, Joachim, just the way that he tried to leave that one outside the line of the half stump. Alzari Joseph immediately going around the wicket to him. I thought that he might have just stayed even for a delivery or two over the wicket with that short leg in place to see if he could rough up Joachim a little bit. Here's he coming in again around the wicket. Edge, he's driving and he's going to get a single as the ball went to the left of Kareem Agor in that square cover position. And so one more to the total off the outer edge of the bat, but it went to the left of Kareem Agor, who had to do a little bit of work and allowing the batsman to come through for a run. So it brings Romario Graves, who is on 21 on strike, 107 for 7, and Hakeem Jordan had made 6 when he was dismissed. So
I think Alzari came around the wicket to the left-handed there because he wanted to be more at him. He looked like Joachim wasn't too keen at getting behind the line.
Here is he with this delivery right up to the right-handed Romario Graves, who's just punching this one back along the pitch. Joseph picks up, feels his own bowling, no run. The end of the over has come up 107 for 7. The score of the combined campuses and colleges in reply to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 425 all out. Leeward Islands Hurricane having a collapse this morning, losing 5 wickets for 58 runs in just an hour of batting. And they started as terribly as they could when Graves was out the very first delivery of the morning, chipping one into the mid-wicket region, and that started the slide for the Leeward Islands. Alzari Joseph had a little cameo, but nobody else really troubled the scorers that much. I think Raheem Cornwall getting 10, where it was the only other batter to get to double figures in that 5 wickets that fell this morning.
So Daniel Durham went off the ground just prior to Alzari returning. So we've got O'Shane Thomas back.
Thomas is bang on target this time and has kept his boot behind that front line. So
Promising start.
yeah, Joachim though doesn't seem to be interested in
He's not gonna
moving
get behind.
his feet conventionally and looking to get behind. He's just standing leg side of the ball and putting the bat in the way. O'Shane Thomas in again, and again just staying leg side of that one and using an angled bat, getting it out into the backward point region. No run. So 2 slips.
Yeah, Carty's walked up there. I would have put Carty. I'd take out the square leg where he is and put him in 3rd slip.
I thought he was going in the slip region when I saw him walking there, but sent back by Raheem Cornwall. Here is he, having again that one, just coming back at Joachim, and Joachim just standing up, trying to play that one defensively. Ball probably just taking him somewhere on the thigh pad region, falling away, no run. Short man is Joachim. Just a couple of, maybe a foot or so higher than the stump. So he's a very small man from this vantage point. Waits for
Well, he had a go at that. Not quite where he intended. Still 4 runs.
Yep. So 4 runs to Joachim. I actually lost the ball for a moment, not sure
He top-edged it.
where it went.
He top-edged it straight over the slip on a hook shot.
Because he was playing a hook shot, and for a moment I was looking in the leg side for where it went with the ball top edged. 4 runs though. 111 for 7. Shane Thomas just trying to keep him honest, joke him. And again, if you notice that, not really turning over the strike. They just...
Yeah, they're just looking to survive.
Just
really.
looking to survive.
Mm. But see, if Thomas was bowling a better line and a more consistent line, see that one popped up where short leg would have been for Alzari, and then I think Cornwall would have had the third slip in also. Why? That's better.
Yep, better delivery. Going past the outside edge of Joachim and through to the wicketkeeper, and no run to end the over. It has ended at 111 for 7.
Yeah, better over there by Thomas. Top edged attempted hook shot that ended up in the third man area. A couple of deliveries beating the bat. It's more what Captain Rakim Cornwall would expect from his big fast bowler. Alzari about to start a new over. Excellent figures today. He's looked menacing. The pace has been excellent. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 15.
He was with a quick delivery that was coming back at Mario Graves, and Graves just for a moment just trying to get out of the way of that one, was not certain what to do.
Played it well in the end though.
Yes, was able to avoid it, so he would be happy about that. One right up to Graves, and Graves is undriving straight to that fielder posted there at that short mid-on, no run. Casey Carty is the fielder posted there. Had a lot of feedback about our coverage yesterday. Here we watch as Alzari Joseph is getting the batsman in Graves just to jump, and as he played this one into the offside field. Again, there is no run. 3 dot balls so far in this over. 15 overs for 4 wickets, Alzari Joseph so far.
Just like to see Kareem Gore there at backward point come in a few yards. I can't see either Graves or Joachim.
Here is he flashing one down to wide backward point for 4. So it was.
I think he was a little deep there, positioned at backward point. Bring him in a bit. That one might have just about gone down his throat. But anyway, you're talking about feedback. We had some feedback, you said, from yesterday.
Well, yeah, lots of folks were listening to our coverage.
Excellent.
And had opinions on our discussions that we had throughout the day. Many of them agreed with some of the things we said. Here is he driving up on the onside. Good looking shot. He's going to get runs here. Gets 2. Pulls it up just inside the boundary. They thought of a third, but they'll have to settle for 2. Not very quick running by the CCC. Graves Romare Graves already just probably settling for 2. So he's had 6 runs in his last 2 deliveries of Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, and he's moved on to 27.
Yeah, he's on to 27.
31 deliveries.
So he's good at a good clip. I like the way that Joseph just settled himself a little bit before he came into bowl this one. Just took that extra second just to make sure that he was ready and he was not rushing, and bowled a very good delivery to end the over. So at the end of it, 117 for 733 overs bowled so far by the Leeward Islands. Damian Joachim, he's there on 5 of 8. Romare Graves, 27 of 32. 117 for 7. And this partnership so far is worth 11 runs.
Yeah, Graves is taking control of the partnership. These two look to survive about 10 minutes before the tea interval.
O'Shane Thomas is in and having an offer outside the off stump is Joachim. Not making contact. Didn't get anywhere close to that one. Ball going through to wicketkeeper Joel Andrew. So a smaller gathering in today. Maybe 12 or 13 persons in that southwestern side and a few more in the eastern part of the South Stand at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Hooked again, just evades Andrew.
This one goes down to fine leg once more, just for another run. So 118 the total. Joachim gets his 6th run.
He's not going to die wondering, that's for sure, Denwall. Anything short.
Yeah,
he's on the
he's
pull.
willing to go after it. And he's rehearsing that pull shot quite a bit. So he's probably thinking that he has missed out.
Yeah, he's probably saying there's 2 opportunities I could put him over the fence.
This is Thomas in.
Good ball.
Good ball. That one hit the seam and held its own. Good bounce, good carry through to Joel Andrew behind the stumps. No run. He has that, O'Shane Thomas, but he doesn't bowl that one or those often enough. I think that's part of the problem. When you see him bowl deliveries like that, but then the next ball is down the leg side or the next one is wide outside.
Too much
the
rubbish in between.
Yeah, you don't get that consistently.
Cornwall's brought Alzari into the slip, so 3 slips now.
Banged in. Just ducking out of the way is Graves, Romario Graves.
He's improved though in this spell in his first 2 overs back. He only got the 1 over in his second spell. This is his 2nd over in his 3rd spell, and he's a lot better so far. That's where he wants to be. Get him on the front foot.
Yes, that's what he wants, to get him on the front foot, get him into that drive just on or about the off stump, maybe looking to go away from the right-hander. One banged in again, but offline, down the leg side, and ends the over. 118 for 7, just a single from that over from O'Shane Thomas. Joel Andrew 122 of 139. Justin Graves 104 from 197. And Kerry Magoa 65 from 89. The bulk of the scoring for the Leeward Islands. The Leeward Islands would feel that they were about 50 or 75 runs away from what their target was. But that's how cricket goes. It's a game of glorious uncertainties. One day is yours, the next day you come back and things change. So Leeward's there just changing over, just between overs, as we see Alzari Joseph standing at the top of his mark. He's ready. So too is Joachim.
Yeah, just with Thomas, or wait for this delivery from Alzari. Catch it. Full.
And fell safely.
Alzari hands on knees. So Kadeem Henry could have been a bit quicker round to that. In the end, it fell safely, as Denmore said. Just with Thomas, though, now that he seemingly found a bit of rhythm in this third spell, he'd be better off just trying to pitch the ball up a bit.
We've seen the umpire. The umpire called for the concussion check.
I was going to say.
So I'm just wondering. We would have to see what that one. If maybe that one might have taken him on the helmet.
Yeah, maybe he didn't hit it.
Because we see the umpires calling quickly, immediately for the physio to come and do the concussion check. They've taken off the helmet. They're just having an examination of it and all the other checks that they do. The questions that they ask: do you know where you are? Do you know what you're playing? What is the score of your team? Etc. It looks as if he's going to be okay. Could we see that one again? Maybe we could.
I bet they don't ask who was bowling, though. They should know that.
So we're looking Joachim here. Alzari Joseph coming around the wicket.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, straight off the helmet.
Right. No wonder why Henry was taking his time getting around there.
Yeah, that one.
Sorry, Kadeem.
That one came straight off the helmet. Ballooned up into the air, but
I was just saying with Thomas, now that he's more or less bowling at least 4 deliveries in the right area, on or about off stump, and fuller trying to bring the slips into place. He doesn't need to bowl any short deliveries, just concentrate on that and keep the rhythm going. Yes, I agree with that. I think Gore was too deep in that point position, so they moved him up a few yards.
Here is he. Oh! Was up into the air and to the left of. Who is that?
Was it Graves? Or was Henry again?
Henry again. And he was throwing himself to the left. He couldn't get to that one, but the ball left the bat in the air. Alzari Joseph looks disappointed because he really wants that 5-wicket haul. He hasn't had one in a little bit. And he's a little bit disappointed. That one.
It's a good effort, though.
It's a good effort.
Yeah, because it was a fair way away from him. Full length dive. Couldn't
get to it. Maybe a taller man in that area might have been able to get closer to it.
He's at leg slip again. Is Henry?
Oh, that one going past the bat of Joachim again. Joachim just not trying to get in line. Stepping back and just allowing that one to go by. So beaten. outside the line of the off stump by Alzari. But Alzari Joseph can't get frustrated though. He has to stay relaxed, stay calm, understand that he's bowling well. And if he continues to bowl as well as he's bowling right now, that fifth wicket will come.
Definitely.
At the fifth wicket, just continue to do the things that he has been doing, the right things. Here is he again, right up to Joachim, and Joachim plays defensively to the offside field. No run. I think one of those magic balls will come for Alzari Joseph. He gets it to hit that seam and maybe just move away from Joachim so he can literally follow it into the slips.
And also, if he remains in this calm demeanor, I think the batsman will end up losing patience. There's a tough grind out there for both of them. They're not enjoying it. He got him this time, though.
Yes.
Got him this time on the pull again, top edged and caught. So Alzari takes his fifer.
Again, just for a short while, losing the ball, but although it was banged in and it was a top edge, and catch is taken by wicketkeeper Joel Andrew, who did the rest.
Didn't get it,
just on the stroke of T. It's the CCC, they have lost their 8 wickets. The 8th wicket, they're now 120 for 8. 120 for 8. Powell made 25. Damel Evelyn 1. Jeremiah was run out for 31. Shakir Paris didn't score. Kyle Corbin 10. Daniel Williams 1. Mario Graves 28. Akeem Jordan 6. And Joachim, the last man out there, he was out for 7. 120 for 8 at T. Let me just give you the wickets. Alzari Joseph 5 wickets for 23 runs and 2 wickets for Justin Graves in the Leeward Islands board. So Leeward Islands go in at T, feeling that they are well and truly on the way. They're in front, having the CCC in trouble at 120 for 8. We're going to take a short break, refresh ourselves, and then we will rejoin you here on 360 right after the tea interval. Thank you. And we're back at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for coverage after tea of this West Indies Championship 4-day encounter between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the combined campuses and colleges. Leeward Islands Hurricane making 425 all out in their innings. And they have the combined campuses and colleges in a real spot of bother, 120 for 8 at tea, with Alzawi Joseph 12.5 overs and taking 5 for 23 runs. Good bowling effort that, I would, from Alzawi Joseph. Deserved 5 wicket haul based on the way he's bowled today.
Yes, I would say, his first spell this morning was, top notch, very good. Started with a few maidens, and then he went into the wickets, and well deserved 5 wicket haul. And we were talking before that ever since returning from the West Indies tour, he hasn't been amongst the wickets, and it's good to see him now come and be amongst the wickets and leading his team in a fight that they really need to come out on top. So I think they're looking forward to now putting the CCC back in sometime today.
Would you enforce the follow on if they are able to bowl out the CCC?
Because I would really ask the CCC to bat again.
Yeah.
Why would you want to bat again? You already have 420 odd. Best using the balance of the time within the game, because I think the CCC would put up a tougher fight
in the second
inning.
Yes.
So it's not like you're going to roll them over for 150 in the second inning. So it would be tougher. So you need more time in order to do such.
And Leeward Islands do need a victory, having lost in the last round to the Windward Islands. The Leeward Islands need to bounce back so that they can get back amongst the top teams in this competition. And it's good to see Alzawi Joseph bowling and bowling well. And one of the good things about him is that he's not been very expensive. He's not had too many of those loose deliveries, and he's consistently tried to really pepper some of these batters and has bowled with good pace and good control. He's going to go bowl to Shema Holder. He usually beating Shema Holder outside the line of the off stump. Not gathered cleanly by Joel Andrew behind the stumps, but stopped effectively and to end the over. So just one delivery that was left in that over as he had gotten the wicket just on the stroke of T. And Alzawi Joseph coming back and beating Shema Holder with that first delivery. 120 for 8. So it looks as if it's going to be O'Shane Thomas who is going to continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, the northern end here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The sunshine is back with us. Still some hanging clouds that are just lingering about, just floating overhead, almost stationary. They've just been in that location for a while, but no immediate threat of rain. We don't see the groundsmen who would have the knowledge of how it operates up here. They have not looked worried at all. As a matter of fact, I haven't seen any of them anywhere around to suggest that they believe that cloud is threatening. So Shane Thomas is trying to find a wicket. 36 runs has come from his 6 overs, so he's been a tad expensive. It's right up to the right-handed Romario Graves, and he's just turning this one into the onside for a single. So he gets his account underway after T.
Brings nicely off the pad there by Graves. Not just a little timing, and just working it off in the gap, picking up a single and moving on to 29.
If I was Raheem Cornwall, I would be really telling O'Shane Thomas, especially to the new batsman in Shema Holder, to really pepper him, see what he's made of. Here is Thomas right through Shema Holder. That one was right up, almost Yorker length. Beating the bat of Shema Holder and going through to the wicket keeper. And again, you can look and see that Shema Holder is not trying to get in line with that one. Just staying leg side and just almost just trying to put the bat in the way.
Beating for pace as well.
That's what I was saying. Just ask O'Shane Thomas, can you give me a couple of overs, very sharp, quick bowling? Let's see what Shema Holder does to any of these type of deliveries. O'Shane Thomas is in, but this one is angled down the leg side. Just a glance back at the umpire. Powell was caught Durham off Alzari Joseph for 25. Damel Evelyn, LBW Alzari Joseph for 1. Johan Jeremiah was run out for 31, direct hit from Joel Andrew. Shakir Paris was caught Carty off Joseph without scoring. This is O'Shane Thomas. Another full pitched delivery. The batsman coming down, just stopping it into the offside field, no run. Kyle Corbin caught Henry off Graves for 10. Daniel Williams, LBW Graves for 1. Romario Graves, he's still there, not out, 29. Hakeem Jordan was caught Andrew off Joseph for 6. And Damian Joachim, the last man to go just before T, is caught Andrew off Alzari Joseph for 7. Just top edging, one up into the air. And Joel Andrew did the rest. So Shema Holder, and with Calvin Marcus to come. Short delivery, ducking under it, is Shema Holder into the gloves of wicketkeeper Joel Andrew, who's been tidy for the most part. 1 or 2 balls we've seen trapping out of his gloves as it came through, and he's had a tough time sometimes with O'Shane Thomas and spraying the ball down the leg side, having to move quickly. 3 slips and a gully go down. Here is Thomas. And Shema Holder is going to get runs. He is punching this one into the extra cover region. The ball is going to slop just before the boundary. They want 3 and they will get it in the end. 3 runs as the ball has carried very long and far close to that boundary on the eastern side. 3 runs more to CCC. So 125 for 8, and Shema Holder is underway with 3 runs.
Yes, Thomas went for the Yorker there, but just over pitching. It was a low full toss, and he got the middle onto it, through the gap, and picked up 3 runs.
O'Shane Thomas, 41 runs so far in 6.5 overs. A short delivery, this time over the top of Romario Graves and into the gloves of the wicketkeeper to end the over. 125 for 8, 36 overs bowled so far in this innings by the Leeward Islands. As you can see, Alzari Joseph right at the top there, 5 wickets for him, 2 wickets for Justin Graves. And as we say, it's just Calvin Marcus who's padded up to come for CCC. Leeward Islands wouldn't want these 2 tail-enders to be holding them up too long. They'd be hoping that Alzari Joseph can continue his good bowling, and especially now that he's bowling to the number 10 in Shema Holder. And Holder is driving but hard into the ground. So that field at mid-off, no run.
Alzari had a look, on Holder like he was saying, man, that should have been 4, Because remember, when the Leeward Islands were batting, Shaman Holder dislodged Alzari from the beautiful catch from the youngster down at this end.
From Shakir Paris.
That's
Shakir
right.
Paris,
You understand? So it's a little,
little bit of a banter.
That's right.
Going on. Here is he not knowing anything about that one. And the ball coming down to a short fine leg position. That one, the Shema Holder eventually dropping the hand, took his eye off of that one. And the ball literally hitting the bat and coming down to the fine leg position. So just a single to him. Paris, correction, Graves. Mario Graves comes down and just have a word with him.
But you could imagine taking your eyes off the ball and it still hits the bat. What about if you kept your eyes on it?
Yeah. Zavi Joseph with another quick delivery, a bouncer, this time over the top of Romario Graves, taken behind by the wicketkeeper, so no run. Easier said when you're speaking maybe to a top order batsman, but when you're speaking to a tail ender, he would tell you that was my best version of keeping my eyes on it. Saw it for about a second and then just put anything in the way.
He played it.
Romario Graves, he has stuck around for the CCC. He's gotten himself 29 runs and he's looked good. He gets one that is very close to his helmet there. And Zawi Joseph is standing there just gesturing to the player. Still standing there on the pitch is Alzawi Joseph. Hakeem Cornwall just encouraging him just to get back to his mark. Not sure what Alzawi Joseph is.
What could be the problem?
I'm not sure because I don't either, because he's complaining about something and he's seemingly a little bit.
He was looking at the square leg fielder.
Maybe he wants the short leg. I'm not sure if that's it. And
the skipper wants.
And the skipper is not giving it to him. But we'll see what's happening. He looks upset. Here is in, and he's this time the batsman is backing away and taking on the body. That was a quick delivery by Alzawi Joseph. Almost running into his stumps is Romario Graves. Just running back and almost just making sure that the ball did not go onto the stumps. Something has worked up Alzawi Joseph. We will never know. We're 80 yards away from him in the safety of the commentator's booth. Who is not safe out there is Romario Graves now, who is feeling the wrath of Alzawi Joseph. Here is Josephine again. And another quick delivery that bounces over the top of the head of Graves and taken behind by Joel Andrew to end the over. At the end of it, the score has remained at 126 for 8. Alzawi Joseph having 5 wickets so far for 24 runs from 14 overs.
Yes, a few quick deliveries at the end of that over there from Alzawi Joseph to Graves. Graves wasn't really comfortable with that. Rack him up a little bit, hit him somewhere with that penultimate delivery.
Took him on the body. He was maybe even high up on the bat because he was looking to get out of the way. Just taking evasive action was the batter. Maybe now that Alzawi is in the slips, closer to the skipper, he can make his point, make his case for whatever it is what was bothering him. Here is O'Shane Thomas.
Wow.
And Shamar Holder has decided that he's going to have a swing at it and smashes this one into the mid-wicket region for 4. Yeah, straightish mid-wicket region, what we would say a wide long on. He just stood there and delivered and got it over where the ambulance is located and picked up a boundary. Long hop by O'Shane Thomas, and he just decided, you know what, I'm going to have a go. And he has gotten the CCC up to 130 for 8.
Yes, stand and deliver there by Holder.
O'Shane Thomas is in, and this time he's going to get another boundary. This time he's beaten that man at forward of square and picked up another boundary. This time he was almost looking to get out of the way of a Yorker, but he swung the bat at it and got good bat onto it and got it past the diving fielder in that forward square leg position, and the ball raced into the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Yes, a foolish delivery going down the leg side onto the toes. Got the toes out the way and put the bat, and he got 4 runs.
So Shane Thomas continues to be expensive. He's in his 8th over, 49 runs. So far, 8 runs from the first 2 deliveries of this over. Here's he in. And Shamar Holder again is having a swing at this one. That one this time not making contact through to wicketkeeper Andrew. And there is no run.
Well, maybe it is that Holder has made up his mind. I'm going to try and take as much runs as I can from Thomas, because I can't get any from Alzari.
He's not getting anything at all from Alzari Joseph. So he's decided, I'm going to counter-attack from the other end. And O'Shane Thomas, the way that his day is going, it's not been anything to fear for any of the batsmen. Here's he in once more. And this time the batsman is trying to get out of the way and again just jump in line and getting that one on the inside. Thought of a single, but then decided against it, so remains in place.
Suicide. Suicide.
Definitely would have been suicide.
They're making some adjustment here.
Yeah, they're just pushing that man in that mid-wicket position a little deeper. They've also put the man down at deep square leg, and the long leg has come right around to that hooking position. He's also sent that man at point back on the boundary. Here's O'Shane Thomas. And they're able to scramble what might be a leg by. Yes, now signaled by the umpire. Shamar Holder was just trying to get out of the way of that one. The ball taking him somewhere up on the thigh pad and going down into that short fine leg region. So just another single.
So then is it now that Shamar Holder, who is the lesser batsman, I would say, he's going to be the one taking charge, because it seems as if that risky single, that tight single, was to take the ease off of Graves from Alzari's over that will be coming?
Yeah, I believe you're going to see Shamar Holder probably try to stand and deliver against Alzari next over. Here is this delivery, and Graves is trying to pull this one. The ball beat him for pace and went through to wicketkeeper Joel Andrew to end the over. At the end of it, 135 for 8 is the score for the CCC. Remember, if you're just joining us, Leeward Islands, 425 all out. Hundreds for Joel Andrew and Justin Graves. 65 for Kareem Agor. 407 for Shamar Holder, who's out there in the middle. Now he's on 12 with Graves, who's on 29. But Graves was roughed up in the last over from Alzari Joseph, so he'd probably be thankful that he's not on a strike, as Alzari Joseph stands in the distance away from us, It says the Sir Andy Roberts end. This is the southern end here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
So you're saying Graves would be saying thanks to his big fast bowler for taking him off strike?
Certainly. Maybe just take some of the pressure off of him, just cool things off. But Alzarri Joseph is probably a lot happier now. The short leg is back in. We see him just signaling where he wants that man at fine leg to come up a little bit as well.
But here is it, he don't have any extra cover, he don't have any mid-off, he don't have anybody in the offside close up. Everything is behind.
Which means that he's not planning to
pitch
pitch
up
up anything. But this could also be the bluff. Here
Correct.
we go. Here is he in, and Shema Holder is backing away and cutting this one down to the third man boundary for 4.
Shema Holder gave himself some room and dispatching that between the backward point and the gully man.
Yeah, and like I said, you expect Shema Holder has made up his mind that he's going to stand and deliver. And he's going to try and have a little bit of a counter-attack here against the Leeward Islands bowling. And we saw him in the last over try to take on O'Shane Thomas, and that first delivery from Alzarri Joseph, he was backing away but got back onto it. Here is Joseph once again. And Shema Holder gets a quick delivery right on target, almost right over the top of his head. Alzarri Joseph still standing there and saying something. I'm not sure what is happening. He's probably having a problem with the umpire. I think the umpire at the square leg region, maybe.
How can you have a problem with the umpire? I don't understand.
I'm not sure because I just saw that the umpire has moved there just for gesticulate also. So I'm not certain what is happening, but there is something that is bothering Alzarri Joseph. Here is he in once more. And another boundary. Shema Holder just backing away, but then getting bat onto it and getting it down to a third man position again into that, between that backward point and that gully fielder and down to the boundary for 4.
Well, 4 more runs to Holder. I think Alzarri is just frustrating
his own self, yeah.
You understand?
Not sure what I don't see what is there to frustrate him, cause the frustration, but he is clearly bothered by something. I thought in the last over that it might have been the fact that the Raheem Cornwall had kept that man from short leg and in a forward square leg position, but the man is in place and he just seems to be upset about something. Here is he in once more, Alzarri Joseph, and that delivery, he is bowling, and Shema Holder ducks out of the way, allows it to go by into the gloves of the wicket keeper. Alzarri Joseph points at him, walks back to his mark. Alzarri Joseph would be best served, I think, just calming himself down and continue to do what he was doing before.
Exactly. You know, just
bowling that length, allowing the ball to do the work, and what he did to get the 5 wickets. Here is he charging in once more. And the batsman steering this one into the offside field. Can't beat Kareem Agor, who is at that backward point position. So no run.
Yes, the same line and length that he would have bowled and got the 5 wickets for the top order batsman. It's the same thing for the tail ender. Same thing. So no need to be frustrating yourself. Just go back to what you was doing earlier and you'll get success because you would have been successful from morning.
He's changing his line of attack. He's decided to come around the wicket to the right-handed Shema Holder, who's gone quickly onto 22. Alzarri Joseph with another short delivery. This time badly lined. It's outside the line of the body of Shema Holder, who just nods his head to his right, allows it to go by into the gloves of the wicket keeper, and there is no run. End of the over has come up. The score is 145 for 8. 145 for 8. 39 overs have been bowled by Leeward Islands in this CCC reply to 425 all out made by the Leeward Islands. So
yes, they're itching up closer to that 150, 145, five runs off. And the partnership is building. It's 25.
22 of the 25 has come from Shema Holder, who has decided that he's going to have a counter-attack against this Leeward Islands fast bowling. Here is O'Shane Thomas. This one is worked away into the onside field, no run. I think now would be a good time for probably Raheem Cornwall to bring himself back. Maybe just give Alzari Joseph a break. It's clearly Alzari Joseph seemed to have lost his concentration, has lost his cool.
He has lost it.
And this is where leadership is going to be important. How does here is Graves driving one out into the deep backward point region for a single. Kareem Agor is the fielder who's posted deep there. How does somebody like a Raheem Cornwall calm down somebody like an Alzari Joseph in a situation like this and probably get him to understand that, you know, what the objective of the team is, what is it that we're trying to achieve, and how is it that you staying calm will help this situation out? Because you just watch even his mannerisms out in the field. Alzari still looks like if something is bothering him. Here we watch as this is O'Shane Thomas. This one is dropped down into the onside. They want a second run and they're going to get it.
Will.
Because the fielders who were converging, Durham, I thought was very slow. And he's been very slow in the field all day. He was just ambling across to that one from the mid-on region. Wasn't really making any effort. Alzari Joseph and the other fielders who were coming off the boundary literally got to that ball before Durham, making up almost twice the distance. And the batsman recognized that and came back for 2 runs. This delivery outside the line of the off stump from O'Shane Thomas. Batsman just rocking back, allowing it to go past. And there's no run. 148 for 3. And maybe this is where sometimes the Leeward Islands let the pressure off. I wrote with.
How can you be at mid-on and the ball is played into the mid-wicket region and the batsman get 2?
Like I said, he was ambling. He really didn't make any effort to go. At no point you saw any urgency. He started with a little amble in, and when the batsman decided to go for, now even when the batsman decided to go for 2, he didn't even increase his pace. Here is a swing and a miss from Shema Holder. He's on 24. 24 of 22. So
I'm wondering if he thinks that he should have bowled already. And because that doesn't happen, he's just lackadaisical.
I don't want to think so. I don't want to think so, but I would love to see a little bit more effort in terms of in the field. I don't want to believe that, you know, a player would be on the field like Daniel Durham and thinking that I should be bowling and that's why he's given, you know, that type of effort. Here is the batsman driving, and again they're going to get 2 runs as just another amble from the Leeward Islands fielders. That looks to be, is that Graves, who just ambled after that one as well, and allowing the batsman to come back for 2. So the 50 has come up for the combined campuses and colleges. They're 150 for 8, having replied, and now replying to the Leeward Islands 425 all out. O'Shane Thomas, none for 54 from his 9 overs, so he's going at 6 per over. Literally, Shamar Holder has 26. Romare Graves was literally just gone in hiding for a little bit. He's there on 30. And when we say gone in hiding, is that he was roughed up in one of the overs by Alzari Joseph. At one point, he was literally almost running out of his crease. We saw him just turning his back on one and almost dropping it onto his stumps. And then whatever the talk was between himself and Shamar Holder decided he was going to counter-attack mode and has since scored some 26 runs. Alzari Joseph is going to continue from the far end. He's in, and this delivery goes down the leg side. Just jumping right across the wicket is Romario Graves, just trying to get some sort of bat onto that one, and there's no run. And what you've noticed, to I roots, is that since Alzari Joseph has lost his cool, he's also lost his line. A lot of his deliveries are now angled down the leg side, and that delivery that he was bowling that was shaping towards the slips. I've seen him really gone out of his arsenal. Here is he in once more. And this one is turned away into the onside. They're going to get just one. As looks as if it's Casey Carty who's quickly back, rushing back to prevent the possibility of a second run. So 151 for 8. 274 is the Leeward Islands total. And they would want to not let the CCC chip off too many off of the lead, Leeward Islands. They don't want to give themselves something substantial to work with, especially if they're planning on enforcing the follow-on if they are able to get these last 2 wickets. Alzari Joseph has 2 slips. Now he has a man at third man. He has a man at point and mid-off. Here is he in. Another short delivery. And he's definitely gone away from pitching it up. And he's decided that he's just going to bowl short to Shamar Holder and co. And whatever it is, it is. Almost that's almost as if what his thinking is. But he needs to get back too. Like I said, setting a proper field, pitching the ball up, looking to really dislodge Shamar Holder. I don't think that he's going to dislodge him with this strategy. Here we watch as he comes in. And he's striking him on the pad and he's out leg before. Shamar Holder, he didn't know too much about that one. He was struck on the pad. It was pitched right up. And it was a quick delivery. Looked a little bit as if it was probably going down from my vantage point, but we look at it again. And it struck him well on that back leg. Alzari Joseph just might have been a touch lucky there with that decision from the umpire. I see a head leaning as if you thought that one might have been going down. But the umpire sent him on his way. That's the end of Shamar Holder. 151 for 9.
Yes, another one going down there for the CCC. Yeah, tough one. Shamar Holder would want to think that's a tough decision. To me, it looked, a bit like it was going down, but it was struck on the back foot as well, and how close it was to the
stumps. Maybe that could be the thinking of the umpire. Yeah.
Missed it. Back foot. Given out. Another wicket to Alzari Joseph.
6-4, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He has an opportunity to even get 7-4 because we have the final batsman in Calvin who is coming in. Let's just have a look at this one again, High Roots. Zari Joseph there. Ball and it's swinging. Is it? Yeah, that one. That one
Not
is a hard one. That's hard.
Not out. Not out.
Yeah, I don't think.
Pitch actually between middle and
and
then
drifting
further
and
down.
going further.
Yeah.
I don't think that was the best decision we've seen all day from the umpire. However, umpire raises his
maybe
index
because
finger.
Azari is so angry, he don't want to say not out because he may get more angry.
Yeah, but if it's not out, it's not out.
Correct.
Worry matters not how angry Azari Joseph is. You have to give good decisions. And
Correct.
I don't think that one was the best decision that I have seen. But it's not our duty here to criticize the umpires. We're just saying what we see. Raheem Cornwall just making some adjustments to the field. So let's see what the adjustment is that he's decided that he's going to strengthen the slip cordon for Calvin Marcus, who is coming on to strike. So he has 3 slips and a gully. A man at backward point here is the in and a leg slip. Marcus is not going to be hanging around. He's just having a swing at that one from Alzari Joseph. He missed it. The ball missed the stumps into the gloves of wicketkeeper Joel Andrew. And Graves has called out Calvin Marcus and probably to say to him, maybe you should even just try and stop it rather than just give away your hand like that. Because you tend to think that Alzari Joseph is just trying to line one up. You miss, I hit, and it would be the end of the innings for the CCC. 151 for 9. We're in the 41st over of the innings. Here is Alzari Joseph. He's in and he's out. Caught. Is he out? When the ball went to the slip region and it was taken. So is that the end of the innings? No? Or the end of the over? Umpire never signaled anything. So he was just backing away. What did that hit? Let's see.
The pad?
Yeah, he took him somewhere on the thigh pad region. He just ballooned into the slip region. But he wasn't having any of that from Alzari Joseph in Calvin Marcus. He was just trying to get out of the way of that one. And the ball ballooned into the slip region. And the end of the over. 151 for 9. Not the prettiest cricket you would ever seen on your screens, those of you who are watching overseas. Calvin Marcus, they are just not negotiating that one very well from Alzari Joseph.
Yes, Marcus didn't want any part of that.
So the field is spread for Romario Graves, giving him the opportunity to get a single, as they want to bring Calvin Marcus onto strike. O'Shane Thomas bowls a beauty. Just squared him up and went past this bat. Romario Graves just didn't know anything about that one. That one was a good delivery. That one just hit the seam and flew past the bat of Romario Graves and into the gloves of Joel Andrew. No run.
Yes, a very good delivery there from Thomas. I'm wondering if he can do this again.
Here's O'Shane Thomas. Another good delivery. This time the batsman just pulling the bat inside the line and allowing it to go past into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. No run.
Yes, another good delivery there from Thomas. 2 in a row. Good. Keep it up, Tomo.
This one worked the way down to the fine leg region and beating the fielder and going into the boundary for 4. Again, not the best of efforts you've ever seen from the Leeward Island fielders. That one, I thought that a better effort could have been given down the eye roots. You're shaking your head. You're not very impressed.
Not pleased.
With the way that looks to be Kadeem Henry.
Not pleased with the
down
feeling.
That was not a good effort.
Not at all. Not at all. I know he'd complain that he has the pads on, but that's no excuse.
Yeah, he got there, should have really just picked that one up and limiting the batsman. So Graves gets a boundary, 155 for 9. He's on to 35. This delivery is struck away out into the offside field for a run, which is going to give Calvin Marcus 2 deliveries to face from O'Shane Thomas in this over as the field walks in.
One thing Kadeem Henry needs to know, he's an open batsman. And open batsmen usually are very good fielders. You can depend on opening batters more time to take a good catch.
Maybe he watches too much of, maybe he watches too much of Evan Lewis.
He's a 2020 guy. This is not 2020.
This is Shane Thomas. And is driven hard by Calvin Marcus out to the long on boundary for 4. So he decided to pitch one up to Calvin Marcus and he just backed away and swung the bat and got a boundary out to the long on region. 4 runs to Calvin Marcus, 4 more to the total, 161. It is for 9. Good shot.
Well done there by Marcus. You know, you have to try and get as much as possible runs to your name as you can because you're batting with the last man and he's not so sure because we've seen him face a few deliveries and, you know, he isn't there to stick around. So you as the senior batsman who has about 36.
Well, it was Calvin Marcus who played that shot, the one that was running from Alzari Joseph. So he has joined the party. He gets his first boundary.
Okay.
Here is O'Shane Thomas in to bowl to him. And he's driving straight back past O'Shane Thomas for 4.
O'Shane Thomas ducking.
Yeah, that one, he was right up to him. And he came down with the full flow of the bat straight back at O'Shane Thomas. And instead of probably trying to take the catch, O'Shane Thomas took evasive action. And the ball rushed into the boundary for 4. Yes, ball before was a no ball, so he was going to have to bowl this one again, bowl an extra delivery. But that one came back very hard at O'Shane Thomas.
That was a beautiful shot for number 11. Beautiful.
165 for 9. Here is O'Shane Thomas. Once more. And he gets a short delivery and he's ducking under it and allowing it to go by into the gloves of the wicket keeper. And there is no run. So he continues to frustrate the Leeward Islands a little bit here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Marcus is on 8. 36 is Graves. Oh. So it's 165 for 9. Mario Graves is going to be on strike as Alzari Joseph is standing at that far end. Again, he's just asking, he's just from his motions, he's just asking them to spread the field for Graves and give him the single, possibly. And then probably allow him an opportunity to bowl at Marcus. Aiming for a 7-4. Here is this one, played away on the inside. Was an easy single, refuses the single. It did Romario Graves. He remained on 36, 165 for 9. They still trail by 260 runs.
The follow on is 260, 261. Yeah.
Here we watch as this delivery is steered away into the offside field. There is no run. So Zawi Joseph, 6 for 35 so far. Here is he with this delivery, just having the batsman on the back foot, playing it out into the offside field, no runs. West Indies Academy 211 all out in response to the 375 made by the Jamaica Scorpions. The Scorpions are 4 without loss in the first over of their second innings. Guyana Happy Eagles are 67 for 2, chasing 213 all out made by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And Trinidad and Tobago making 263, and they have Barbados 56 for 4 in their second innings of that encounter. So Barbados making 86 all out in their first innings, and they're 56 for 4 in their second innings. So the field just closing in, just trying not to allow Romario Graves to steal a single. He's turning one into the onside field, straight into, looks to be Kadim Henry, who is in that very short square leg position, and there's no run. So the batsmen out for Barbados so far in the second innings: Brathwaite, McCaskey, Drakes, and Wickham. Ruston Chase is not out on 13, and Shai Hope not out on 6. In their second innings, 56 for 4. This one is straight down the leg side by Alzari Joseph and taken by the wicket keeper. So Romario Graves is there not out on 36, and Calvin Marcus not out on 8. 165 for 9. Just having to work a little bit, the Leeward Islands, for this final wicket. Here we see just trying to nudge one on the leg side, not making contact, is Graves. And that brings up the end of the over. So the end of the over has come up, and it remains 165 for 9. Calvin Marcus is going to be facing up to O'Shane Thomas, and O'Shane Thomas has not had a good afternoon or a good day with the ball today for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. He's had 10 overs for 68 runs. But more importantly, I wrote, he's had 7 no balls that he's delivered in his spell so far. So not very disciplined. And Marcus had taken a liking to his bowling in the last over, hitting him for 2 beautiful 4s back to back. Let's see what is going to happen in this one. Here is he in to bowl to Marcus. And Marcus is swinging, gets the leading edge out into the offside field, so they're going to get a single. Again, just a short delivery. Nothing delivery really, just one that was just banged in to the pitch. No real danger to Marcus, and Marcus just felt that he had the opportunity to have a swing at it. Took a leading edge, but just a single. I thought that after that last over, Raheem Cornwall might have had enough of O'Shane Thomas and maybe even bring back Graves. But we'll see what the thinking is. Here we watch as O'Shane Thomas is in, and this is driven into the offside field. He's going to get runs. He gets one. We'll come back for a second run. It's Casey Carty gives chase. So 2 more to the total. For some reason, Highwoods Martin, I just don't get the feeling at Leeward Islands if they out the CCC this afternoon they're going to enforce the follow on. I just have a feeling that they're going to go back and bat again.
Yes, well, probably based on how they're moving in the field, it seems to me, they seems very tired and weary and lackadaisical and, everything.
Yeah, so we'll see if my theory is correct. Here is O'Shane Thomas. And this one is clipped away in the air and is dropped. Did it carry? It looks so. No? Maybe just drop it in front of the fielder out on that square leg position. See everybody looking in his direction, not sure. And there's a little bit of a gesticulation. Maybe they thought that it could have been a better effort. Who's that out there? Is that Louis? Yes, it is. Michael Louis out in the deep. So just one more to the total. Calvin Marcus is on strike. He's on 9. And Calvin Marcus has been handling O'Shane Thomas so well that they're confident to give him many deliveries to face. And here is he hitting this one in the air, and it's going to drop safely as again the fielder at the
Durham, same man, Durham.
The off position in Durham was very slow in moving around, really didn't make any effort, and the ball fell safely.
Well, I wasn't expecting him to catch that because there were balls closer to him and he never even touched. So I wasn't expecting a catch.
Not a good display of feeling today by Daniel Durham out in the field. Seems to be a liability in the field when he's not bowling. Here we watch as this is O'Shane Thomas in. Another delivery that's banged into the pitch. Mario Graves just almost turns his back on it, allows it to go into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, and there is no run.
I don't know if they still play cricket this way, but back then, you see, when you're playing on a team and you realize you have a fielder like Durham, everything you hit to him is a run, or 2, or 3. Yes, everything.
Yeah. Even if you hit it in the air, you say 2.
Anything, you run in.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's not even a single and you get 4 runs. I remember those days.
Put him under pressure because he's really having a terrible day in the field. Here is he edging, and is it caught? No?
No.
Maybe he was just
He got struck.
He got struck.
Yeah.
Oh, he was dropping it out. Ooh, that one went so close to the stumps.
Yeah.
Didn't dislodge the bail, but it looked as if it probably struck him somewhere up on the arm. He's in a bit of pain. The physio is quickly out. He's going to administer some of that spray to the area just to ease the pain. And the CCC is now on 170 170 for 9, maybe 20 runs more than we thought that they would make. But this final pair of
19.
Marcus and Graves has put on 19 valuable runs so far for the CCC.
Yes, it's a good little partnership for them.
We're not missing any cricket. It's the umpire, the physio is on the field just administering some relief.
As I was telling you, back to those days when we used to play tough cricket. Sometimes we would use strategies like that to win games. You understand? Yes, because everyone knows, okay, Denmo is not the greatest of fielder. We look in runs every minute to Denmo. We don't care if it goes straight to him. We don't care if it go hard to him. We don't care. Anything, Denmo is 1 or 2 or more.
Yeah, you look to demoralize him. Doesn't look as if the batsman is going to be able to continue. So it's going to bring the innings to a close here for the CCC. Was struck pretty ferociously on that arm by that delivery from O'Shane Thomas. The physio has come out and has done an assessment and is decided that he is not fit enough to continue. Was that Romari Graves?
Marcus.
Or was that Calvin Marcus that was struck? So Marcus is the player there. And so the innings has come to a close for the CCC at 170 for 9. With the batsman having to retire hurt, having been struck on the arm by O'Shane Thomas. Let me just give you the scorecard pretty quickly. If we can put it up on the screen, we have Kieran Powell. He was caught Durham off Alzari Joseph for 25. Damel Evelyn, LBW Alzari Joseph for 1. Johan Jeremiah, run out. Joel Andrew 31. Shakir Paris was caught Carty of Joseph without scoring. Kyle Corbin was caught Henry of Graves for 10. Daniel Williams, LBW Graves for 1. Romario Graves was left not out on 39. Akeem Jordan caught Andrew of Joseph for 6. Damian Joachim caught Andrew of Joseph for 7. Shema Holder with a little enterprise in 26. He was LBW Alzari Joseph for 26. And Calvin Marcus, the last man, retired hurt for 10. 14 extras. 1 by, 5 leg byes, a wide, and 7 no ball. All 7 no balls delivered by O'Shane Thomas. Alzari Joseph, 17 overs, 6 maidens, 35 runs, 6 wickets. O'Shane Thomas, 11 overs, no maidens, 73 runs, no wicket. Raheem Cornwall, 7 overs for 21 runs. Justin Graves, 5 overs for 13 runs. He had 2 wickets. And Daniel Durham, 4 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, no wicket. So we will await the Leeward Islands decision if they're going to enforce the follow-on or whether or not they're going to have a knock. But we're going to take a short break from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and when we return, we will have the decision and more coverage of the match between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the combined campuses and colleges.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the continuation of play in the final session on day 2 today of this 5th round encounter between home side Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the combined campuses and colleges. Players are just making their way back out onto the ground. And just to bring you up to date, Leeward Islands Hurricanes have gained a first innings lead of 255 runs after combined campuses and colleges declared their innings closed on 174-9 when last man Calvin Marcus was struck on the arm by O'Shane Thomas and decided to retire hurt. So Leeward Islands Hurricanes, after scoring 425 in their first innings, combined campuses and colleges replied with 170 for 9 declared, meaning that Leeward Islands Hurricanes lead by 255 runs on first innings. They have not decided to enforce the follow-on. They will bat again. We have about an hour and 20 minutes or so before the close of play tonight. So the Leeward Islands will bat again for a second time. Openers Mikhail Louis and Kadeem Henry have made their way to the middle. As I say, a very good afternoon to Anthony Iroots Martin.
Hey, good afternoon to you, Terry, and good afternoon to our listeners wherever you may be. And my good friend over there in Montserrat, Basil Morgan, big up to you. I know you're tuned in.
Excellent. Let's go through the folding figures for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in CCC's first innings. Zari Joseph was the standout performer, 17 overs, 6 maidens, 6 for 35. O'Shane Thomas, 11 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 73. That included 7 no balls and 1 wide. Rakim Cornwall, 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21. Justin Graves, 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 13. And Daniel Doran, 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 22. Highest score for the CCC was an unbeaten 39 by Romario Graves. Come off 62 deliveries, included 6 boundaries. So they declared their innings on 170-9. Declared in reply to Leeward Islands 425, gave Leeward Islands a first innings lead of 255, and Leeward Islands are not enforcing the follow-on as Shema Holder start proceedings into Mikhail Louis, who comes forward, plays it out into the extra cover region, and there is no run to get the Leeward Islands second innings underway.
Yes, a good start there from Holder, and a good start there from Mikhail Louis as well, because in the previous inning,
played the ball.
He would have left that. Similar delivery.
Very similar.
But well played.
Holder into Louis. And again, bang on target. Well defended by Louis into the offside, and there's no run. Holder operating with 2 slips, a gully, a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg in glorious sunshine here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yes, another inning here for Mikhail Louis to put some runs to his name, another opportunity.
Holder in again to Louis, and Louis is driving this up to mid-off. No run. Sounds like the orchestra is putting in some training this afternoon, Anthony.
Yes, sounds that way to me. As a batsman, it's always important in whatever cricket you may play. You always want to have runs against your name.
Definitely. Holder in again to Louis. Full pitch delivery. Almost squeezed through. Louis just keeping that one at bay. So good start to proceedings by Shamar Holder. He bowled very well in Leeward's first innings, picking up his 6th first-class fiver. 26.5 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 107. As he comes in again to Louis, and Louis is pulling that through the mid-wicket region. 4-4. Good looking shot that by Louis. Dropped short by Holder. He was onto it in a flash. Pulled it forward of square into the boundary for 4. So he's underway. He's on for Leeward's 4 without loss.
Yes, a good shot there by Mikael Louis. You know, just pitching short, and that's food for Mikael. You know, easily on that, and you know, dispatching it for four beautiful runs.
Holder runs away from us now from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And this one is forced towards point, who fields cleanly. Prevents any opportunity of scoring, so that brings the first over of Leeward Island's second innings to a close. They are 4 without loss. Louis is on 4, Henry yet to score.
Yes, not a bad first over there from Shamar Holder. You know, just one bad delivery, and it was dispatch, just giving away 4 runs from his over. You know, he would need Jordan now to back him up with another, you know, good over from the opposite end, you know, to give them a good start from both ends. You know, if they could really continue in the vein which they finished in
this morning,
it would be a good look for CCC as well.
So it's going to be Akeem Jordan to take up the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Be bowling to Kadeem Henry. Henry scored 35 in Leeward's first innings. Jordan bowling to 2 slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover mid-off as he's in now to Henry. And a good delivery, bang on target, defended into the offside by Henry, and there's no run. And on the onside he has a mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. So Leeward Islands batting again, as we say, didn't bother. It's just about the norm these days of enforcing the follow-on, so I'm sure they've got a target in mind that they'd like to set the CCC. As Jordan in again to Henry, again defended into the extra cover region, and there's no run. So Jordan also starting his spell in the right manner. Jordan runs towards us now into Henry. And again, spot on target, well defended by Henry.
It's a good start there from Jordan, you know, right on target, not giving anything away. The Leeward has a big enough lead already, 259, so it would be very important for the bowlers to keep it very tight and not to give away anything.
Jordan in again to Henry, and that one really wide. That was way off the pitch. Keeper Williams did well to get a glove to that and save it from travelling down to the boundary. Wide signal by the umpire. Score goes up by 1 to 5 without loss. Just losing a bit of control, bit of grip on the new ball there was Jordan. He's in again to Henry. back bang on target. They did well this morning, combined canvassers and colleges, cleaning up the final 5 Leeward Islands first innings wickets with the addition of just 58 runs as Jordan into Henry, and Henry is whipping this backward a square, 4 runs. Good looking shot that by Henry, one of his favourites. He opens his account with a boundary and the score goes up to 9 without loss.
Yes, a very good shot there from Kadeem Henry. Just straight in line there was Jordan, and it was punished. You know, beautiful shot from Kadeem. Off the pads, 4 beautiful runs to his name.
Jordan in again to Henry, and this one pitch Yorker just dug out by Kadeem Henry. Good finish to the over by Jordan. Over complete. Leeward Islands in their second innings, 9 without loss, a lead of 260.
Yes, a good comeback there from Jordan after being clipped for 4 runs, and well played there by Kadeem Henry as well. You know, digging out that Yorker, heading for the toes. You know, had to get the bat down quickly. Yes, so they would want to build a big partnership here to start it off for the Leeward Islands, establishing a proper foundation, you know, because who knows, maybe they might want to have a go later, a little bit later down.
Hold on, starts a new over into Louis, who's defending that up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I think they would probably want to bat out the day, come back tomorrow, you know, probably bat the day out without losing any wickets, you know, setting that solid foundation, and then tomorrow now they could probably explore a bit.
Holder again into Louis, short again and pulled once again with authority through the square leg region into the bound. In fact, it's gone all the way for 6.
6 runs.
Top shot there by Mikhail Louis. It's twice now that Holder has pitched short, and he's been onto it like a flash. First one boundary, this one went all the way for a maximum. So he goes up to 10. Leeward Islands 15 without loss.
Yes, if Holder would really look into things, he would realize that both balls that he tried to hit halfway down the pitch, both went for boundaries. You understand? So it's for him to just get that nice length that he has been producing just outside the off stump, and that's where Louis is weak as well. Just outside the off stump. Louis, those short deliveries, bread and cheese for him.
Holder into Louis, and this one is turned nicely behind square for a single. Louis moves on to 11. So they've got 2 men out on the hook for both batsmen. Deep backward square leg and a fine leg. Kadeem Henry comes into strike. The 24-year-old just played the 4 matches previous to this. First season of first-class cricket. He's made 235 runs at 33.57 with 100. His top score exactly 100 as Holder is into him now, and that ball tails back in, but right behind it in defence was Henry. It's good to see Shamar Holder back out on the park, injury free by the looks of things. See He runs away from us now into Henry. Knocks that into the mid-wicket region, no run. So 16 without loss. That gives the Leeward Islands an overall lead at the moment of 271. I'd say with the amount of time left in the game, Anthony, they'd be looking at least 400.
At least, because that would have been the reason why you would have gone into bat
back
again.
in. Yep. Holder into Henry, and that one is pushed through the mid-wicket region for a comfortable single to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands batting a second time at 17 without loss. Louis is on 11 and Henry is on 5.
Yes, because if you have 260 odd runs in the lead and you chose to bat again, it's obvious that you would want to get something maybe 200, 250 to add to what you have there. That would be the only reason.
So it will be Akeem Jordan to continue the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Bowling to Kadeem Henry. And he comes now to Henry. Full pitch delivery again that Henry digs out up to Holder at mid-on, and there's no run. Two slips, a gully, backward points, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg as Jordan into Henry's whipping that off his pads, backward a square into the boundary. Another good-looking shot there by Henry. He moves on to 9. Leeward Islands 21 without loss.
Yes, 4 more beautiful runs there by Kadeem Henry. Strain in line. Jordan to the previous over that Jordan bowled. He also bowls a delivery like that, which was clipped for 4. And here is it again. Same delivery, clipped for 4 more.
It's forced a field change. The mid-wicket has gone to a deep backward square leg. The mid-on has come into the mid-wicket region. The mid-off is gone to mid-on. And the cover is gone to mid-off. Jordan.
But I don't understand that, Terry, because that delivery, that went for 4, that was a bad delivery.
Right.
It was a badly lined delivery.
So you don't
here
set
is it,
fields.
you set the field for bad bowling, and here is it a beautiful delivery outside the off stump, and you would have taken one fielder from the offside and put him in the onside. And so you weaken the offside and bowl outside the off stump. I don't understand that kind of cricket.
Jordan into Henry. And again, straying down leg. Turned fine. Beats the fielder, who's wide at the fine leg position into the boundary. Another 4. So just straying in line is Jordan in this over. 2 boundaries to Henry. He moves on to 13. Leeward Islands 25 without loss.
Yes, another badly lined delivery there by Jordan, and another good shot there from Kadeem. Just working it off the pads for 4 more runs.
Jordan in again to Henry. This one again drifting down leg, but just forced into the mid-wicket region. No run. The lead now is 280. And you can see what Jordan's doing. He's trying to keep the ball full. It's just his line is a bit array at the moment.
Another thing maybe he could be working on is that that shot that Kadeem kind of lean over and flick it up in the air on the onside.
Jordan in again to Henry, and that's a better delivery. Henry shoulders, arms, goes through to the keeper to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 25 without loss. Henry is 13, Louis is 11, and the lead is 280.
Yes, in order for that that delivery to work on Kadeem Henry, that Jordan is trying in the pads to get him to flick, to just play it upish in the onside, because he's leaning over too much to the offside. Well, first, you have to get him committed to the offside. So you have to bowl lots of deliveries on the offside, getting him going to the offside, getting his head going to the offside, and then you bowl that one in the pad.
Hola begins a new over to Louis. Louis rides the bounce of that, plays it down to backward point, no run.
Yeah, so back to what I was saying. If you want to get him, comfortable, leaning over to the offside, leaning over to the offside, and then you would just angle that one in the pads, and he would be a bit off balance because he would be accustomed to going over to the offside.
Holder again into Makar Louis. Full pitch delivery, hit straight back to the bowler. Holder runs away from us now into Louis. A full pitch delivery clipped into the mid-wicket region. Louis picks up a single. He moves on to 12, 26 without loss. Brings Kadeem Henry back onto strike as Holder into him now, and this one wide of off stump. Henry has nothing to do with that. So yes, the CCC were able to wrap up the Leeward Islands first innings in the first hour of play this morning, to the addition of just 58 runs. The loss of 5 wickets to be bowled out for 425. But unfortunately for them with the bats, Zari Joseph taking a 6-for, cleaned them up basically for a 170 to give Leeward Islands a big lead, which they're extending now. They had a lead of 255, it's now 281. They need to try and keep themselves somehow in the game, though, Anthony. They don't want to let things drift and just wait for a declaration and so on, go in with a, that type of mindset when it's their turn to bat again. They can still say they can.
So that's why
they can
have
save
to be
the game.
consistent. They have to be consistent, and they got to be patient as well.
Yes.
Maintain one line, make sure your fielding is up, your catching is up. You still have to keep, your game up. Even though you're behind, you still have to keep your game up, because if you don't, you'll just only get further.
Definitely.
Thank you.
So it'll be Akim Jordan to continue the attack from this Andy Roberts end. Bowling to Mikhail Louis. And a wide outside the off stump. Louis watches it pass. Yeah, it's just unfortunate for the CCC, Anthony, that they don't have those second and third string bowlers that can apply some pressure, or that are genuine wicket takers outside of these two in Jordan. Very wide by Jordan and Holder, and then with their batting, Evelyn didn't get going today because he was coming off a century from last match, and a lot of responsibility, if you like, or as you were saying, to shepherd them through the innings. Kieran Powell didn't hang around long enough.
Correct.
Jordan into Louis, and Louis is driving that, doesn't time it at all. Goes up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yes, and to see these two leading bowlers for CCC, they would have done the job for the CCC early on in the day. And they both are back again. They would have done the bulk of the bowling for CCC in the first inning. And here it is again in the same day. They're back at it again.
Exactly, yeah. Jordan into Louis, and Louis is turning this nicely through the mid-wicket area. It'll challenge the rope, but cut off, and very wide. They were looking for 3. Louis wanted 3. Good return in the end by the fielder out there in the deep mid-wicket boundary. Restricts them to 2. So Louis moves up to 14. Leeward Islands 28 without loss.
Yes, a nice, comfortable, calm start here for the Leeward Islands. 28 runs. Good going, 28 runs without loss. Good going, good partnership.
Yeah, going at almost 5 runs and over. Jordan in again to Louis, who's defending that out onto the offside. Late on the second day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Bring it up to date on 360 with the other matches going on in round 5 of the West Indies 4-day first class championship. Barbados Pride 98 for 4 in their second innings, still trailing Trinidad and Tobago by some 79 runs. As Jordan comes into Louis, and Louis is driving that beautiful, beautiful shot. Nobody moved. Straight through the covers, 4 runs. That completes the over, 32 without loss. Louis moves on to 18.
Yes, a beautiful shot there by not Jeremiah, but Mikhail Louis. Beautiful shot by Mikhail Louis. Just over pitching there is Jordan, and it was dispatched to the extra cover region. Beautiful, all along the floor for 4.
So Barbados still trailing by 79 runs with just 6 wickets, second innings wickets remaining. Guyana Harpy Eagles 108 for 3. That's in reply to Windward Islands Volcanoes first innings at 213, so they trail by 105 runs with 7 wickets, 7 first innings wickets remaining in a match that's been hampered by rain. West Indies Academy were bowled out for 211 against Jamaica Scorpions 375. Holder now into Henry. It's a good bouncer, well evaded by Henry through to the keeper. West Indies Academy 211 in response to Jamaica Scorpions first innings of 375 here at Coolidge. Scorpions, they also didn't enforce the follow-on. They ended up 165 ahead on first innings. And batting a second time, they are 50 for 1, so that gives them a lead of 214. Henry plays this out into the offside, no run. So Jamaica Scorpions 214 runs ahead with 9 second innings wickets remaining. So they're the other 3 matches in round 5 of the West Indies 4-day first-class championship here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The lead continues to grow for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They're 32 without loss in their second innings as Holder is into Henry, and Henry defending that up to mid-off, and there is no run. That's an overall lead of 287. Just joining us today, the Leewards were bowled out in the first hour of play after resuming on 367 for 5 for 425 in their first innings. Shamar Holder picking up a fifer, and then combined campuses. So we break. Holder comes into Henry, again defending on out into the offside, no run. In reply to Leeward Islands 425, combined campuses and colleges declared their innings closed on 170 for 9 after last man Calvin Marcus was struck on the arm by pacer O'Shane Thomas. So that gave Leeward Islands a first innings lead of 255. They did not enforce the follow-on, and batting a second time, they're 32 without loss. It's Holder into Henry, and Henry is pushing this through the mid-wicket region for a comfortable single. He moves on to 14, the score 33 without loss. Pretty easy going so far here for the Leeward Islands in their second innings. They look to set combined campuses and colleges a target to chase. Holder into Louis, and good delivery on or about off stump. Louis lets it go through to the keeper to complete the over. At the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 33 without loss. Louis is on 18, Henry is on 14, and the lead is 288.
Yes, not a bad over there to finish. But the Leeward just, trying to pile on the runs here, just trying to build a big lead and bat the CCC out of the game. Seems to be their intention, and I guess the CCC would have other intentions of probably knocking over a few for the Leeward Islands before close of play, maybe two. I think they would be satisfied with 2 wickets if they can.
So Shamar Holder is changed in.
So isn't that Marcus?
Marcus, I should say. It looks like Shamar Holder, huh? I was going to say, did he bowl twice?
Oh.
So Calvin Marcus, he seems to have his arm all right now. He's taken up the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Maybe Marcus had enough while he was batting. Maybe he didn't want any more. So
too true.
Yes, let us go in.
Yeah. See what I can do. Short and put away by Kadeem Henry over backward point for 6. Short and wide, and he threw everything at it, played it over the backward point region over the rope. So 6 more for Henry. He moves on to 20, and the score 39 without loss.
That was a long hop. You would call that a donkey drop. That was a donkey drop. So it was just pound away for 6 runs over backward point area.
Yeah, especially he's 6 foot outside the off stump, and he's got 2 men out on the hook on the onside.
But he has no pace.
But he has no pace to bowl like that, though, does he? No. Marcus in again to Henry. This one spot on target. Henry covers up. It's it back to the bowler. No run. Yes, so an interesting field for the medium pacer Marcus. 2 slips a gully. He now put the backward point on the deep backward point boundary. Cover mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square leg and fine leg.
Even if he bowls a short ball and the batsman play a shot, I don't think he would go behind. I think he would go in front of square.
Marcus in again to Henry, and again short, wide, outside the off stump. Gets the treatment this time through the cover region. 4 more to Henry. He's looking ominous. He moves on to 24. Leeward Islands 43 without loss. The lead 298.
Yeah, short and wide outside the off stump, and he was given the treatment. Good shot again there from Kadeem Henry. Short is not the way to go for Marcus.
No.
Marcus needs to be
Crease,
uppish.
pace, yeah.
Uppish. He doesn't have the pace to be bowling this back of length short ball. That won't make it.
Comes in again to Henry. And this one turned into the mid-wicket area. They take one, they think about the second. Bit of a misfield, and they'll come back for the second. So a bit sloppy fielding there. He got there quickly enough from the deep backward square position that he was fielding in, but then overran the ball. So 2 more to Henry. He was on to 26-45 without loss.
If you're on the boundary and the ball is coming in your direction and someone is chasing it, it's obvious that it would be your ball, the person that's coming in, because the ball is going to you, you know, so that should be easy communication.
Marcus in again to Henry, and that's
single.
Played backward a point. Man has to come all the way off the boundary. They pick up a single in the meantime. And that completes the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes in their second innings, 46 without loss. Henry is on 27, Louis is on 18, and Marcus's first over cost 13 runs.
Yes, and not a good start there from Marcus, but the Leeward Islands pushing on. 21 overs remaining in the day's play. I'm wondering if
we'll be here till midnight.
No. Yeah, I don't think we could get that 21 overs at all.
Cut-off time is 5:30 p.m. local time here in Antigua. At the moment it's 4:45 as Holder starts a new over into Henry, and that's turned nicely down to fine leg for another easy single. So 47 without loss. Henry moves on to 28. It brings Louis on to strike. He's on 18. Leeward Islands doing things very comfortably at the moment here on late on day 2. Shamar Holder from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end into Louis. And Louis is hitting that beautifully through the cover region. Nobody moved into the boundary. 4 runs. Too short again by Holder. And got the treatment. Louis on to 22. The 50s raised for the Leeward Islands. They're 51 without loss. We're only in the 9th over, so they're going an excellent clip over 6 and over at this stage.
Yes, another loose delivery there from Holder, and it was dispatched for 4 runs. Short and wide outside the off stump, and it was dealt with by Mikhail Louis. Dealt with by Louis.
Still the 2 slips, gully, backward point, mid-off, so that cover region is open for Louis. Holder in again. This one down the leg side. Louis misses out on that one. Well taken by Williams.
Yes, training line there is Holder. I think the workload from the first inning, just telling on him there. I think he's a bit tired still from that first innings bowling.
Most definitely. I think they all look a bit jaded, but especially Holder and Jordan. Holder in again, and this one's punched up to mid-off by Louis. No run.
Because this is hard cricket still, even though we may say the level is not as high as we would have liked. This is still hard cricket because you could imagine, being out in the sun.
Yeah, and it's
from 10 o'clock
it's been a
to
hot
5.
Day. Yeah,
that's,
exactly.
Oh, man. That's a lot of work. That's tough work, man.
Definitely. But he keeps running in, does Shamar Holder. And Louis is getting a ball that just bounced on him a bit. Fends it off into the onside. No run.
Here's it. They were in the field for the whole of yesterday.
Yeah.
Came back this morning for another hour.
Yeah.
And then
battered.
Back.
And then they're back in the field
Back
again.
in the field again for another hour and a half. Tough. Cricket is a tough game.
Most definitely. They'll sleep well tonight, that's for sure. Shamar Holder into Louis, and that is a good Yorker, just kept out by Louis. Half an appeal from behind the stumps, but he definitely got the bat down in time to complete the over. And at the end of the over, Leeward Islands are 51 without loss. Louis is on 22. Henry is on 28. And the lead is over 300. It's 306 for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yes, very well bowled Yorker there. That last delivery there from Holder. And very well played by Louis. So, equally good cricket there. Yes, as the Leeward continues to build, continues to push it on. They're 306 runs in the lead. 51 without loss. They would want to go into close of play without any loss. Trying to be maybe about 100 or so with the rate that they're scoring.
Definitely, as Marcus starts a new over. And that rises, well kept down there by Kadeem Henry as it came back into him, knocked it down on the onside, and there's no run. Yes, there could well be. They could well be to 100 or thereabouts. We'll be definitely going through to 5:30 tonight. There's still 20 overs remaining in the day's play. We're not going to get the 20 overs in, but so we will go to 5:30 and get as many as we can. They keep scoring like this at 5.5 and over. Still another 40 minutes or so. Captain Jeremiah just having a chat to his bowler in Marcus. First over went for 13. He's ready now as he runs towards us from the Sir Andy Roberts end into Mikhail Louis, and Louis is up on his toes defending that into the offside, and there is no run. By the sounds of that orchestra in the background, Anthony, they might have the last post down pat by tomorrow for the CCC, the way they're practicing. Driven by Louis, half stop there by the extra cover fielder. He's knocked it down to 1. So Louis takes 1. He moves on to 23. Leeward Islands 53 without loss. Marcus in again, this time to Kadeem Henry. It's played nicely through the backward point area. Fielder comes off the boundary, restricts the scoring to 1. Henry moves on to 30. Be hoping to continue on. He got to 35 in the first innings before he was bowled by Shamal Holder. Marcus into Louis, and that's very wide down the leg side. Williams, the keeper, did well to get a glove on that. And they take a bye to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 55 without loss, with Louis on 23 and Henry on 30. And that gives them an overall lead of 310 runs.
Yes, Leeward Island just pushing on and trying to gain that big lead that they're looking for. Steady, nothing outrageous. They're five and a half. They're scoring at 5.5 runs per over, but that's the sort of bowling they're getting. It's not like taking a lot of risk. That's the sort of bowling that they get in. So, make use of it. Capitalize when you can.
So we're going to have a change of bowler at the Curtly Ambrose end. Going to be Akeem Jordan. So he's changed ends. He's now coming from this northern end and he's bowling to Kyle Louis. First delivery right through Louis. Brilliant delivery there by Jordan. Unfortunately for him though, didn't find the edge and just over the top of the stumps through to the keeper. As I say, very good afternoon to Denmore Roberts.
Yeah, good still hard work for the CCC team. Akeem Jordan striving to try and get a wicket, try and dislodge at least one of these two openers, if not both, this evening, to give the CCC some glimmer of hope in this match. They wouldn't want the Leeward Islands to just run away with this one and pile up a big lead already going past 300.
Jordan into Louis again and beats him. Another good delivery. Louis got the stride in, didn't get the connection, didn't find the edge though either. 2 slips in the gully, wait. Man on the deep backward point boundary. Extra cover. Mid-off.
This is an opportunity for Louis and Kadeem Henry to build their communication and build the partnership and learn how they work with each other. They're in front, they're under no pressure.
Jordan in again, and this time Louis leaves it alone.
So use it as a way to learn each other's game, to find things about each other, and to help each other to get a big score.
Yes, most definitely Denmore. Kyle Louis is just in his second first-class season. Kadeem Henry in his first. They've only opened in a couple of matches so far together. Jordan into Louis. Louis trying to force that off the back foot. Under edge, just rolls out harmlessly into the offside.
Ball not coming on as much as it did in the first innings. Not sure if it is that Keem Jordan and others have taken off some of the pace off of their deliveries. But it's going to be, it seems as if it's going to be a little bit of a harder fight, harder work for the batters to score. So they just have to apply themselves.
Jordan in again to Louis. Full pitch delivery. Louis gets a nice stride in, plays it out into the offside.
And be ready to work hard for longer periods. I think that has been one of the challenge that the Leeward Islands batters have had, that they have not displayed the patience that is necessary. And even though Kadeem Henry, sometimes he has batted for a long period of time, they also want to work out how are we going to score runs, how are we going to get the scoreboard ticking over.
Jordan in again, and that's beaten Louis. Another excellent delivery, good over that by Jordan. First one from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 19. Leeward Islands batting a second time, 55 without loss. Henry is on 30, Louis is on 23, and the lead is 310.
So they need to figure out how we're going to score runs when the boundaries are not available. When the bowlers are bowling well, like Hakeem Jordan did in that over, how do we still find a way to score a couple of runs off of him? Where are going to be our scoring areas? Those are the things that I believe the two openers should be working on at this period.
Marcus will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end of the ground. And Henry fends that off, past the gully. Fielder, and he coming back for 2. That's pretty slack work by the gully fielder. He just really trotted after that. And Henry was well aware, so he came back for 2. So 57 without loss. Henry goes on to 32.
We've seen that from quite a number of fielders today. They've been moving very sluggishly in the outfield. Has not seen a lot of urgency from both teams, especially in the outfield when giving chase. The fielders just seem to jog after those balls.
Marcus in again to Henry. Full pitch, beautiful shot, stroked straight through the cover region. Nobody moved, all along the carpet, 4 runs.
That was an excellent shot by Kadeem Henry. It was there for the taking, and he got into position very quickly, and he struck it well along the ground, picking up a well-needed boundary.
Moves on to 36. The score 61 without loss, and this is looking very, very ominous for combined campuses and colleges. It will be an early declaration by even before lunch tomorrow if this continues. Marcus is not having a good day. He's in again to Henry. Henry turns this backward of square for a comfortable single. He moves on to 37, 62 without loss. Marcus is in his 3rd over, no wicket for 23.
In the first innings of the Leeward Islands batting, about 56 overs in total were dot balls. They would want to improve on that a whole lot this second innings, and reduce the number of dot balls. And not just that they're dot balls, but I think a lot of them are balls that they could score off of, could get a lot of 1s and 2s, but that seems to be a challenge.
Marcus into Louis, and Louis almost leading edge there back to the bowler as he looked to turn that backward of square. Falls well in front of Marcus though. So Louis survives, he's on 23. Yes, and we've already had what? 48 or so dot balls, so that's 8 overs worth. Marcus into Louis. This time he gets something on it. Goes down to A fine leg fielder. Umpire signals a leg by. So just coming to the close of day 2. Combined campuses and colleges look pretty well beaten, pretty well flat out there. Leeward Islands just trying to build this lead up. As I say, I'm sure they've got a figure in mind. Marcus into Henry, and Henry's driving again beautifully past the mid-off into the boundary. 4 runs. He's certainly looking in good form this afternoon. He goes on to 41, Leeward Islands 67 without loss. There's another Marcus over, comes to an end. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 27. Lead now shoots up to 322.
48 of the 67 runs that have come so far in the Leeward Islands second innings have come from boundaries. So again, there is still room for more of the singles and twos to be added to the total. And what it will do, it will also add pressure onto the fielders, just like what we saw in the last over where they ran 2 when the fielder was just jogging after it.
Definitely as Jordan starts a new over, full pitch, slashed out to deep backward point by Louis for a single. He moves on to 24, score 68 without loss. And just as we were saying in the first innings, Denmore, just finding the gaps, being aware where the field's placed, and, you know, maneuvering the ball into those gaps instead of playing these defensive shots that you're still looking to basically score off. If you're going to defend, defend. If you're going to play a shot, play a shot. But these ones that go pinging off the bat straight to fielders, there's too many of them when they could just drop and run.
Shows that there is still need for a little bit of refinement in the technique of the players.
Jordan into Henry, and Henry looks to turn that on the onside. Doesn't get the contact he was looking for. What Pontin used to say. He used to say most players take a mental block of where the field's placed. He said he used to take a mental block of where the gaps are.
Yeah, that's more important. You want to know where the gaps are and get the ball in the gaps.
Two slips in the gully wait as Jordan into Henry, who shoulders arms through to the keeper, no run.
I think a lot of this too has to come with training. I think when the teams are practicing, maybe 1 or 2 of the things that they need to practice now is running between the wicket and getting the ball into the gaps and getting run. So instead of maybe just going into the nets and having a knock up and having a knock, they need to do a little bit more of what we call game sense training.
Yeah, good point. Jordan in again to Henry. And wide outside the off stump. Henry leaves it alone. The score remains on 68 without loss. The lead 323.
Because we've seen for the West Indies especially that our openers, they've batted for a period of time. They've batted for over an hour sometimes. And then when they get out, we're still 21 for 1. Having batted for
True.
a full hour.
Yeah.
And you would prefer that over that hour, instead of just trying to survive, that they would have also been scoring, so that instead of 21 for 1, it could be 40 for 1.
Yeah, most definitely. We saw it here against Bangladesh. They went to lunch 50 for 2. You know, and there was plenty of opportunities to
and you
to take
batted
the singles.
2 full hours, and it wasn't as if it was restrictive bowling, bowling that had you on the lock and key.
Mm-hmm.
It was just that they were not finding ways to get the singles. They were just literally blocking the ball straight to fielders. And until we change that, we have to change that and maybe change the mentality, but it has to come with a change in approach, maybe a change in how we train, and so on. So all of this has to be deliberate in the sense of a deliberate attempt to change the way that we're playing the cricket.
Because you can tell the way that we have been playing the cricket over far too long now is the mindset is all about surviving, defending, make sure you don't get out. Now that's very good, and they say the longer you stay there, the runs will eventually come. But as you say though, you don't want to go to Stumps 120 for 3, say, because it's got you nowhere. The opposition is still in the game because you've only scored 120 or so for the entire day. And as you say, it's not as if there's not opportunities there, that if you just manipulate the field. But you see it in West Indian batsmen. They play the ball and then they think about a run rather than playing the ball to score runs. We're going to have a change of bowler at the Sir Andy Roberts end. It's going to be Damien Joachim, the left arm spinner. His first delivery is pushed out to backward point by Kyle Louis, and there's no run. Louis is on 24, Henry is on 41, 68 without loss. The lead, 323 for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Louis needs to make sure that he bats as long as possible this afternoon, and probably look to last out the rest of the day's play and give himself an opportunity to come back in the morning and to try and see if he can get a big score as well. I think the Leeward Islands would be looking to probably bat maybe up until lunch tomorrow.
Oh, fucking hell.
A bit of a loose drive through the cover region. He gets away with it.
And look to put it beyond the reach of the CCC. And
Yeah.
that will also give Alzari and others a little bit of rest. An opportunity to, put their feet up for a little bit and then come back fresh to have a go at the CCC in the second innings.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, if they keep going in this vein and they're not doing anything rash, they're just maneuvering the ball around. They're going at over 5 and over. There's still, say, another 20 minutes left tonight. The lead's already, 326. So say they get another 20 odd runs tonight, the lead would be 350. They're looking at 400, 450. They'll be well and truly, they'll have that and more by lunch tomorrow. And that will give them a good
Have quite a bit of folks who are on
day and a half.
Quite a bit of folks who are on the stream. And there's one person here that is saying the two opening batsmen not getting their front foot close enough to the ball when driving in the offside. And somebody's asking you a question here, Terry. Why is the West Indies team almost out of all ICC events? I leave that question for you.
Simply not good enough. I mean, they're trying their best to get us out of Test cricket, but as far as the one-day circuit is concerned, we haven't had a one-day team for how long, Denro? And therefore, we can't qualify for anything, which is unfortunate, but it's the way things go at the moment. But according to Sammy, he's on the right path. He's improved. We're shorten the gap between ourselves at number 10 and the number 9th ranked team. Boy, that shot through. Surprised everybody, none more so than Mikhail Louis, but thankfully it missed the stumps.
Yeah, that one seemed to have just kept a little bit low.
That's not a good sign for CCC. Denmore, he might declare now.
That one, because he banged that one into the pitch and it didn't rise at all. It went below the knee level of Mikhail Louis, who was looking to play a cross-batted shot on that occasion. But I think we need, in West Indies cricket, we need to have a consistent program of available players.
Well, yes.
And we need to have a system as to how we're going to approach the ODIs. I think what has happened in the recent time, we've picked all bashers. We've not picked a balanced team. We've picked everybody who has the very same mindset.
But that's what I was going to say.
We need a couple of players, especially at the ODI level, who we can count on, who are going to go in there, build an innings, help us to get into strong positions. So even if we have a few hitters, a few persons who can finish, that they would have a platform to come in and to finish.
But to answer the question in a serious manner, right? West Indies have produced over the last 10, 15 years not one batsman. They are all hitters, right? Your one-day team should reflect your test team. One or two changes maybe, right? Specialists or whatever, but basically your 11
should be the same
right,
type of players.
Right,
I agree.
Right, and because we haven't got that appeal for caught behind, Henry says he didn't hit it. The umpire says different. Henry's gone.
Yeah.
Gone for 41, caught behind of Akeem Jordan. Leeward Islands lose their first wicket with the score on 72.
Yeah, looks as if he pulled that one, looked at his missed the bat. There was a clear gap between bat and ball there. Another one of those decisions that we've seen from these umpires here in this match. That one looked, that the ball didn't, seeing it on the replay, the ball didn't look close to the bat on that occasion. Looked as if Henry played inside the ball. Probably was given out because of the type of shot that he played more so than actually touching the ball. But he arguing that's going to help because we don't have the benefit of.
We don't,
but when you look at it again and you see it in slow motion, that one was not pretty close to the bat. I think a pretty poor decision by the umpire given. But you see, we also have a problem in the West Indies, Terry, is that we can't bowl out teams.
Yeah, true.
So even if we have people and we make big runs, we tend not to be able to defend it.
Right, but
because we have not developed a unit that we've seen, and it comes back to the point that you're making.
Mm-hmm.
Because the people who are playing the test match, the better bowlers and so on, should be able to can transfer over to the ODIs to become the basis of your unit, and we've not had that. We've had
a
too
bunch
many
of all-rounders,
stop-gap teams, and we've picked people, we pick names rather than really look at the balance of the team that we need to have.
But first things first, we need a team, and it's slowly but surely coming, I suppose, when you look at, the Carties and the Graves and things like that are in the one-day squad these days. But we need an 11, we need a top order that can bat 50 overs. That is the biggest problem. They can't bat 50 overs because they don't understand how to pace their innings for that long. They're used to being out there for 10 minutes and turning a game.
That is why I have argued long and hard that there should not be a test match team in the Caribbean without Shea Hope.
I agree. I'll go further and say Roston Chase as well. But 72 for 1 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and give credit to Kadeem Henry though. He took the umpire's decision. He showed, he didn't hit it, but he didn't stand there arguing or anything like that. So well done to the young man, but unfortunately he had to go for 41. Court Williams bowled Jordan. CCC pick up their first wicket of Leeward Island's second innings, 72 for 1.
We've had some suspect decisions from both umpires in this match. We've seen Casey Carty in the first innings that looked a poor decision. Even one in the CCC innings that looked to have been clearly going down, given out LBW, and then this one for Carty. But again, these are professional players, so they have to learn to respect the umpire's decision. Even if you think that it's not out, you know, the coaches would tell you, you walk, you go back to the pavilion and stuff. But you would want, if our cricket is going to be better, but this is a beautiful shot though by Louis, and he's going to get 4 as he gets it square of the wicket. It just raised his head and was driving. Didn't really get his left foot close to that one, but he had a lot of bat on it, and it went all along the ground into that cover boundary for 4. What I was saying, if the cricket is going to be better though in the Caribbean, our standard of umpiring has to rise. Also rise.
True.
We cannot consistently have umpires who are giving bad decisions, because what that will do is that too will affect the level of cricket that we're able to play.
Yes, most definitely. Well said, Denmore. And I still say also that the more experienced players playing with these younger teams, and every franchise in general, should keep an eye on the clock. We shouldn't have to play overtime all the time, because when it goes up a level and you go into the international arena, you will be fined.
Yeah,
players will get suspended.
They're going to be broke.
Exactly right, or broker.
Yeah. So I agree. A lot, and it comes back to the captain. So from this level, they have to start to encourage the captains to respect
the playing conditions.
The playing conditions.
Yes, yeah. 77 for 1 as Carty comes into strike. Joachim is the bowler, slow left arm from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and that's played nicely through the point region out to the fielder on the boundary for a single. So Carty gets underway. He moves on to 1, 78 for 1, and the lead is 3-3-3. Christopher Henry Gale.
We're here, boys.
Last ball there by Joaquin, just defended into the offside by Louis.
I think it's an opportunity for Casey Carty.
Another one, yeah.
Who's really had a struggle with the bat this season in this competition. He has an opportunity that he can really look to get in and try and build himself an innings.
Yes, well, certainly, but all about survival for the rest of the day. We've got about 10 minutes to Stumps. On day 2, it's going to be Akim Jordan to continue the attack from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He'll be bowling to Carty, who plays that back up on the offside for no run. So Louis is on 33. Carty is on 1. Leeward Islands batting a second time is 78 for 1. Overall lead of 333 runs. Jordan with 2 slips in a gully runs away from us now into Carty. Carty is punching that backward of point into the boundary. 4 runs. It was short and wide, and Carty threw everything at it. Picks up his first boundary, moves on to 5, 82 for 1. Lead growing all the time, putting Leeward Islands in a position where they can think about a declaration around lunchtime tomorrow. As you would imagine, they wouldn't want more than 450. So by the time the day's play finishes today, day 2, they'd only be looking at another 100 runs before setting the combined campuses and colleges a target. As Jordan strengthens the offside field, he's bringing in a third slip. So 3 slips in the gully. In fact, he's got 2 slips and 2 gullies now. And that's driven beautifully straight back past the bowler on the onside. Won't quite reach the fence as Shamar Holder picks it up just inside the rope, and Carty collects another 2. So he moves on to 7. Leeward Islands 84 for 1.
Leeward Islands continue to motor along. 84 for 1. Good start that they would have wanted, having not enforced the follow-on and decide that they're going to try and pile on some runs.
Jordan again, and this one is driven to the deep backward point fielder by Carty. Picks up another 1.
Somebody's asking, can we get more info on why we are still creating additional white ball tournaments instead of an additional red ball tournament? It has to do with the commercial appeal.
Yeah. It's all about the Yankee dollar, unfortunately.
It's all about the money. And the red ball tournaments are played over several days, whereas the white ball tournaments start and finish within a few hours. And that is what the fans want, something that is quick, instant, sharp, and exciting. And unfortunately, the way that red ball cricket is played these days by some of the teams is not as exciting. If we're honest, it's not as exciting as it used to be. So people are going to be drawn towards the tournaments that gives them that little bit of boost, that little bit of excitement, that little bit of adrenaline rush that they're looking for. And the white ball cricket seems to be what is doing it these days. So an additional red ball tournament might not be the way to go. What they might need to do is to play maybe a couple of rounds of this red ball tournament.
Driven firmly by Louis, but can't beat Holder at mid-off to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 85 for 1. Kyle Louis on 33. Casey Carty is on 8. The lead is 340. And might get 2 more overs in, about 5 minutes before the close of play. Now, exactly right. It's the commercial value, and also these days that everything's run by television rights, and a lot of television companies, as you can understand, don't like buying the rights for test series, because they've got to hold up their programs for 5 days, and then it may finish in 2 or 3. It may rain for 4, and all that comes into account. So it's both spectators at the ground and fans watching from home. That's a one-handed slog by Casey Carty that's gone straight down the ground for 6. There you go. No worry about Stumps. Denmore?
Yeah, still playing freely. Casey Carty didn't quite get to the pitch of that one, but went through with the shot. Took one hand off the bat and had enough bat on it to take it over the boundary. Good shot in the end.
Moves on to 14, 91 for 1. Lead approaches 350. Joachim in again to Carty.
Oh, yes, Joachim.
This time he's defending into the offside and there's no run. In again is Joachim.
Yes, Joachim.
Punched off the back foot. Can't beat backward point.
Stop joking,
Carty,
boy.
no run. Joachim making sure he's getting through this over quickly so Jordan can have another crack at this end. He's got 2 deliveries left. We've got about 3 minutes left in the day. Into Carty. Carty plays that through the short extra cover, and there's no run.
Oh, sweet Joe.
So despite the 6, Joachim gets through that over very quickly, and we will get one more over in for the day from Akim Jordan. So the Leeward Islands are 91 for 1. Louis is on 33, Carty is on 14, and the lead is 346.
Yeah, the Leeward Islands continue to go well in this second innings, 91 for 1, just about where they would want to be at the end of the day's play, having been given just about an hour and maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours of batting this afternoon, having bowled out the CCC earlier. And so they've gone about their business with little or no risk, little or no bother. Kadeem Henry can consider himself unlucky to have been given out, having that one, the umpire adjudged him caught behind. Replays might suggest otherwise, but other than that, the Leeward Islands can be happy with what took place.
Jordan into Louis, wide of the off stump. Louis lets it through to the keeper, and there's no run.
We need to be aware that this is possibly the final over of the day, and just maybe shut up shop. Look to see it out, look to come back tomorrow morning, start again, and then look to build himself a big score.
Yeah, well, he's laid the foundation. He's on 33, so he's got more than a start to return tomorrow. Jordan into Louis. Louis just plays that nicely wide of the gully fielder. Was a shy at the stumps, might have been interesting. Louis was casually strolling through for single, but the throw missed the stumps. He picks up another one, moves on to 34, 92 for 1.
Somebody says, Terry and Denmore, why these batsmen are not getting their front foot close to the ball while driving?
Can't bat. If you notice, most West Indian batsmen these days, their front foot, if it goes anywhere, it goes straight down the pitch rather than towards the pitch of the ball.
It's very simple that they don't practice their technique often enough. And so the bad habits become when they practice the bad habits, and it becomes their way of operation. So what if they're going to improve? They would have to make a concerted effort to improve the technique, a concerted effort to try and get that front foot to the ball. But they have been successful by not getting it close to the ball, and they think that it's okay.
Yeah, because they got fast hands, they feel they can hit through the line. 3 slips, 2 gullies with the last 3 balls of the day. Played defensively by Carty. That delivery out to cover, and there's no run. So 2 balls left in the day's play. And the CCC have stacked the slips cordon, hoping that Akim Jordan, who's toiled hard all day, first of all this morning in Leeward Island's first innings, along with Shamar Hola. And then coming back this afternoon, he's into Carty again. And that tailed back in. Took the inner portion of the bat. Rolled out through the mid-wicket area, and Carty picks up 2. So he moves on to 16. Leeward Islands 94 for 1. And Denmore, this should be the final delivery of the day.
Carty's still trying to play his natural game, even at the end of the day's play. So he's not concerned about this being the final ball. We saw him still going into a drive on that delivery before. A little bit risky because it came off the inner portion of the bat, didn't go where he had intended it to.
Jordan into Carty, and this one, he shoulders arms. The umpire says time, gentlemen, and that Stumps on day 2 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in this round 5 clash between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the combined campuses and colleges CCC. Leeward Islands Hurricanes have ended day 2 in a very, very commanding position. They're batting a second time, and they go to Stumps on 94 for 1 with Mikhail Louis on 34. Casey Carty is on 16, and that's an overall lead of 349. They were bowled out in their first innings earlier today for 425, with Shamar Holder picking up a 5-for. Combined Islands replied with 170 for 9 declared, with Alzari Joseph bowling extremely well, 17 overs, 6 maidens, 6 for 35. And without enforcing the follow-on, even though they had a lead of 255 on first innings, Leeward Islands Hurricanes have finished day 2, go to Stumps on 94 for 1, as I say, with Louis on 34 not out, Casey Carty's on 16, and the lead is 349.
Big lead for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, a day that they dominated. Had a little stutter at the start of the day where they lost that 5 wickets for 58 runs. But then it was the Alzari Joseph show. He came in, he bowled quickly, bowled well for the most part. Maybe just towards the end where he sort of lost his cool. But when he was on his game, he was really extraordinary. He was really excellent. Deserved 6-4 from him today. He really had all the batsmen in trouble. He bowled with pace, he bowled with accuracy, and he did the job for his Leeward Islands Hurricanes. The Leeward Islands not enforcing the follow-on. The batters have come out and have put them in a strong position, and so when they come back tomorrow for day 3, they should be in a position that they can look to push for victory.
Okay, so that's it for us today on 360. I hope you've enjoyed the day's play as much as we have. I bring it to you. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 9:55 for the commencement of play on day 3 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So on behalf of Denmore Roberts, Anthony I. Roots Martin, and myself, Terry Laraji, do have a pleasant evening and join us again tomorrow morning.